Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Never Alone? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The man muttered that life really sucked as he dragged tired feet along an empty sidewalk. Streetlights flickered overhead while he sighed, drained from another soul-crushing shift. He told himself that all he did was work, eat and sleep, rinse and repeat. His eyes were heavy and half-closed. He did not notice the sudden screech of tires. A shuddering impact sent him airborne and slammed him into a street lamp. He was knocked cold by the force and hit the pavement hard. He thought that it hurt and wondered aloud if this was the end, letting out a bitter laugh before asking, half joking, if some higher power would let him have fun in his next life. Then his vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer on the street. He found himself lying on a soft bed, staring up at a wooden ceiling while a warm, sweet scent hung in the air. He sat up slowly, confused. The room was small but cozy, with a mirror by the window. He stood, wobbling on smaller legs, and froze when he saw his reflection. A young kid no older than 14 stared back. He reached out and touched the glass, then his own face, and realized with a surge of disbelief that this body was not his. He wondered if he had reincarnated and then laughed at the thought that maybe his wish had been answered. Still stunned, he walked to the door and stepped into a hallway. The smell of food grew stronger. He entered the living room to find a woman humming in the kitchen as she cooked. The woman brightened when she saw him and went to pick him up with a warm, maternal smile, calling him sunshine as she set him down and returned to the stove. He watched her slice the meat, then froze again when her nails extended into sharp, elegant claws and cut through it effortlessly. He thought that was impossible and felt alarmed. Footsteps announced someone else's arrival. A man came in and the woman greeted him with relief. She asked how his work had been, and the man replied that it had been the same old grind. He gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, and the boy noticed an odd shimmer to the man's skin. Half of his face was scaly, like a lizard. The boy wondered what kind of family this was. The man then came over to the boy and asked how his little man was doing, bending to give him a tight hug. The boy did not respond at first. The man teased that the cat had got his tongue and called him Kafka. The boy blinked at the name and repeated it in his head, then answered that he was fine and welcomed them home as if he belonged. The couple smiled and the man ruffled his hair before announcing he was heading to the shower. The boy retreated to his room and shut the door, heart racing, trying to put the pieces together. Sitting on the bed, Kafka tried to dig deeper into the memories of this body. Flickers came through, a mother's warm voice, a father's strong hug, school bells, laughter, confusion. Everything else remained hazy, like a fog over someone else's past. He concluded that this world had powers quirks based on what he had seen. He reminded himself that he was 13 and in middle school, but that the rest of the life belonged to someone else. A few minutes later, Kafka opened his door and headed for the front entrance. His mother, who he now knew as Hira, called from the kitchen and asked where he was going. He kept his cool and said he was stepping out for some fresh air, assuring her that he would come back for dinner later. Saying mom felt strange, like addressing a stranger, but he forced himself out into the evening. The sky was painted in oranges and purples as the sun dipped. He walked with his hands in his pockets, taking in the city. People displayed quirks openly. Someone with a tail carried groceries, another person flew casually overhead, and a couple walked hand in hand with faintly glowing palms. Kafka realized how different this world was from the one he had known. In the distance, a massive modern building shaped like a giant H loomed above the skyline. The sight clicked in his mind and he realized he must have been reincarnated into the world of heroes and villains, the setting of the anime he half remembered. He glanced at his hands. Nothing unusual stood out. He wondered whether he had a quirk already, since quirks normally manifested early, but nothing obvious appeared. His thoughts were cut off by another piercing horn. A car hurtled down the street with braking tires but did not slow in time. Time seemed to slow and something inside him reacted. Green lightning hissed around his legs, And with a single powerful leap he cleared the entire car and landed on the sidewalk in a dramatic anime-style display of power. His legs had looked scaly and lizard-like for an instant, glowing with jagged veins of green energy, then they returned to normal as quickly as they had changed. The startled driver scrambled out and asked if he was okay and how he had managed that. Kafka brushed dust from his shirt and nodded, still trying to process what had happened. He walked away as the driver continued to shout, his mind racing with a single question: what had just happened to him? Kafka noticed his legs shifting and a flash of green lightning, and he wondered if that was his quirk. He looked at his arm, narrowing his eyes and trying to recall the sensation from before. His muscles tightened and energy surged. A crackle sounded as his arm transformed, covered in small lizard-like scales with green lightning running across it. He smiled, thinking that this new lightning lizard quirk was actually pretty cool. He clenched his fist and decided he could work with it. He ran home, excitement coursing through him like electricity. His footsteps were faster, lighter. He felt powerful, like he had a new body and a second chance. By the time he reached home he could hardly sit still, and the smell of dinner hit him. His mother, Hira, called that dinner was ready. Kafka sat down at the table, still dazed by everything that had happened. His parents chatted about work, groceries, and the news, but he barely listened. He thought about being in the world of heroes. Izuku, All Might, Yui Academy, they were all real here. A small grin crept onto his face as he imagined maybe meeting them, maybe even becoming one of them. He resolved that he would befriend Izuku and the others, and perhaps become a hero himself. His eyes lit with determination as he raised his fist and committed to making this second chance count. 2 days passed since Kafka had been transferred into this strange new world. It was still surreal waking up in a different body, in a different life, but he was settling into a rhythm. The woman who now acted as his mother kissed his cheek as he prepared to leave for school, and she wished him a good day. He replied that he would, and the affection felt oddly natural even though everything had been foreign just 48 hours before. He grabbed his bag and walked through quiet suburban streets to the school building. No one waved at him or glanced his way. Kafka inwardly sighed, thinking that this body was not exactly popular. Using the memories stored in the body he now inhabited, he located his shoe locker, changed into his indoor shoes, and headed to Class 3C. The classroom atmosphere remained indifferent. No one greeted him. He took his usual seat in the back row by the window and silently appreciated the view. The classes blurred by and Kafka barely paid attention. When the lunch bell rang, he yawned and stretched, then noticed a crowd in the hallway. Students gossiped and whispered around a classroom door. Some laughed, others looked grim. Kafka pushed to the front and saw 3 boys ganging up on a smaller, clearly injured figure on the ground. A yellow-haired boy, a red-haired boy, and a green-haired boy. He recognized the boy on the ground immediately as Izuku. The other 2 were Bakugo and Kirishima, and Kafka registered confusion that Kirishima would be behaving this way. Bakugo sneered at Izuku, taunting him about his dreams of becoming a hero. Izuku remained silent, trembling with tears at the corners of his eyes. Kirishima stepped forward, cracking his knuckles as if to toughen himself, and prepared to strike. Just before the blow landed, Kafka intervened. He had caught Kirishima's fist midair, leaving Kirishima stunned and asking who he was. The surrounding students quieted and more faces appeared: Momo Yaoyorozu, Ida, Ochako, and 2 unfamiliar girls, one resembling a female Bakugo and the other resembling Izuku. Kafka knelt beside Izuku to inspect the bruises on his face and asked if he was okay. Izuku looked up, stunned and unable to respond. A green-haired boy in the crowd shouted at Kafka in anger, but Kafka ignored him. He lifted Izuku and began to walk away. Kirishima reached for him, but the air suddenly crackled. Green lightning arced across Kafka's body, emerald scales shimmering briefly on his skin, and his eyes glowed a vivid green. Kafka silently told the crowd to back off. Kirishima's grip faltered and he stumbled back instinctively. Kafka continued down the hall, leaving the students in stunned silence, and carried Izuku to the infirmary. No words passed between them, but Kafka could feel the boy's quiet gratitude. Back in the classroom, students discussed the stranger who had intervened. Kirishima wondered who he had been, Ochako asked if Deku had a friend, and Momo wanted to know who he was. Bakugo seethed and vowed to deal with the intruder. The green-haired boy clicked his tongue and threatened confrontation, while the girl who looked like Izuku simply stared at the closed door with an unreadable expression. In the infirmary, Kafka gently lowered Izuku onto a bed. The boy did not resist, still too stunned to process what had happened. Kafka noticed that no nurse was present. He walked to a tall cabinet, opened it, and found bandages and rubbing alcohol. He retrieved what he needed and returned to Izuku's side. The boy flinched slightly at the sight of the bottle but did not pull away. Kafka warned that the treatment would sting a bit and, thinking to himself, admitted he was not a doctor but had seen enough first aid in stories to get by. He poured alcohol on a cotton pad and gently dabbed it on Izuku's bruises. To his surprise, Izuku did not flinch. Kafka wrapped the bandages carefully, making sure they were not too tight. After tying the last strip, he leaned back and offered a soft smile, announcing that he was finished. Izuku did not respond. He sat staring at Kafka as if trying to solve a puzzle no one else could. Kafka found the silence awkward and asked if Izuku was okay. Izuku finally spoke in a barely audible whisper, asking why Kafka had helped him. Kafka blinked in surprise and answered that he had helped because Izuku needed it. Izuku's eyes widened and his lips trembled as he admitted that he was quirkless. Kafka tilted his head and shrugged, saying that he already knew but it did not matter to him. Izuku's voice cracked as he confessed that nobody had ever told him they did not hate him. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Kafka reached out awkwardly and patted Izuku's back. He thought he had never been good at comforting people, but he stayed silent and steady as Izuku sobbed, the boy releasing years of pain and loneliness. As Izuku calmed, Kafka realized that perhaps he had been sent into this world for a reason, and that reason might be the crying boy beside him. Later, with Izuku finally stopped crying, Kafka asked if he was okay. Izuku nodded and offered a small smile. Kafka felt internally unsettled, noticing many differences from the version of the world he knew. He wondered why certain classmates were already present and why some of them were behaving cruelly toward Izuku, things that had not occurred in the stories he remembered. When Izuku tapped his shoulder, Kafka straightened and asked a question about who had been beating him up and why. Izuku revealed that they were his classmates and added something that stunned Kafka. The two people with green hair were his siblings. Kafka reacted with disbelief, and Izuku flinched at the loud reaction. Kafka asked about the others. Izuku explained that the one with red hair was a classmate, and the blonde boy was Bakugo, whom he still called Kaken. Kafka narrowed his eyes and asked if Kaken was a friend. Izuku lowered his gaze and said they used to be friends, but Kaken and his sister were now part of those who bullied him. Kafka, overwhelmed, asked why they had bullied him. Izuku answered that it was because he wanted to be a hero. Kafka frowned, disturbed by how different this world felt. When Kafka suggested telling a teacher or parents about his siblings, Izuku looked down and said they would not listen. He explained that his father was the #1 hero and his mother was #3, and that because his family was famous and strong, his quirklessness made him an embarrassment. Kafka felt a pang in his chest. This version of Izuku seemed even more tragic than the one he knew. He reached for his phone and told Izuku to give him his contact information. Izuku said he had left his phone in class, so Kafka told him to stay where he was and offered to walk home together when it was time. Izuku's eyes lit up at the suggestion. They walked the final stretch home in silence, the evening air filled only by the sound of their steps. When they arrived, Kafka stared in shock at the house before them. The building looked more like a luxurious hotel than a home, with towering walls, intricate architecture, and an imposing gate that spoke of wealth and influence. Izuku, a little embarrassed, confirmed that it was his house, and Kafka could only gape at the scale of the estate and wonder just how powerful Izuku's family must be. They paused at the gate. Kafka turned to Izuku, raised a fist, and smirked. Kafka dismissed himself and offered a casual gesture of camaraderie. Izuku blinked, looked at Kafka's raised hand, and bumped fists with him, a small, genuine smile tugging at his lips. Izuku thanked Kafka quietly. Kafka replied with a casual goodbye and walked away. Izuku stood watching his retreating figure, the warmth in his chest lingering. The smile faded as he opened the front door and stepped inside. In the hallway, Izumi and Zuko glared at him. Izumi observed that he seemed to have made a friend. Izuku lowered his eyes and stepped forward cautiously. Zuko snapped at him to pay attention, grabbed his collar, and yanked him close, calling him a loser. Izuku stuttered, explaining that the person was someone he had met that day and nothing more. Izumi crossed her arms and said it sounded like a lie. Zuko dismissed him as a liar, then shoved him hard in the stomach. Izuku doubled over and fell to the floor, clutching himself. Izumi told him to get out of the way, and the two stepped past him without concern. Izuku groaned and slowly pulled himself to his feet, then staggered into the living room where his mother, Inko, sat reading a magazine. Inko glanced up, frowned, and scolded him sharply. Izuku's breath caught. He looked down and mutely said that it was nothing, then walked past her and climbed the stairs to his room with each step heavier than the last. His room held only the bare essentials: a single bed, a small bookshelf, and a cracked window letting in the faint evening light. He closed the door and sat against the wall in silence that felt deafening. Sore and shaking, he still managed a faint smile. Despite the bruises and the pain, he thought about how Kafka had not looked at him with disgust when they met, about how Kafka had stood up to stronger people without flinching, and how he had called him brother. That simple act was the first warmth Izuku had felt in a cold world. He hoped they could be friends. He stared at the ceiling until muffled voices downstairs faded and a single tear slipped free. Even through the pain, a spark of hope had ignited. For the first time in a long while, he did not feel completely alone. Elsewhere, Kafka walked alone through empty city streets as the sun set, hands in his pockets and his mind replaying the day's chaotic events. He thought the world felt wrong. Familiar faces like Ida, Uraraka, and Momo, who should have been kind instead acting like bullies, and Kirishima, who seemed unrecognizable. The image of Izuku's battered face tightened his jaw. Kafka considered the possibility that this was an alternate version of the world, perhaps some warped fanfic he had been pulled into. He remembered his father mentioning a quirk called kaiju, a transformation that could turn him into a giant, powerful form with unusual features and energy. The thought made him grin. He planned to test that power eventually. A faint scream cut through the evening, sharp and close. Kafka's instincts went on alert and he slipped into an alley, moving quickly and quietly. Around a corner he found 6 figures clustered around a struggling girl. One leaned lazily against a wall while the others circled her. The girl trembled in the center, arms pinned, pale and tearful. Her school uniform was torn at the shoulder. Kafka recognized her face from somewhere, perhaps school or a chance glance before. The thugs had surrounded and restrained her. Anger flared in Kafka. Electricity flickered along his skin as he stepped forward. One thug turned in surprise and Kafka's fist ignited with green lightning. He struck with a focused burst of power that sent the thug flying back across the alley, slamming into the brick and dropping in a stunned heap. The remaining thugs spun around, eyes wide in disbelief and alarm. They shouted and demanded to know who he was, but Kafka ignored them and moved to the girl's side. Gently, he draped his jacket around her shoulders to warm her, telling her that she was safe now. She clutched the jacket, trembling and unable to speak. Kafka stood and faced the other thugs, his eyes gleaming in the dim light with a faint green pulse behind them. The group hesitated, unsettled by how suddenly the situation had shifted, and the girl held onto Kafka's jacket as he steadied her, keeping watch until the thread eased. Kafka's body hummed with energy, something inside him waking up and rising. Kafka thought angrily that this would not take long. He walked forward, the moonlight casting shadows across the ruined street. His face was half transformed, his right eye glowed with a primal blue light, veins of kaiju energy pulsing from his temple to his jaw. His arms had bulked with scaled muscle and his claws twitched. His movements strained the pavement beneath him, half man, half monster. 3 thugs stood in his way. The first dismissed him as just a kid, and the second asked what was up with him. They showed no sign of fear, and neither did Kafka at first. The first man charged with a machete-like sword raised overhead. Kafka stepped back just in time as the blade missed his head by inches. He thought to himself to take it slow, then he kicked. His kaiju-enhanced leg struck the thug, sending him stumbling back and crashing into a dumpster with a metallic bang. The other thugs froze. They no longer laughed. The second thug stammered, asking what he was, but Kafka moved before they could react. He darted forward faster than their eyes could follow, grabbed one man by the collar, and slammed him down with a heavy thud. Another tried to punch him. Kafka wove aside, elbowed his side, then twisted behind and flipped him over, forcing him to the ground. One by one they dropped. Kafka growled that they were pathetic. He stood in the center of the alleyway, breathing hard as his kaiju features began to recede slightly. It seemed over, or so he thought, until a scream cut the air. Kafka spun around, his heart pounding. The girl they had been harassing stood with her back against a wall, a small cut on her cheek. Behind her, the first thug, somehow risen again, dragged his sword with a twisted grin and taunted her, warning her not to move. Before the thug could finish, Kafka blinked and vanished. He reappeared between them in a blur of speed. Kafka growled an angry curse and moved to stop him. The soft golden hue of dawn slipped through the slits in the curtains, painting long shadows across the wooden floor. The small room was modest, the walls bare except for a few old posters of heroes Kafka did not know. A cluttered desk held notebooks and pens, and a single bed sat under the window. A shelf in the corner held schoolbooks, a few action figures, and a dusty alarm clock that had not gone off. Beneath the blanket, the boy stirred. A mop of thick black hair shifted as he slowly opened his dark, coal-like eyes, which held a heavy stillness. Kafka noticed he was still here, in this body. He sat up, his long bangs hung over his eyes, nearly covering the tired expression on his youthful face. His feet met the cool wooden floor and the air in the room was still. Kafka walked into the bathroom beneath a flickering light. He studied the mirror and saw a boy with lean features and shadowed eyes. He splashed cold water on his face and watched droplets trace down his cheek, grounding himself with the rhythmic scrape of a toothbrush. After drying his face with a towel, he stepped into the hallway and into the living room, where the scent of freshly brewed coffee lingered. His father sat on a worn couch reading a thick book titled Pathways of Power, wearing simple pajamas and glasses low on his nose. Shinji looked up and smiled, greeting him warmly as a champ. Kafka responded quietly that it was morning. Shinji, pleasantly surprised, encouraged him to go for a jog, and Kafka nodded faintly and thanked him. He slipped on worn sneakers by the mat, opened the door slowly to let the cool morning air in, and said goodbye as he left. Shinji raised his coffee in a toast and called goodbye in return. Kafka jogged down the still empty neighborhood street. The sky was a pale mix of orange and blue and the streetlights blinked off as he passed. The further he went, the quieter it became. He reached the edge of a forest, a place he had seen on the way to school but never entered, and thought that this should do. He stepped into the thicket and leaves crunched underfoot as the sun barely touched the ground. He pushed past branches until he reached a small clearing. The wind whispered and the trees stood silent like ancient sentinels. He prepared himself to begin. A low hum echoed through the clearing and green lightning flickered at his fingertips, snaking along his arms as iridescent scales shimmered across his skin. The air thickened with power. Kafka told himself it was time to test this out. His breathing slowed as he focused and let the storm within him rise. Crackles of green lightning lit around his arms, his pupils thinned, and his muscles shifted as shimmering kaiju-scale armor emerged across his shoulders and legs. Jagged claws formed at his fingertips and his hair lifted with static charge. A hint of a tail flickered into existence for a moment before fading. He noted that with this he was stronger and faster, and felt a surge of confidence. He crouched low, then launched himself in a blur, sprinting through the trees like a green bullet. Wind whipped around him and the forest blurred by. He leaped, clearing a long distance easily, and landed on a branch as if it were solid ground. Kafka was amazed and grinned. He sprang from branch to branch like a jungle creature, flipping midair, spinning off trees, and rebounding with parkour-style agility. He laughed to himself, thinking this was insane. Landing in a clearing with a skid, his claws dug into the dirt. He raised his fist and green lightning danced around it. He decided to try a punch. He swung, and a shockwave burst outward, breaking the tree in front of him. Two more behind it splintered and collapsed with booming crashes. Kafka blinked, stunned, then registered the strength with a deadpan moment before grinning widely and realizing he was not even at full power yet. He charged his hands again, kicked off the ground into a spinning aerial flip, and brought his leg down in a sweeping spin kick that sent a gust of wind through the clearing. It had been 2 weeks since Kafka had stepped into this world. 2 weeks of observation. 2 weeks of patience. 2 weeks of keeping his rage buried just beneath the surface. He wasn't here to play the hero. Not yet. He had goals, small ones at first, but ones that mattered. The first goal was simple: gather information. That part had come naturally, thanks to Izuku. Izukiyagi was a kid who, in Kafka's past life, had been only a fictional character, an overeager, kind-hearted nerd. But here he was real, flesh and blood, broken and bruised but not beyond saving. He talked. A lot. While others found Izuku's constant muttering annoying, Kafka listened. Every ramble, every stuttered fact about heroes, quirks, statistics, and schools, he absorbed it all. He learned about the top 5 hero schools around the world. UA wasn't the only elite academy. There were prestigious institutions in England, Russia, Korea, Germany, and America, all producing people strong enough to bend the world around them. Izuku knew their names, their rankings, their quirks, their feats. He was a treasure trove of information hidden behind green eyes and a nervous smile. Kafka listened, nodded, and remembered. But information was only the first step. The second focus was training. From the moment Kafka entered this world, he realized the body he inhabited had potential. It wasn't weak, just unused, like a sword left in the rain, rusted over but not broken. So every day after school, and sometimes before sunrise, Kafka trained. He didn't have access to fancy gear or pro instructors, but he had something else: experience from his past life. Thousands of pages of manga, hundreds of anime arcs, years of studying fighting styles, both fictional and real. And more than that, he had rage, quiet, simmering rage at how this world treated people like Izuku, at how the strong crushed the weak and called it natural. He turned that rage into fuel. Push-ups until his arms trembled. Shadowboxing until sweat blurred his vision. Cardio until his lungs burned. Strength training using anything he could get his hands on. Controlled breathing, reflex drills, and pain tolerance work every day a little stronger. In 2 weeks he refined his body to be faster, more agile, more resilient. The progress wasn't supernatural, it was earned. And he wasn't even close to his limit. The third goal, the most important, was protecting Izuku. Kafka made it a routine, a rhythm, a ritual. Every morning he waited outside Izuku's house. He rarely knocked or called. He stood there, hands in his pockets, hood up, eyes cold. He was there to watch and to guard. Izuku would open the door, surprised at first, but eventually he stopped asking questions. He would smile and walk beside Kafka, talking about whatever hero news had popped up overnight. Kafka took him to school, rarely speaking during the walk. His presence was enough. Once at the gates, Kafka stayed until a teacher arrived. He didn't care if he was late to his own class. Izuku's safety came first. During lunch, he appeared again, tray in hand, sliding into the seat across from Izuku as if it were his second home. The stares and whispers didn't matter. After school he walked him home. No questions, no explanations. Just protection. Little by little, Kafka saw change. Izuku's shoulders weren't as slouched. His eyes weren't constantly darting around in fear. His steps were firmer and more confident. The bruises were fading. 2 weeks earlier, Izuku's arms had been covered in purple marks and his legs had trembled when he walked. Now his limbs were steadier, his face clearer. The bruises had faded into pale reminders of healing. Kafka walked beside him one afternoon as the sky turned orange and the wind cooled their uniforms. He glanced at Izuku's arm, saw smooth skin, and allowed himself to smile. He didn't smile often, but this one felt natural. He thought that was a better look. This wasn't just a mission anymore. He wasn't only here to get stronger. He was watching someone rise. There were still 4 months until UA's entrance exam. Kafka was more than ready to get in. Izuku still needed work and training. Kafka's mind drifted as they walked. He considered the rules of the world he had read about in passing and concluded that if this was an anime world, anime logic might apply. He could take advantage of that. He thought of characters known for training hard and shaping others into weapons, blank slates with raw heart and iron will. He smiled at the possibility of shaping Izuku into something better, faster, smarter, stronger. He listened as Izuku ranted about the top 10 heroes in Germany and kept planning. This felt like the beginning. The next morning was quiet and cloudy. Kafka stood in front of the Yagi residence, hands in his pockets, eyes half-lidded with boredom, and knocked lazily on the door. He waited a few seconds and thought that if Izuku was sleep-talking about heroes again, he would leave. The door creaked open, and it wasn't who he expected. Izumi Tashinori stood in the doorway. Short green hair and the same emerald eyes as her brother, but sharper, as if they could cut right through you. Her expression was unreadable rather than hostile. Kafka blinked and asked whether Izuku was home. He tilted his head to peek past her, but she remained still, a calm wall in a skirt. Izumi replied that Izuku was out. Their mother had sent him to fetch something and he would be back in a few minutes. She invited Kafka inside to wait. Kafka hesitated, surprised and confused. He expected a colder reception, but curiosity won out. He accepted and stepped inside. He sat on the couch like he belonged there, kicked off his shoes, and leaned back with his arms behind his head, relaxed outwardly while his mind spun. A few minutes passed in silence before Izumi sat across from him and watched him carefully. Kafka remained silent, aware that this new, quiet interaction was another piece of the strange life he was building in this world. Neither did she. Kafka felt awkward and a little sweaty. If this were an anime, dramatic piano would be playing in the background. Izumi hesitated and called out a tentative greeting. Kafka answered with a puzzled sound. Izumi asked whether Kafka knew Izuku was quirkless. Kafka confirmed, and Izumi pressed on, asking why Kafka would protect someone she considered worthless and warning that associating with Izuku harmed his reputation. Kafka raised an eyebrow and found the whole notion baffling. He wondered aloud what reputation she meant. He only ever talked to Izuku and the vending machine he punched when it ate his change. Izumi pointed out that some people thought Kafka a delinquent or a loser. Kafka met her gaze and asked why he should care what others thought, explaining that he did what he wanted and lived for himself rather than for applause. Izumi softened, arguing that since Izuku was quirkless and weak, the strong naturally stepped on the weak. Kafka shook his head and rejected that idea. He said he believed the strong were meant to protect the weak, otherwise strength had no purpose. He remembered Izuku and spoke more gently, saying that although Izuku might not have a quirk, he had more heart than many people with flashy powers. Kafka described Izuku as funny, kind, and charming even when he muttered a lot. He admitted he found some of Izuku's obsessions oddly endearing. Izumi said nothing further and Kafka did not push. The door clicked open, and Izuku stood there, hair messy and eyes wide at the sight of Kafka lounging on the family couch as if it were his own. Izuku reacted with shock, and Kafka grinned and waved, greeting him casually. Izuku asked what Kafka was doing there, and Kafka said he had come to hang out and to tell Izuku something. He scanned Izuku, noted that he was healing well, and thanked Izumi for the conversation before walking over to ruffle Izuku's hair playfully. He invited Izuku to go with him, and Izuku's smile grew wide and bright. Izumi watched them leave, feeling a tightness in her chest and a flutter in her fingers. She wondered why her heart was racing and why Izuku's smile, the kind he wore as a child, seemed so different around her now. She remembered when they had been close, defending each other, and for the first time in a long while she wished she knew what had changed between them. Outside, Kafka and Izuku walked to a park. The park was quiet, brushed by a warm breeze, birds chirped, children played in the distance, and the sky was painted in soft orange and blue. They sat on a bench by a half-dead tree. Kafka slouched with his legs stretched out while Izuku fidgeted with his sleeves. Izuku asked what Kafka wanted to talk about. Kafka turned serious and asked Izuku what a hero meant to him. Izuku was confused and suggested that a hero might be someone who saved people with their quirk. Kafka disagreed. He explained that a hero was not defined by powers but by the heart. He gestured toward Izuku's chest and emphasized that courage and compassion mattered more than flashy abilities. He told Izuku he wanted to help him become a hero and to walk that path with him. Izuku's eyes widened and he began to cry, overwhelmed by the offer and by emotion. Kafka stepped closer and ruffled Izuku's messy green hair, assuring him that being quirkless did not disqualify him from being a hero. Izuku laughed through his tears, messy and honest, and Kafka resolved to help him grow stronger. The beach was quiet except for the rhythm of waves. The salty air clung to their skin and seagulls circled above. Kafka stood near the edge of the sand, hoodie off, stretching with casual confidence that made him seem like he knew what he was doing even if he did not. Izuku stood behind him, hands on his knees, catching his breath from walking. Izuku asked what they were doing there. Kafka announced that they were training. He admitted his methods were improvised but inspired by anime tropes and then outlined a rigorous plan of 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, and 500 pull-ups. They started with a 10-kilometer run around the beach, and then Kafka turned with a dangerous grin and suggested sparring. Izuku felt his whole body go cold and protested that it might be too much. Kafka shrugged as if he had only asked him to carry groceries and insisted they keep training. There were only 4 months left until the UA entrance exam and every day counted. Izuku looked uncertain and asked if Kafka really thought he could do it. Kafka replied calmly and with quiet strength that he believed in him. Izuku blinked as if the breeze had paused, then reminded Kafka that he was quirkless. Kafka stepped forward and tapped him lightly on the forehead, telling him to stop feeling sorry for himself. He leaned down to meet Izuku eye to eye and said he knew Izuku could do it, not because of a quirk or miracle, but because he had the heart for it, and urged him to stop doubting himself and to trust him. Izuku's throat tightened and he nodded, agreeing to give it his all. 2 hours later, Izuku lay flat on the sand, shirt soaked and hair gritty, his arms twitching as if he were still doing push-ups in his dreams. He said he thought he had seen his life flash before his eyes. Kafka stood nearby, hardly winded, balancing on one foot and stretching as if they had only finished warm-ups. Kafka pointed out that Izuku had only completed 2 of the 5 items on the list. Izuku apologized that he couldn't keep up. Kafka smiled gently and reminded him it was only his first day and they could build from there. He handed Izuku a water bottle and told him that even if he was crawling, as long as he kept moving forward, he was already winning. Izuku offered a shaky but genuine thanks. Kafka watched the sunset paint the sky orange and pink and thought that the world was strange but beautiful, resolving to live tomorrow to the fullest with no regrets. He suggested making the next day count. Izuku asked half-jokingly if he would get to live tomorrow. Kafka laughed and said that depended on whether Izuku's soul survived sparring, and the two of them laughed together until their ribs ached. 2 months later, under a blazing sun and with the waves crashing quietly behind them, Izuku, now visibly more toned, dashed forward with a sharp yell, green eyes focused. Kafka challenged him to bring it. Their fists collided midair, each strike creating gusts of wind that whipped the sand. Their movements blurred. The sparring had become a fast rhythm of reading each other's patterns and testing limits. Kafka ducked low beneath Izuku's punch and uppercut, sending Izuku stumbling back. Izuku recovered and spun to throw a heavy right hook. Kafka anticipated the move, caught Izuku's arm, shifted his weight, and executed a martial arts throw that slammed Izuku into the sand. Izuku planted his hands, spun in midair, and landed cleanly. Kafka admired the move inwardly. Izuku declared he wasn't done and charged again, aiming a punch at Kafka's face. Kafka leapt, twisted midair, and landed a clean kick across Izuku's jaw. Izuku landed with a backflip, panting but proud, claiming he had gotten him that time. From the small dent in the sand where Kafka had fallen, Kafka sprang up with a burst of force that cracked the ground beneath him and grinned, praising Izuku. Izuku complained that it wasn't fair that he had hit Kafka with his strongest attack and Kafka had gotten up like it was nothing, still holding back and not even using his quirk. Kafka admitted with a laugh that Izuku was right. He examined Izuku's now muscular body and was quietly impressed by how far he had come in 2 months, patting himself on the back for being a good teacher. Kafka then said it was time to have fun and, with a sly grin and a faint glow beginning to build around him, told Izuku that now that he had unlocked level 1, Kafka would stop playing nice. Izuku gulped, certain he might die. Later, in the neon haze of the city, Kafka led them through cracked pavement and buzzing signs. He scanned alleys, rooftops, and hidden corners like a hunter, and Izuku followed nervously, asking where they were going. Kafka closed his eyes, inhaled, and focused. The city was crawling with heroes, villains, and broken power fantasies, and there was always something stirring. A faint, distant scream cut through the air. Kafka's expression sharpened and he smiled. He had found something. Before Izuku could react, Kafka grabbed him by the collar and they moved with inhuman speed, blurring through side streets and past trash-strewn lots. Seconds later they stopped in front of an old, decaying building with shattered windows and a bent fence. Kafka admitted he didn't know exactly where they were, but they were about to find out. Izuku hesitated and then followed him inside. The interior smelled of mold and rot, and each step crunched on glass and debris. Kafka motioned for Izuku to stay low behind a thick stone pillar, and together they peered into the main hall. A woman lay on the floor, clearly injured and unconscious with a wound on her temple. A man nearby struggled against restraints and was shouting that she was his wife. Against a wall, a small child sat shaken and bruised. One of the thugs walked toward the child with cruel amusement and demanded that the child be quiet. The man yelled for them to wait, pleading desperately. The father protested that the boy was just a child. Thug 1 coldly told him that he should have kept his mouth shut. He raised his fist, then a foot connected with his face and sent him flying across the room. Izuku landed between the thugs and the boy, crouching like a guardian, eyes blazing with fury. Izuku growled that they were scum. The room fell silent for a moment. The remaining thugs exchanged confused glances and then grinned. Thug 2 mocked, asking if he was just a brat. Thug 3 cracked his knuckles and threatened that the kid was dead meat. They charged. One morphed his arms into gleaming knives, another exhaled a thick, green mist, and a third's hands began to glow with unstable power. Izuku's eyes widened and he wondered why they moved so slowly. Blows came at him, but he moved instinctively, ducking and twisting with water-like reflexes honed by training and survival. In a whirlwind of movement, 6 of them were down, dazed and groaning. The rest froze. Izuku thought they were nothing compared to Kafka. A shockwave tore through the air and a powerful fist blurred toward him. Izuku dodged, but the force knocked him back across the floor. He looked up to see a tall man with broad shoulders and spiked crimson hair, rage radiating from him. The tall man demanded to know who the kid was. A panicked thug identified Izuku as the punk who had wrecked their crew. The boss stepped forward, face twisted in fury. He raised his hand, fingers glowed with red energy, and when he snapped, a searing bolt of energy struck Izuku's chest, knocking the wind out of him and forcing him against the wall. Izuku coughed and collapsed, breath ragged. He pushed himself up despite the pain. The boss grinned darkly and announced that it was time to play. His hand lit with energy again and a searing red beam shot across the room. Izuku dove and rolled to the side as debris exploded around him. Several more beams followed. Izuku zigzagged through them. One grazed his leg, another barely missed his head. He landed behind a tipped metal table, panting and sweating. Izuku thought the boss was too fast, the power like a cannon. The boss raised his palm and taunted him as Hero Boy. A beam sliced through the table and struck Izuku's left shoulder, sending him crashing into the wall. He crumpled to the ground, clutching his shoulder as intense pain and numbness spread through his arm. He pushed himself up a moment later. The boss mocked him, suggesting all his bravado was just noise. Izuku reached for a nearby chair and hurled it. The boss blasted the chair into splinters and stepped through the smoke, firing again. Another beam struck Izuku's side and forced him down to one knee. He was coughing from the impact but managed to stay conscious. The boss advanced, energy glowing in his hand, and taunted him to make it easier by staying down. Izuku, bleeding and shaken, could barely breathe. Then Kafka stepped forward and challenged them. Both the thugs and Izuku froze. Kafka stood a few meters away, arms crossed, positioned between the criminals and the family like an immovable wall. The boy stared at Kafka in awe, the father gasped, and the injured woman clutched her torn shirt. Kafka's eyes locked onto Izuku's with an unyielding intensity. He told Izuku that heroes were not born perfect but forged in fire, that every punch and wound meant he was still fighting, that heroes did not stop when it hurt or when things were unfair. He reminded him that they fall and then rise again because someone is always watching and hoping, because someone needs them. Then Kafka commanded Izuku to get the hell up. A sudden gust swept through the shattered windows as if the air itself answered Kafka's words. Izuku's pupils widened. His body screamed in pain, but something inside him ignited. He thought Kafka was right and that he could not stop. He planted his foot, straightened his back, and his eyes flashed with green lightning. The boss's smile faltered. The boss snarled at him and fired another beam. Izuku rolled under it and launched a spinning kick into the man's arm, sending the beam off course and blowing a hole in the ceiling. Gritting his teeth, Izuku grabbed another piece of debris and threw it as a distraction. The boss blasted it apart, but Izuku slid through the scattering wreckage and slammed a full-powered punch into the back of the boss's knee. The boss roared, spun, and fired point blank. The beam grazed Izuku's side, tearing his shirt and searing him, but he did not fall. Wounded and determined, Izuku pushed forward. He leapt, bounced off a wall, and came down with a spinning dropkick that buckled the boss's knees. He followed with a rapid series of strikes, an uppercut, a cross, and a final blow that sent the boss crashing through a pile of crates and knocked him out cold. Silence filled the room. Izuku stood there, hands bruised and scraped, panting and trembling but unbowed. He looked down at his injured hand and smiled to himself, realizing he had done it. A slow clap sounded from the hallway. A voice remarked that he had really taken down the python. 5 new figures in dark combat gear appeared, watching like vultures. Izuku thought there was more. His knees finally gave out and he collapsed to the floor. One of the newcomers calmly suggested finishing them off, and they began to move toward the fallen boy. Izuku could not move, his eyes shut. After a few minutes, Izuku's eyes opened to blurry trees overhead. For a moment he felt as if he were floating until he realized there was warmth beneath him. His face was resting against someone's back. He blinked and slowly raised his head to find Kafka carrying him piggyback, shoulders relaxed and steps steady. Kafka's features softened into a slight grin as if teasing that Izuku was awake. Izuku hazily demanded to know where they were. Kafka chuckled and said they were outside. Izuku asked frantically about the villain and the family. Kafka explained that the police had arrived and taken the family to safety, and that he had slipped away with Izuku before anyone could see a bit of illegal vigilante work. Izuku widened his eyes and asked if they were okay. Kafka smiled softly and assured him that they were. Izuku stared at Kafka's back as his heartbeat finally calmed. The weight on his chest felt lighter, not because his wounds had fully healed, but because a strange peace had settled over him. He rested his head back down and thanked Kafka quietly. Kafka turned his head just enough to smile and replied that he was always there for a hero. Back at the abandoned building, flashing red and blue lights bathed the walls while officers combed through the rubble. Yellow tape ringed the destroyed cinema. A stretcher carried a shaken but alive family to an ambulance. Footsteps approached, measured and heavy. A tall, tired man with wild hair and sharp, half-lidded eyes moved through the crowd. A police officer told him this was a crime scene, and the man showed his identification. The officer recognized him as Erase Your Head. Present Mike and Miss Joker followed, their faces somber. Aizawa said they were there to assess what happened and asked for a report. The officer hesitated, then admitted the family was too traumatized to speak and led them through a steel door. The team froze at the sight. A massive crater dominated the center of the room. Walls were torn apart and the roof was completely gone. Chunks of ceiling lay scattered like meteorites. 6 people lay across the ruined space, scattered and heavily battered. One with red hair was conscious, bruised and groaning. Another had an arm bent at an unnatural angle. A third appeared to have been struck hard and was pale and dazed. One person was pinned against the wall and did not move. Another had a badly burned leg and smoke still curled from the fabric. The last was barely conscious, trembling. Aizawa crouched beside the one who was still awake and wounded. He asked what had happened and who had done this. The man did not answer at first, then suddenly screamed that a demon had done it and to stay away. His voice cracked with terror and pain. Miss Joker's eyes widened and Present Mike clenched his fists. Aizawa narrowed his gaze, considering the possibility of something beyond ordinary villainy. He observed that this attack had not been the work of someone trying to be a hero. He questioned whether a villain had carried it out, unsure why any villain would attack their own. The ruined room, the scattered figures, and the silence that hung over the scene felt like a nightmare none of them would forget. The sun hung low over the horizon, painting streaks of gold and crimson across a quiet ocean. A gentle breeze carried the salt and grit of the shoreline as waves whispered against the sand where two young men trained. Izuku Yagi, arms trembling, struggled through push-ups with stone slabs strapped to his back. Kafka balanced on one arm with 6 large blocks secured to his legs and moved with steady precision, unshaken. Izuku counted up slowly as his body screamed with effort. He pushed through to 200 and collapsed onto the sand with a heavy thud, the weight dropping from his back. He lay flat, chest heaving, unable to move. Kafka continued without hesitation, counting steadily until he reached 1,000. He kicked the blocks into the air, rotated perfectly, and landed in a flawless crouch. As the blocks descended, he caught them all with one hand and rose with the sun behind him, a silhouette of calm strength. Kafka grinned and teased Izuku with a nickname. Izuku, groaning, said he could eat a whole whale but needed a moment to recover. Kafka laughed, dropped the blocks beside his friend, and sat in the sand. Kafka noticed how Izuku had changed. He no longer looked like someone drowning in self-doubt. He moved like a person who had crawled from rock bottom and refused to stop climbing. With only a short time left until their next test, Kafka believed Izuku would surprise everyone. They rested, listening to the waves. Kafka stretched and asked if Izuku was hungry. Izuku, still panting, replied that he could eat anything but needed a minute. Kafka called him a pansy with a smirk. Izuku retorted with a crude dismissal and Kafka urged him to hurry. For a few peaceful moments there was nothing but the sound of the sea and the cry of distant seagulls. Kafka watched the reflection of the sun on the water and thought that the calm they felt had been earned through chaos and pain. He remembered how Izuku had come to him broken, and now he rose faster after every fall. That relentlessness, Kafka thought, was what made him dangerous. Izuku asked if Kafka thought he was ready. Kafka considered him for a long beat and answered that Izuku was not ready in the conventional sense. Instead he was burning. Kafka explained that being ready implied waiting for the perfect moment, while burning meant moving forward anyway flawed, afraid, and imperfect, but relentless. He told Izuku that a true hero did not need perfection, only the ability to get back up. Izuku's lips trembled with something like relief and strength. He thanked Kafka, and Kafka responded with a small, confident smile, thinking that Izuku would surprise everyone. They sat in silence as the orange sun dipped below the horizon, shadows stretching toward the unknown. Kafka remarked that it was a beautiful sight. When darkness softened the streets, neon signs glowed and people drifted along their routines. Izuku Yagi and Kafka walked side by side, the two of them moving forward together. The air between them was calm and light, filled with the steady rhythm of footfalls and the casual hum of conversation. Izuku did most of the talking, his voice enthusiastic and almost boyish despite the strain of their earlier training. He enthusiastically described Angela, the German top 2 hero, marveling at her close-quarters skill, reflexes, and the oversized sword she used, and recalled an interview where she said she moved without thinking. Kafka walked silently beside him with a half-smile, hands in his pockets and eyes occasionally flicking to Izuku as he rambled about heroes, quirks, and battle tactics. Kafka thought that Izuku really loved heroes. A soft cry interrupted them. They both froze. Ahead, a small boy sat alone on the curb, tears essing down his dusty cheeks and shoulders trembling. The child cried out for his mother. Izuku stepped forward without hesitation and knelt in front of the boy, his posture relaxed and his expression warm. The boy sniffled and wiped his nose, saying that he had lost his mother and did not know where she had gone. Izuku gently suggested that they find her together, then stood and carefully lifted the boy onto his shoulders, asking him to let him know if he saw his mother. The child clung for balance and nodded. Izuku turned to Kafka with an apologetic look about their interrupted plans. Kafka smiled and urged them to go, and Izuku returned the smile. They moved through the city, checking every alley and storefront. Pedestrians glanced at the unusual pair, one teenager carrying a crying child on his shoulders, the other quietly flanking them like a guardian. For a while there was no sign, but Izuku never complained. Then the child shouted that he had seen his mother. Izuku stopped and followed the child's pointed finger. Across the street, a frantic woman scanned the crowd. Her eyes locked on them, and she ran without hesitation. Izuku placed the child down just in time for him to run into her arms. She collapsed to her knees, holding him tightly and sobbing with relief. Kafka stood a few feet back with arms crossed, gaze steady but softened. The woman thanked them with red, grateful eyes. Izuku said he was just glad the child was safe. She bowed deeply, took her child's hand, and began to walk away. The boy waved back to them, and Izuku smiled and waved as the small family disappeared into the crowd. Silence settled between the two boys. Izuku's hand lowered slowly. Kafka glanced sideways at him and noticed that, although Izuku still smiled, there was a distant sadness behind his warmth. Kafka quietly praised him for doing the right thing. Izuku looked up, surprised, then returned a genuine, soft smile. They stood shoulder to shoulder while the city buzzed around them, two boys who had grown up too fast yet somehow had not lost themselves. After a moment, they began to walk again in companionable silence. Kafka observed with a smirk that even in this twisted version of their world, and after all the pain Izuku had endured, he remained kind and full of heroic heart. A few days later the bell had just rung and the classroom atmosphere felt tense. The end of the school year loomed and anticipation hummed through the room. Kafka sat by the window with his chin on one hand, half listening as the teachers spoke about futures and the dream of becoming pro-heroes. Kafka thought many of his classmates' quirks barely qualified as useful, and he sighed softly as they laughed and joked. The teacher announced that one student aimed for UA High and called Kafka's name. The room fell still and dozens of eyes turned on him with disdain. Kafka did not flinch. He leaned back and said that he had the heart for it and asked if anyone had a problem with that. His gaze swept the room, hard and unwavering. Some students looked away, others sneered but offered no response. Kafka turned back to the window, exhaling, and wondered how Izuku was doing. In another classroom the mood was louder and tense. The teacher listed 9 applicants to UA, including Izuku. When the teacher noted Izuku's application, snickers spread across the room. Izuku sat at his desk with his face half hidden and trembling. Bakugo loudly mocked the idea of Izuku becoming a hero and laughed at him. Zuko and others grinned. Some students whispered that it was embarrassing. The teacher tried to restore order and began class, but Bakugo leaned over to Zuko and suggested giving Izuku a goodbye gift later, and Zuko agreed with a smirk. Izumi glanced over with a blank expression, but her eyes flickered before she turned back to the board. After class, Kafka slung his bag over his shoulder and strolled down the hallway to Izuku's classroom, pushing open the door to find it empty. Desks were vacant and Izuku's bag remained behind, but he was not there. Kafka wondered aloud where everyone had gone and started to leave. A brown-haired girl with glasses stood at the doorway, fidgeting with her fingers, and nervously indicated that she had something to say and that she probably should not say it, but they took Izuku to the gymnasium. Kafka's eyes widened. He didn't finish his sentence because Izuku was already gone. He leapt from a window, landed on his feet, and ran. Screams and shouts filled the halls as Kafka sprinted, heart pounding and breath sharp. He cursed to himself as he pushed onward. When he reached the gymnasium, a crowd of students had formed a half-circle. Kafka shoved through them despite their startled reactions. Then he saw Izuku and froze. Izuku stood slumped, bruised and barely conscious, held in place by Zuko, Kirishima, and Ida. Bakugo stood before him with his fists raised and an angry grin. Katsumi, Momo, and Ochako were nearby, laughing as if it were a joke. Izumi watched silently from the back. Bakugo noticed Kafka in the crowd and grinned, taunting him. Izuku lifted his head slightly, barely able to speak, and called weakly for Kafka. A trickle from his nose betrayed the force of the attack. Kafka said nothing. He moved with an iciness that calmed the room, his gaze locked on Izuku. Bakugo's grin faltered as sparks popped from his palms, but Kafka ignored him and knelt beside Izuku, apologizing for being late as he assessed his friend. When Kirishima stepped forward aggressively, Kafka grabbed his arm and twisted. Kirishima cried out and dropped to his knees, clutching his arm in pain. Ida charged, but Kafka's response was faster. He struck Ida and sent him flying across the gym, where he collapsed and lost consciousness. Green energy flickered across Kafka's body. Thin, scale-like patterns shimmered along his arms as if something beneath his skin strained to surface. He moved at uncanny speed, delivering a series of precise blows that left Zuko reeling and collapsed on the floor, dazed. Bakugo tried to attack from behind, but Kafka met him with a knee that doubled him over. Kafka warned that he would deal with Bakugo later. The three girls stopped laughing. Their previous amusement vanished and terror took its place. Kafka's eyes swept over them. Katsumi panicked and hurled a small device that produced smoke and a loud pop, but the smoke cleared to reveal Kafka unharmed and already before them. In an instant his hand was at Ochako's throat, lifting her effortlessly. Her friends screamed and pleaded, but Kafka demanded that they laugh as he had been mocked. They complied through fear, their laughter hollow and anxious. He released Ochako, who collapsed to the floor gasping. Kafka turned to Bakugo and struck repeatedly, each hit driven by controlled, furious force rather than gore. The room filled with shocked cries as Bakugo fell, eventually unable to continue. An invisible force then threw Kafka back across the floor. He looked up to see Izumi trembling, her hands glowing faintly with telekinetic energy as she attempted to intervene. Izumi begged him to stop, voice shaking. Kafka advanced despite her warning, his shadow long and hard. She braced for another blow, but before anything happened a weak hand closed on Kafka's wrist. It was Izuku, barely on his feet and bloodied, asking for the violence to end. Kafka studied him for a long moment, then let the energy fade. He lifted Izuku gently, shielding him from the others as he turned his back. Kafka warned everyone that if anyone touched Izuku again they would face serious consequences. The students froze. Momo and Ochako fell to their knees and trembled. Katsumi stared at the floor, hands shaking. Izumi remained silent, haunted by Kafka's cold eyes. Kafka carried Izuku out of the gym without looking back. The students parted for him, staring at the chaos left behind. Ida slumped and out of it, Zuko knocked out, Kirishima injured and in pain, Bakugo unconscious. A whisper ran through the crowd calling Kafka a monster. Kafka only stared at the exit, anger and resolution in his expression. He thought that the world truly was broken. Hours later Kafka sat in the hospital hallway, elbows on his knees and one hand tangled in his hair. His knuckles were pale from gripping too tightly. He couldn't calm down, breathing exercises offered no relief. Every blink brought Izuku's bruised face to mind and the small, relieved smile Izuku had managed despite the pain. Kafka's jaw tightened as he tried to steady himself. A nurse approached and asked his name. When Kafka confirmed it, the nurse smiled gently and told him that his friend Izuku Yagi had made a full recovery. The nurse said he would be cleared to leave in a few minutes. Kafka's lips formed a polite, stiff smile and he thanked her. The nurse hesitated and asked if he was okay, her voice tinged with genuine concern. Kafka forced the smile and assured her he was fine, but she still looked unconvinced and urged him to tell a doctor or a nurse if anything was wrong. Kafka nodded and walked away. He moved down the hall, body tense with each step, and pushed open the door to room Izuku sat on the bed, bandages still wrapped around his arms. His face was mostly healed but bore bruises that had not completely faded. He smiled weakly and genuinely when he saw Kafka. Kafka did not return the smile, he simply stared. Kafka observed Izuku's attempt to appear all right. Izuku nodded hesitantly and kept the smile, saying that he was okay. Kafka's attention sharpened when he noticed faint sparks of electricity gathering at his own fingertips. He asked sharply why Izuku had not fought back. Izuku looked down at the bed sheets, gripping them, and muttered that they would have stopped eventually once they got bored. Something inside Kafka snapped. His jaw tightened and he stepped forward, eyes narrowing. He demanded to know what Izuku meant by that and why he had not defended himself. Izuku flinched and fell quiet. Kafka's fists clenched as small crackles of electricity danced at his fingertips. His anger flared and he told Izuku that he should have fought back and not let those people hurt him. The room hummed with tension. Izuku lowered his gaze, fingers twisting the blanket, and admitted softly that he could not, that he had been afraid. Kafka froze. His anger did not vanish but shifted into a different, raw emotion. He watched Izuku tremble, refuse to meet his eyes, and hold himself tight just to survive. In that moment Kafka saw not the stronger comrade he trained beside, but a frightened child beneath all the scars, a child who had never had the chance to be a child. Kafka's chest tightened as he thought about how traumatized Izuku remained, how every bruise, every cruel word still weighed on him. His breathing slowed and the anger softened into a colder resolve. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Izuku, holding him tightly. Izuku froze at first and then collapsed forward, burying his face in Kafka's chest, sobbing silently and shaking. Kafka held him without speaking, offering warmth and steady presence. Kafka thought that Izuku was just a boy who had been abandoned and beaten, a boy who had been forgotten. He allowed the boy to cry, to be weak, and kept a steady hold until the sobs faded into quiet breathing and Izuku finally fell asleep, broken but safe. Kafka sat there, staring at the wall with a cold, steady determination. He planned silently. The world had failed Izukuyagi for the last time, and Kafka vowed that it would not fail him again. After a few minutes, Kafka stood beside the bed with his arms crossed and waited until Izuku's lashes trembled and his eyes fluttered open. Izuku blinked groggily and asked what time it was in a cracked whisper. Kafka told him it was time to go home, his voice calm and firm. Izuku hesitated, blinked away the fog in his vision, and agreed hoarsely. Kafka stepped back to let Izuku move on his own without offering help. They left the room in silence, footsteps echoing down the sterile corridor. Kafka noticed the nurse from earlier and bowed low in thanks for her help with Izuku. The nurse smiled warmly and replied that it was her job and that she was glad Izuku was doing all right. Izuku, still keeping his eyes low, bowed beside Kafka. They exited the hospital into the Twilight City and caught a train in silence. As they sat side by side, Kafka noticed Izuku's hands trembling again and kept his gaze forward, jaw clenched, expression unreadable. He understood why Izuku remained afraid. He did not ask and offered only steady presence. They arrived after a few quiet stops. As they walked through the neighborhood, the cold air did little to ease the weight on Izuku's chest. Turning a corner, they stopped. 3 luxury cars sat in the driveway of Izuku's house. Izuku froze and began to panic, recognizing the makes and models. He told Kafka to go home, thanking him for walking him this far and insisting he would be fine. Kafka did not move and replied that it would be okay. Kafka walked toward the house despite Izuku's urgent warning that the cars belonged to Bakugo's family, Momo's, and Ida's, and that if they saw him there might be trouble. Kafka did not flinch and said he could handle whatever came. He raised his fist and knocked on the door. The door opened and a shadow filled the frame. When the light fell across his face, it revealed Zuko, wrapped in bandages, his eyes wide and anger simmering. Zuko called Kafka a beastie and clenched his fists in fury. Kafka stared back with a cool, unimpressed expression, unbowed. Unshaken, Kafka walked past the others and turned left into the living room. What he saw looked like a scene from a warped play. Momo sat quietly. Bakugo stood bruised and bandaged, eyes locked on Kafka like a hound on a scent. Katsumi chatted with Momo and laughed, while Izumi stared at her phone. Ida was wrapped in gauze and glaring. Inko Yagi sat on her pristine couch, furious and loudly complaining to Mitsuki. All Might stood with arms crossed, his face unreadable and cold. Masaru and Mitsuki Bakugo were there, as were Masami and Yashiter Yaoyorozu, Akira and Takehiko Ida. Two others watched quietly with narrowed eyes. Kafka recognized Tensei Ida, also known as Ingenium, and a girl a few years older than him. Everyone turned at once, and the tension snapped. Bakugo shouted angrily and cut himself off. Ida yelled, demanding who had let Kafka in. Kafka stood still and calm, like a storm gathering behind the clouds. Only All Might and Inko seemed to recognize him. The others did not yet know who he really was. Kafka's eyes scanned the room. Every stare pressed on him heavy with judgment, burning with anger, but none matched the fire smoldering inside him. Izuku and Zuko followed Kafka into the room. Zuko, irritated, bumped Kafka's shoulder on purpose as he passed. Kafka did not flinch. He simply kept looking forward, controlled. When Inko saw Kafka, her whole body stiffened. She sprang to her feet and a green aura flared around her, causing cutlery and napkins on the table to tremble and lift slightly from the force of her quirk. She glared at Kafka and demanded whether it had been him. Kafka turned his eyes toward her, his expression unreadable. Inko accused him of hurting her child. Other parents glanced between them as the tension in the room rose. Momo's mother rose as well, shock turning quickly to fury, and she confronted Kafka, demanding to know if he had threatened her daughter. Izuku began trembling, clearly afraid not for himself, but for Kafka. Kafka, however, was not afraid. He stared back at everyone with a calm gaze and a quiet resolve that burned beneath the surface. All Might stepped forward and placed a firm hand on Inko's shoulder, urging her to calm down. Inko shot back before falling silent under All Might's sharp glance. He then looked at Kafka and asked why Kafka had hurt his son and his friends. Kafka opened his mouth to speak. Before he could answer, Masaru Bakugo hurried across the room to check on Izuku, fretting over bruises and asking if he was all right. Izuku managed a small smile and said he was okay, which made Kafka freeze for a moment. Despite everything, Kafka saw the kindness in the man and allowed himself a brief, unexpected smile. For the first time that night, he felt a small relaxation. Kafka then spoke up and explained that he had defended his friend. The announcement drew every eye. Mitsuki and others reacted with confusion and disbelief, but Inko and All Might listened closely. Tensei asked for clarification. Kafka said in a cold tone that Izuku and his friends had been beaten and that he had made those responsible pay. He acknowledged that he had gone too far but refused to apologize and said he would do it again if necessary. He looked toward Bakugo and promised that he would not hold back. Masaru asked his son if that was true. Bakugo protested that they had only been playing around and that things had gotten out of hand. Several of the others backed Bakugo up, while Zuko scoffed and called it just roughhousing. Kafka's jaw tightened. He stared back with a blade of cold anger and pointed out that ganging up on someone and beating them could not simply be dismissed as play. Tensei glanced at his brother Tenya, who stammered denials that it had been anything more than playing. Kafka told everyone to ask Izuku. The room turned toward Izuku. Masaru knelt and gently asked him if the account was true. Izuku hesitated, shoulders trembling, and was about to answer when All Might intervened, clapping his hands as a gust of wind swept the room. He insisted that it was just kids being kids and tried to calm everyone, putting a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder and asking whether they had just been playing. Izuku flinched and then nodded that they had been. Kafka realized the tactic being used and felt a wash of hatred toward All Might for smoothing things over with appearances. All Might attempted to shift the mood and suggested everyone have some snacks. The parents began to relax, though a few remained uncertain. Bakugo and Zuko continued to glare at Kafka, but Kafka walked toward Izuku, who sat slumped on the couch. Kafka leaned in and told Izuku quietly that it was okay. Izuku, eyes watering, called himself pathetic. Kafka felt the sting of that admission and was about to reply when his senses flared. He perceived something incoming, an attack aimed right at his eye, and reacted instantly. Kafka's arm shifted as his quirk manifested into a kaiju-like form. He caught the spear mid-strike and snapped it apart. The room gasped. Tensei shouted the name of the quirk with alarm, Steelheart. Kafka looked up to see a young woman with long hair and a smug smile. The others recognized her, Akemi. She stood poised and confident, calling out that Kafka was not slow. All Might stepped forward to intervene, But Akemi refused to let him defuse things, insisting that Kafka should not go unpunished. All Might argued that she was a pro-hero and Kafka was just a kid, but Akemi was unmoved and prepared to press the issue. Kafka met her challenge with a narrowed gaze. Lightning-like energy began to spark around him. Scales appeared along the side of his face and his pupils glowed, shifting the pressure in the room to something heavy and dangerous. He warned that he would not hold back. Akemi took an instinctive step back and summoned another spear into her hand. All Might finally raised his voice and demanded an end to the confrontation. He told Kafka to leave his house and promised that Kafka would not be punished further. Kafka's eyes shifted from Akemi back to All Might as the standoff hung in the air. Kafka responded coldly that he understood, then looked to Izuku and told him he would pick him up tomorrow. He glared at All Might and warned that if anything happened to Izuku, there would be consequences. All Might simply smiled and agreed goodnight. As Kafka walked toward the door, he waved at Izuku, who watched him with sad eyes. The others remained frozen. Kafka had just threatened the #1 hero in Japan, yet All Might kept smiling. Once Kafka left, silence fell until Tensei turned to All Might in disbelief, asking if Kafka had really threatened him. All Might only smirked, finding the whole situation interesting. Outside, Kafka moved through the moonlight, his hand throbbing. He examined his palm and saw a deep cut from the spear, but it closed rapidly, the skin sealing itself almost instantly. Kafka thought this was alarming, then sighed, clenched his fist, and looked up at the moon. He told himself he needed to get stronger. Kafka walked slowly through the neighborhood with his hands in his pockets. The sky darkened, soft orange fading to gold. Inside him, though, it was not quiet. He kept replaying Izuku's face, his trembling voice and the words that had been exchanged. He thought he couldn't let that happen again and quickened his pace. By the time he reached his front door, Kafka looked hollow. He opened the door quietly and stepped into the warm, familiar smells and soft lights of home. His mother appeared from the kitchen wearing an apron and a wide, welcoming smile. She asked about Izuku, and Kafka explained softly that Izuku had gone back to his house. His mother sounded disappointed that Izuku had missed her chocolate pudding, promising to save a batch just in case. Kafka, tired but respectful, agreed. He went up to his room and closed the door, and an even heavier silence settled over him. He dropped onto his bed and stared at the ceiling. He felt that something was wrong with himself and with the world. He lifted his right hand and studied it, noticing dark lines spreading across his skin and a faint scale-like shimmer along his forearm, a brief glimpse of his kaiju form. He wondered if it was a side effect of his quirk, watched it fade, and told himself he needed to learn self-control so he would not lose himself again. He told himself he needed to get stronger, not for glory or revenge, but so he could live an easier, more pleasant life. He let out a tired, dry laugh at his own weak motivation, listened to the ticking wall clock, and finally let sleep take him. A few days later, it had been 5 days since the violence and heartbreak changed everything for Izuku Yagi. Izuku sat beside Kafka on the beach. The two meditated with arms on their knees, breathing in rhythm with the waves as the sun dipped low. Kafka glanced at Izuku and thought he looked better. They had been spending more time together, and it had helped. Kafka stood and stretched, saying it was time to call it a day. Izuku, eyes still closed, reflected that the session had been nice. Kafka nudged him playfully and teased him as they prepared to leave. They walked side by side, then headed toward Kafka's house. Kafka mentioned needing to grab something from the store and asked Izuku to go inside alone for a moment. Izuku agreed and went ahead. What Izuku did not know was that Kafka never went to the store. As soon as he rounded the corner, Kafka darted to the side of the house, crouched beneath the kitchen window, and sent a quick message to his mother to be ready and quiet. He grinned, climbed onto the roof, and slid down the old chimney with practiced, reckless agility. He tumbled inside with a thump and complained that it hurt. He dusted himself off, gave his parents a thumbs up, and hid behind the curtain with party poppers in hand. Izuku stood at the door, puzzled that no one seemed to be home, and stepped inside cautiously. The house was dark and quiet until Kafka, his mother, and Shinji jumped out and shouted happy birthday. Izuku froze, stunned and disbelieving as Kafka ran toward him with a grin, calling him an adorable mess in a teasing, affectionate way. Izuku looked around at the decorations, the cake, and a handmade banner that read "Happy Birthday, Izzy," utterly surprised. Kafka reminded him that Izuku had mentioned his birthday was coming up, and Izuku, still stunned, realized the celebration was for him. Kafka told Izuku that he talked too much. Izuku stared at him, lips trembling and eyes blurring with tears. Izuku tried to speak but the words would not come. Kafka stepped forward and pulled him into a hug. The narrator teased that the waterworks were starting. Hira responded with a soft exclamation, wrapping her arms around them and calling the moment sweet. Shinji grinned and declared it family hug time, then dove in, wrapping his broad arms around all three in a massive bear hug. The narrator protested that it was too tight, but then Izuku laughed a real, bubbling laugh that made everyone freeze for a heartbeat. Kafka and his parents exchanged looks and smiled. The narrator encouraged the celebration and they sat down to eat cake and open small presents. The room glowed with warmth. The narrator tossed a piece of cake toward Izuku, and it landed with a splat on his face. Shinji laughed so hard he nearly dropped his drink. Hira scolded Kafka, but Izuku retaliated by flinging frosting right back, leaving Kafka's face painted with icing. Kafka liked his cheek playfully and thanked them. Shinji told them to let the boys have fun while Hira pouted about the time she had spent making the cake. Shinji kept laughing, and that was his mistake. Izuku and Kafka locked eyes and grinned mischievously. The narrator observed that Kafka was asking for trouble and Izuku agreed. Together they ambushed Shinji, smearing cake across both sides of his face. Shinji stood in mock shock, then chuckled and said he understood the game. Before the boys could run, he scooped them up one under each arm and spun them around like a man caught up in the moment. Kafka yelled that he was getting dizzy and Izuku laughed as they tumbled through the living room. Hira took out her phone and, laughing softly, captured the spinning trio in a photograph. In that frozen instant, Izuku Yagi looked happier than he had in years, his eyes bright and his smile wide. As the night wound down and the lights dimmed, Kafka lay on the couch watching Izuku nod off beside the leftover cake while his mother cleaned up and his father dabbed frosting from his face. Kafka admired Izuku's smile, thinking it was worth more than any gift they had given him. The living room fell into a warm, glowing quiet. Crumbs lingered on the table, frosting stained a few pillows, party hats lay askew, and a streamer still twirled lazily from the ceiling fan. From down the hall, the bathroom door creaked open. Shinji stepped out, towel draped over one shoulder and rubbing his face, remarking that it had been a good party. Hira raised a finger to her lips and motioned for quiet, her gaze fixed tenderly on the couch. Shinji followed her eyes and relaxed as he saw Kafka fast asleep with his arms folded and head tilted back, and Izuku curled beside him, his head resting on Kafka's shoulder and his breathing slow and even. Both boys looked safe and unburdened. Shinji murmured that maybe Izuku could stay. Hira agreed and urged them to let the boys be. She wrapped her arms around Shinji's waist and rested her head on his chest. He kissed the top of her head, and for a moment the two of them simply stood together, two parents watching two boys who had found a kind of home in one another. Kafka snored softly, and Izuku slept peacefully beside him, smiling as if the world had finally become kinder. Night settled over the city. Neon signs hummed and late-night chatter filled the streets. Kafka walked alone, hands tucked into his pockets, holding a folded paper list of groceries and thinking about eggs, ham, chicken, onion, and fish. He sighed and turned a corner, then noticed a crowd gathered around something. Curious, he made his way through the people. A man explained to him that there was an arm wrestling challenge. A girl in a red jacket and cap had beaten every challenger so far, and challengers paid a small entry fee for a chance at a large prize. In the middle of the ring, the girl held her ground against a towering, bear-like opponent. She slammed his arm down with a thud and the crowd erupted in cheers. Kafka blinked in disbelief, but when he saw the confident smirk beneath the brim of her hat, he thought the money might be worth it. A blond man in a suit collected Kafka's entry fee and led him to the table, announcing that all he had to do was beat the seemingly fragile girl. The narrator noted Kafka's private thought that she looked anything but fragile. The girl extended her gloved hand and rested her elbow on a crate. Kafka sat opposite her and felt the warmth and steadiness of her grip, sensing a tension beneath the surface as if she were hiding strength. The suited man counted down, then released his hands, and for a moment everything around them went still as dust swirled and the ground seemed to tremble. Kafka clenched his teeth. He thought that she was tough. The girl's eyes narrowed beneath her hat. He's not budging, she wondered, disbelief flickering across her face. Red energy leaked from her body, surrounding her in a blazing aura. The challenge table creaked under the weight of their power. Kafka responded with his own strength. Green sparks crackled from his arm as a green aura enveloped him. The pavement beneath the bench began to crack. The air grew heavy. The crowd quieted. Even the suited man stepped back cautiously. This was no longer a simple game. She gritted her teeth and pushed harder, but Kafka met her force evenly. Metal on their side of the table began to bend from the clash of raw physical strength. As they strained against each other, she caught sight of something terrifying. His hair fell forward, shadowing most of his face, but beneath the fringe his eyes glowed green, bright and cold, not like fire but like a storm. For a moment she felt a distant, looming presence behind him, a silent, watching aura that tightened her breath. Her fingers began to tremble. She wondered if she was going to lose. Her confidence wavered. The table shook and the wood groaned. She forced one final push and red aura flared, then the table snapped, sending dust into the air. Both competitors tumbled back slightly and the crowd gasped. Silence followed. Kafka slipped and his hand slammed onto the metal crate surface. The suited man smiled and announced that Rose had won again. Kafka stumbled back, panicking, convinced the crate must have been rigged. He worried his mother would be furious. He dusted himself off, stuffed the shopping list back into his pocket, and thought that dinner would have to wait. He then melted into the crowd. The suited man hurried to Rose with a worried expression and asked if she was all right. Rose stood, hands trembling, and stared at her palm with red, star-shaped eyes. She admitted quietly that she had almost lost. She then asked Arthur if he knew the boy. Arthur shook his head and told her he did not. He narrowed his eyes and thought that he knew every gifted child in Japan, yet this boy appeared in none of their records, no database, no agency, nothing. Rose dusted herself off, still tingling from the memory of that pressure, and tightened her grip. For the first time in a long while, she felt excited. A few days later, Kafka was finally allowed to leave his punishment. He stood outside Izukuyagi's house, leaning against the wall beside the door as the sun cast a soft orange glow over the quiet street. He sighed and thought about the night he had come home late from the arm wrestling challenge with only half of what his mother had sent him to buy. She had stared at the missing groceries with a terrifying intensity that froze him, then yelled and grounded him. He reminded himself never to upset his mother again. The door creaked open and Izumi answered, wearing a simple black shirt and white pants. She blushed slightly and offered a shy good morning. Kafka responded with a flat morning. He did not trust her completely after everything that had happened. She asked how he had been, voice awkward, and he said he was fine. He glanced over her shoulder and asked if Izuku was coming out. She assured him that Izuku would be out shortly and stepped aside, wondering why she was acting so nervous. The door opened wider and Zuko stepped out, followed by All Might and his mother, Inko. Inko and Zuko glared at Kafka, while All Might smiled broadly and greeted the boy cheerfully. Kafka barely acknowledged him and bluntly asked where Izuku was. All Might replied that Izuku was right there. Izuku stepped forward with a bright smile and greeted Kafka. Kafka returned a half smile and offered a casual greeting in return, then suggested they go. All Might offered the boys a ride. Inko protested, but All Might's calm, steady voice quieted her. Kafka narrowed his eyes, suspicious, thinking All Might was up to something, but he declined the offer and told Izuku they should leave. Zuko muttered his displeasure as the boys walked away. All Might continued to smile, but there was something slightly unsettling about it. They arrived at the massive gates of UA High, where students crowded the entrance, buzzing with nerves and excitement. Kafka and Izuku walked together until they reached the registration boards. Kafka noticed Izuku had been assigned Room D while he had been placed in Room B. He smirked and teased that they were splitting up, but wished Izuku well. Izuku smiled and returned the wish. Kafka told him he did not need luck and that Izuku had this. They parted ways. In Room B, Kafka moved through the written exam without breaking a sweat. Math, biology, general knowledge passed in a blur. Later, all applicants gathered in a large auditorium where Present Mike explained the practical exam breakdown: 3-pointer, 2-pointer, and 1-pointer robots, each worth their number of points, and a 0-pointer to avoid. Kafka leaned back and thought it felt just like the anime. He was surprised to find himself looking forward to it. When the explanation ended, everyone was sent to their designated training grounds. Kafka arrived at Gate B, stretched, and took in the crowded area full of nervous faces. He recognized a few familiar students: Kirishima, Ida, and Momo chatting a few meters away, but he ignored them and focused on the task ahead. He just stared forward. Present Mike appeared on a screen and instructed everyone to run when he said go. Before the countdown started, Kafka exploded forward with a leap and sailed clean over the gate. Ida, shocked, accused him of cheating, and Present Mike responded that villains did not wait for countdowns, then signaled them to go. The gates burst open, and the students rushed forward. Kafka was already gone. Kafka bolted into the arena, a faint green lightning crackling beneath his shoes as his eyes scanned the battlefield. He did not slow. The moment his feet hit concrete, he launched toward a pack of 3-pointer robots swarming around a broken pillar. He calculated the targets and moved. His arms shifted instantly, flesh giving way to jagged green scales and glowing lines that pulsed with power, his hands forming clawed gauntlets of raw strength. In a flash he spun through the group, delivering precise, powerful strikes that sent the machines stumbling and sparking. When one reached out with a metal claw, Kafka ducked low and countered with an upward slash that disabled its arm and sent it reeling. Another machine barely had time to react before a backhand sent it crashing aside. Kafka moved on with steady momentum. A 1-pointer rounded the corner and raised its cannon, but Kafka's leg pulsed green and launched him into a spinning flip. His heel landed with the force of a heavy blow, smashing the robot's head section and stopping it in its tracks. Alarms blared in the distance as dozens more bots closed in around other students. Kafka dashed through crumbling alleys and rubble with his claws flashing, cutting through joints and disabling chassis, kicking machines away that tried to corner students. He arrived beside a boy being targeted by a 2-pointer and kicked the robot clear, telling the student to move while he handled the rest. A robot's fist slammed into his jaw with a loud clang and snapped his head to the side. For a moment it seemed to have landed, but then an unnatural glow lit within Kafka's mouth and his lips curved into a wide, uncanny grin. His jaw opened further as he used the force of his teeth and strength to wrench the robot's arm free with a crunch of metal, then spun and drop-kicked the stun machine into a broken building. He made a dry, joking remark about the metallic taste as he stood back up. More students watched, eyes wide and voices trembling with disbelief at the speed and ferocity of his assault. In just a few minutes, Kafka had taken down over 100 robots. His limbs and part of his back shifted when needed, just enough to secure the advantage. The green aura around him pulsed with energy, as if something untamed inside strained to break free. He dashed forward and grabbed a girl about to be crushed by a 3-pointer, giving her a thumbs up as he landed and cut through another charging machine. He noted that he had made 16 saves so far, but he was not finished. Leaping atop a building, he surveyed the chaos, robots everywhere, students fighting for every inch. He cracked his knuckles as green lightning crawled along his arms and then launched himself back into the fray. A series of precise mid-air flips sent him crashing down through a group of 4 robots. His claws found weak points while his knee struck with blunt force that stopped another in its motion. He moved like a dancer across the battlefield, fast, controlled, and devastating in disabling enemy units. With every slash, jump, and thunderous impact, Kafka became impossible for the onlookers to ignore. High above the chaos, inside UA's central monitoring room, teachers and top heroes watched in silence. Large monitors displayed different sectors of the arena, students battling waves of robots, some struggling, others shining. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, arms crossed, noting that the readings from the kid with the green lightning were erratic, spiking at moments and then dropping as if he were suppressing himself. Present Mike leaned back with a grin and commented on the kid's style and cleanliness in combat. Midnight watched closely, tapping her lips as she observed his footwork and control, then smiled and remarked that he was not just strong but surgical in movement. Mirko folded her arms, ears twitching, and said she liked him. She appreciated his raw energy and precision. Endeavor stood in the corner, watching Kafka take on a swarm with a feral grin and glowing green claws, and quietly observed that breaking through a steel-plated Zero Series head with a spin kick suggested a high-tier quirk. Meanwhile, the scoreboards updated and drew attention across the room. Bakugo Katsuki had 387 points after blitzing the field with detonations. Izumi Yagi had 437 points, demonstrating precision and power with a sharp green aura. Zuko Yagi held 274 points solid, if less than expected. Izuku Yagi had 479 points, bulldozing through two-pointers with gritty determination. Midnight blinked at that name and recognized him. Nizu sipped his tea and noted with a small smile that the boy was finally blooming. More surprises followed on the boards. A dark-haired boy with a void-like quirk pulling robots inward at 511 points. A short white-haired girl with a ghostly aura moving elegantly at 548 points. A blue-haired boy blasting forward with sonic strikes at 576 points. And a girl wielding a katana slicing through machines at 637 points. The teachers murmured that this year's batch was exceptional. The screen shifted again. Kafka knelt atop a massive pile of wrecked robots at the arena center, like a war god surveying a throne of twisted metal. His chest rose and fell, green lightning crackling along his limbs, his clawed arms dripping oil and sparks. His head was down, hair covering his eyes. As the smoke cleared, the scoreboard blinked and everyone froze. The announcer displayed Kafka Shinji with 1,893 points. Silence fell before the scene erupted into stunned reactions. Present Mike reacted with disbelief. Midnight voiced that it was impossible. Mirko exclaimed surprise at how he had surpassed All Might's record by such a huge margin. Endeavor's eyes narrowed, pride cracking as he insisted it could not be true. Nizu dropped his cup and noted that Kafka had outscored their top entry by a factor of 4. On the battlefield, Kafka slowly looked up. His eyes glowed a steady green beneath his messy bangs. He showed no gloating smile, only a calm, still, and quietly intimidating presence. Around him, disabled robots sparked and cracked as they shut down. Kafka cracked his knuckles and allowed himself a small, amused comment about having overdone it a little. In the control room, a long silence held until Aizawa observed that the boy was in his class. Mirko remarked on how amazing it was that Kafka had defeated so many opponents, while Midnight warned that it was dangerous, raw potential. Nizu adjusted his tie, smiling at the prospect of seeing how far Kafka could go. Back on the ground, Kafka landed beside another group of shaken students, taking a quick inventory of their condition and noting for himself that there were no immediate threats. He decided to keep going a bit longer, just in case. Then the earth trembled and a distant mechanical boom rolled through the city. Everyone tensed. Kafka thought the sound might be the zero-pointer. He turned to see a towering metal behemoth, easily 3 stories tall, moving through the streets like a storm. Students scattered amid the chaos. Kafka narrowed his eyes, reached a calm smile, and began to prepare himself. Boosters ignited along his legs with bright green energy and he rocketed forward like a missile. In an instant, he was level with the giant machine's head. Vents opened along his arms, releasing power as he charged his strike. He shouted a battle cry and drove his fist into the machine's head. A blinding flash filled the sky as the impact swept across the field. The robot's upper section burst with light and debris and the whole machine groaned, collapsing in a dramatic, slow tumble before it crashed to the ground. Kafka landed lightly, green light flickering across his skin and steam rising from his limbs as the battlefield quieted. He stood amid twisted metal and dust, turned, and calm and composed, wondered aloud how Izuku was faring as he walked away through the rubble. About a week had passed since the UA entrance exam. Kafka was sprawled on the living room couch, head on the armrest, lazily holding the remote while the television played a late afternoon program. His other hand idly scratched his side. Sitting on the floor between the couch and the table, Izuku had his knees up and watched the screen, content to enjoy the quiet moment. Kafka sighed and complained about the lack of good shows during that hour. The doorbell rang. Hira called from the kitchen and asked Kafka to get the door. He groaned, rolled off the couch, and opened the door to find 2 plain envelopes stamped with the UA Academy seal at the doorstep. He picked them up and brought them inside, telling Izuku that their results had arrived. Izuku leapt to his feet at the news. Kafka waved the envelopes and reminded Izuku that it had been a good idea to use Kafka's address on his form. He recalled the earlier moment when he had suggested the change. Izuku had been confused but trusted him and filled it in. Kafka considered that one of the smartest ideas he had had that month. They sat side by side on the couch. Izuku's fingers trembled as he opened his envelope and found a thin chip. Curious, he asked what it was. Kafka remembered it was the hologram chip and inserted it into the projector on the coffee table. A bright blue light flickered, forming a holographic Present Mic with a familiar grin. Present Mic loudly announced that Izuku Yagi had scored a total of 486 points and ranked 8th in the entrance exam, confirming that Izuku was accepted to UA. Izuku sat stunned for a moment before tears welled and slipped down his cheeks. He cried softly that he had really gotten in. Kafka smirked and patted Izuku's head, reminding him that he had worked hard and that Kafka had only given a little push. Izuku thanked him emotionally, saying the result was thanks to Kafka. Kafka leaned back and stretched, and Izuku laughed through his tears, grateful and comforted. Kafka then opened his own envelope and inserted the chip. The hologram changed to Aizawa, who appeared with arms crossed and a sleepy expression. Aizawa informed Kafka that his results were unexpected. He had shattered the previous exam record with a total of 1,920 points and ranked first. Aizawa finished by saying they would see him at UA. Kafka sat stunned for a heartbeat, scratching his head at the absurd number. He remarked that the announcement could have been more dramatic. At that moment, his parents wrapped their arms around him in a tight family hug. Hira kissed his cheek and expressed pride at his first-place finish, and Shinji laughed and celebrated that their son had come out on top. Kafka protested playfully that he could not breathe, even as the family shared a joyful moment. Kafka protested that they were squeezing his brain out as the family embrace tightened. Izuku chuckled at the sight until Kafka's father, Shinji, reached out and pulled him into the hug as well. Shinji welcomed Izuku like family and invited him closer. Izuku laughed and thanked them softly. Kafka groaned dramatically, and the group teased that it was a group cuddle attack. The family laughed together. Izuku buried his face between Kafka and Shinji, muffled but smiling, and thanked everyone quietly. Kafka's face flushed as he felt squashed, thinking he could not breathe for a moment. A few days passed since the acceptance letters arrived. When the day to leave for UA arrived, Kafka stood in his room with a half-zipped suitcase on the floor. The quiet hum of the ceiling fan did little to settle his nerves. He checked his things once more, zipped the suitcase closed with a click, and let his eyes linger on the old action figures on his desk, the worn punching bag hanging by the closet, and the ceiling poster that had been there since he was 6. He reflected on how this version of the world seemed to take him straight to the dorms with no preparation. He grabbed his duffel, rolled his neck, and stepped into the hallway. His mother, Hira, waited by the door with arms open like a shield and reminded him to eat properly, sleep, and avoid needless fights, warning that she would teleport to UA and drag him back by the ear if she heard otherwise. Kafka snorted and hugged her tightly, telling her he could not promise anything. His father, Shinji, gave a boisterous pep talk, urging him to go and destroy his opponents, and Kafka grinned and accepted the encouragement. Outside, a UA-branded bus gleamed in the morning sun, idling at the curb. Kafka noted the unexpected luxury with mild amusement and boarded. Immediately he felt the tension inside the bus. Up front, Bakugo and Zuko sat with arms crossed and scowls in place. Kirishima chatted nervously with Mina, while Momo and Ida focused on their devices. Katsumi gazed out the window, occasionally glancing back. Kafka moved past them without engaging. After the previous incident in which he had lashed out, they did not look at him the same way. He noticed Momo avoiding eye contact, Ida standing rigid with apprehension, and Bakugo clicking his tongue in disdain. Kafka did not care for their opinions and preferred keeping to himself. He spotted Izumi sitting across from Katsumi with headphones at her neck and a phone in hand. She became nervous when she saw him and offered a timid greeting, which Kafka returned with a brief nod and a cool, distant response. He did not dislike her, but she had made life difficult for Izuku, and that colored his feelings. A smile broke on his face when he saw Izuku farther down the bus. Kafka lifted his hand in greeting and walked past the others to sit near him. As he passed, someone else caught his eye, a girl 2 rows ahead with white hair on the right and blazing red on the left, a burn scar across her left eye. She sat calmly, watching the world outside, projecting a cool energy that reminded him of someone from his past. Kafka was stunned and approached her to ask her name. She identified herself as Shoko Todoroki, and Kafka registered, with disbelief, that this universe had made Shoto into a girl. He was visibly shaken and turned to sit beside Izuku, who asked if he was all right. Kafka thought about what other surprises this universe might hold and pressed his forehead to the window, scanning the sky as if seeking answers while deciding to get on with the journey. The UA buses pulled up in front of 4 towering buildings on the campus. Early morning light filled the air with a mixture of tension and excitement as dozens of new students disembarked from 6 buses. 5 notable faculty members stood in front of the main campus. Shota Aizawa, Midnight, Sekijiro Ken known as Vlad King, Present Mike, and Principal Nizu. Aizawa stepped forward with his usual sleepy demeanor and explained the ranking system and class assignments. He instructed the students to check their IDs for a letter and number that would determine their class placement. Kafka checked his ID and saw an S rank with the number. He raised an eyebrow at the ranking system and took note of his position. Izuku checked his ID as well and found he had an A rank with the number. He offered Kafka a warm smile and suggested they were in the same class. Kafka smirked, raised his fist, and accepted the silent camaraderie. Aizawa directed them toward signs labeled S through E to line up according to their ranks. As the students began moving, Kafka and Izuku headed to the S line, where 21 others were waiting. Kafka scanned the faces around him and recognized a few: Jiro tapping her ear jack and chewing gum, Tsuyu flicking her tongue, Ojiro adjusting his bag, and Denki laughing loudly. He also noticed a striking boy who resembled someone familiar but more striking, with wild dark purple hair tied into a long, thick braid that swung down his back like a weapon. The new arrivals settled into place, anticipation building for the next chapter of their lives at UA. His eyes were sharp and half-lidded, giving him a bored yet dangerous look. He wore a black and white oversized shirt with purple accents crossing his chest, baggy black pants, silver chains, and combat boots laced in violet. Utility pouches hung at his sides, and his whole vibe screamed cool, dark, and confident, nothing like the Mineta Kafka remembered. Kafka thought it might be Mineta, but then he perked up when Aizawa stepped in front of the group. Aizawa informed them that the person before them would be their homeroom teacher for the next 3 years, then turned and instructed them to follow him. The students obeyed as Aizawa led them into a modern, sturdy building labeled 1A, the sort of structure that made clear it was a hero school. As they entered, each student was handed a key with a number and a dorm room assignment. Kafka looked down at his and saw room. Aizawa reminded them that classes began the next day and told them to get settled into their dorms before walking away, his scarf fluttering slightly behind him. Kafka walked down the hallway until he found his dorm number, slid the key into the lock, twisted it, and stepped inside. The room was immaculate. Kafka noted that everything had been arranged with care. Even his bed was on the left side, just as he would have wanted. A clean desk sat against the wall, a large window offered a view of the campus courtyard, a closet was already filled with his new UA uniform, and a small bookshelf held blank journals stacked neatly. He tossed his suitcase onto the bed and flopped down with a satisfied sigh, thinking that this was where his journey began. At dawn, the dorm room was quiet except for a loud, comical snore coming from under a messy blanket. Kafka Shinji lay sprawled across his bed, one leg dangling off the edge and the blanket half draped over him. A thin line of drool traced the corner of his mouth. Persistent knocking at the door barely registered at first, then finally roused him. Kafka groaned, pulled the blanket over his head, and muttered in annoyance before dragging himself to the door and opening it slowly. Standing there was Izukiyagi, bright and nervous as ever, greeting Kafka with a cheerful good morning. Kafka stared at him in groggy confusion and blinked at the hallway, momentarily unsure where he was. Izuku chuckled and reminded him that they were in the UA dorms, not at home. Kafka's memory kicked back into place and he remembered living at the dorms now. He scratched the back of his head and admitted that he had forgotten. Izuku invited him to come down and eat, and Kafka asked for a moment to get ready. Kafka shuffled to the bathroom, cleaned up, changed into more presentable clothes, and emerged to find Izuku still waiting patiently. They headed to the dorm kitchen a few minutes later. The kitchen was quiet and peaceful, most students were still asleep. Kafka opened the fridge and surveyed the basics: dried kelp, smoked fish flakes, fresh fish, rice, and pickles. He decided it was enough to prepare a decent breakfast. Kafka told Izuku to relax on the couch while he handled breakfast, and Izuku expressed surprise that Kafka could cook. Kafka thought back to a past life of solitude where he had learned to take care of himself and cook for himself. He credited his mother for teaching him. He set to work with the practiced movements of someone who had cooked often. He boiled water, prepared a simple savory broth, and let the kitchen fill with comforting scents of broth, grilled fish, and steamed rice. As he stirred the soup, Kafka felt eyes on him and glanced to the corner of the kitchen. A girl with long black hair and soft lavender eyes was peeking barely over the table, staring at the food with rapt anticipation. Her face lit up and a small trail of drool hinted at just how hungry she was. Kafka silently prepared another plate and added more to the pot without comment. When everything was ready, Kafka placed 3 plates on the table: perfectly steamed rice, warm soybean-based soup, grilled fish with a light char, and tangy pickled vegetables. Kafka announced that breakfast was ready. Izuku rushed over with eyes wide in surprise and delight, clearly very impressed with the food. Kafka gestured toward the quiet girl and told her to come out and introduce herself before eating his food. The girl hesitated, then quietly said her name was Chiya. Kafka introduced himself and Izuku returned the greeting with a nervous bow. They sat and ate. Izuku beamed with every bite, nearly moved to tears by how good it tasted. Chiya ate silently and efficiently, finishing her plate in seconds. When she reached for seconds, Kafka served her more with a knowing chuckle, noting that she was very hungry. After finishing, Chiya excused herself with a small bow and retreated to her room. Kafka leaned back in his chair, folding his arms behind his head and letting the quiet morning settle around them. Izuku noted that she was polite. He stood and stretched with a small smile and said he would go get changed for class. Kafka agreed that he would too. Both boys went to their rooms to change into their school uniforms, then walked across campus toward the main building. When they reached their classroom, Kafka tilted his head up at the massive door and thought it was huge. Pushing it open, the two stepped inside and were greeted by the chattering of their new classmates. Kafka scanned the room, recognized a few faces, and sat beside Izuku. After a few minutes, Kafka noticed a familiar figure in a yellow sleeping bag at the front of the room and thought the person looked like a caterpillar. The yellow bag rose slowly, and Kafka likened the unfolding to a butterfly. Aizawa unzipped the sleeping bag and emerged, standing in front of the class with his usual half-awake scowl. Aizawa, sounding tired, said that they already knew who he was, that he would be their homeroom teacher, and instructed them to go outside because they were starting with a physical test. The class looked at one another, surprised. Kafka thought, figures. Everyone followed Aizawa outside. They went to the locker room and changed into their gym uniforms. Kafka tightened his shoes and stretched. As the class gathered, Aizawa explained they were doing basic physical fitness tests and told them to use their quirks and do whatever they needed to perform at their best. Denki reacted excitedly. Aizawa clapped his hands, glared, and warned that the student who came in last would be expelled. Gasps filled the crowd. Kafka noted grimly that there it was, a plot twist. Some students grew nervous while others fell silent. Aizawa announced that the first event would be the ball throw, held a device for measuring, and asked the student who had placed first to step up. The class grew tense and began whispering as everyone tried to guess who would go first. Kafka walked toward Aizawa as the rest of the class watched. Bakugo taunted him by repeating that Aizawa had said first place. Kafka barely glanced at him. Zuko smirked and commented that it was not dead last. Kirishima, Momo, Ida, and Ochako chuckled. Kafka sighed. Aizawa tossed Kafka the ball and told him to throw it as far as he could. Ida stepped forward to question why Kafka was throwing first, and Aizawa explained that Kafka had ranked first in the entrance exam and had even shattered the previous record holder's mark, All Might's record. The room fell silent, eyes widened and disbelief rippled through the students. A blue-haired boy with sharp eyes leaned forward, grinning and noting how strong Kafka seemed. Kafka readied himself and thought it was time to wow them. His right arm began to crackle as green light wrapped around it and monstrous, kaiju-like features emerged while energy pulsed across his skin. Sharp claws formed at his hand. Izuku quickly ducked and warned that something was incoming. Denki looked over, confused and asking what was happening. With a thunderous blast, Kafka hurled the ball with such force that a shockwave erupted. Trees bent from the wind and the ground cracked, sending dust into the air. The ball pierced the clouds and vanished from sight. A few students were knocked back while others shielded their eyes. As the dust settled, Aizawa checked his device and, smirking, announced a distance of 36,924 meters. Silence settled over the class. Kafka thought he might have overdone it and laughed inwardly. Bakugo clenched his fists. Izuku blinked in awe. The blue-haired boy grinned and repeated that Kafka was very strong. Aizawa stood off to the side, arms crossed, and called for the next thrower. Students came forward one by one. Chie stepped up, focused and silent, and launched the ball with elegant technique. The device registered 693 meters, earning appreciative whistles. Kafka watched from the sidelines, arms crossed, thinking it was time for the big reveal. Izuku then took his turn. He concentrated and green energy sparked around his arms as he released the ball. The device registered 763 meters. The class reacted with surprise and excitement at his improvement, and Kafka raised an eyebrow. Appreciatively, Mineta followed and used his quirk to create a sequence of sticky orbs that propelled his throw. The device registered 868 meters, leaving Kafka slightly stunned. Izumi stepped forward next. The scar on her cheek caught the sun as she reared back. Green lightning coiled around her and she launched the ball with a tremendous shockwave. Aizawa's device registered 1,638 meters. Kafka was stunned and wondered whether she might be carrying a powerful, one-for-all-like ability. Izuku clenched his fists and said nothing, lips tight, though his eyes burned with intensity. Then a different blue-haired boy with sharp, wild eyes stepped forward. His body hummed with kinetic energy. Kafka didn't recognize him. The boy grinned, sprinted with an impossible burst of speed, and launched the ball in a blinding flash. Another sonic boom filled the air, and the device registered 2,947 meters. Kafka's eye twitched as he watched, thinking it felt like seeing a figure from a video game come to life. The other students reacted with a mix of awe, confusion, and unease. The shockwaves had not stopped. When it was all said and done, the ball throw rankings were bizarre. Ochako placed first with an infinite throw. Kafka followed with 36,924 meters. Sonic came in at 2,947 meters. Izumi at 1,638 meters. Mineta at 868 meters. Izuku at 763 meters. And Chie at 693 meters. More tests followed. The 50-meter dash, the grip strength test, side jumps, seated toe touch, and others. Kafka dominated nearly every event. By the end of the evaluations, the overall leaderboard put Kafka in first, Sonic second, Ruko third, Chie fourth, Mineta fifth, Shoko sixth, Izumi seventh, Bakugo eighth, Izuku ninth, and Aiku 10th, with the ranks continuing down to 17th, where Toru landed. Toru trembled as her name hit the bottom of the list and feared the worst. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, sighed, and explained that the expulsion threat had been a deliberate deception, a harsh push to make them do their best, and that no one was being expelled for now. Toru collapsed to her knees in relief. That evening, after the intense day, everyone returned to their dorms. Exhausted, sweaty, and sore, they showered and cleaned up. The halls were quiet. Kafka collapsed onto his bed with his arms behind his head and thought that too much had happened today and that tomorrow better not be this insane. He stared at the ceiling as thunder rumbled faintly outside, sighed at how much had happened, and soon fell asleep. Later, in the cozy main hall of the UA dorm, soft chatter echoed as more students arrived and formed small circles. Kafka stepped in quietly, hands tucked into his pockets, his eyes scanning the growing crowd. He spotted familiar faces: Mina, Momo, Ochako, Izumi, Katsumi, Chie, Sonic, Bakugo, Zuko, Toru, Ruko, Aiku, Hida, Kirishima, Tsu, Shoko, Aoyama, Ojiro, Denki, Mineta, and Jiro, and in the back, Izuku sat on the edge of a couch. Mina announced his arrival with energetic enthusiasm, calling him their number one, and bounded over to grab his arm, dragging him to the couch where most of the class had gathered in a circle. Kafka noted how energetic Mina was and how strong her grip was as she urged everyone to start introductions and said they would go clockwise from her. Mina introduced herself as Mina Ashido, explaining that her quirk, acid, let her create and control acid with varying viscosity and solubility. Jiro, idly flicking her earphone jacks, introduced herself as Kyoka Jiro, with the earphone jack quirk that could channel vibrations useful for eavesdropping and sonic attacks. Momo presented herself as Momo Yayarozu and explained that her creation quirk allowed her to form any non-living material she fully understood at the molecular level. Tsuyu raised a hand and asked to be called Tsu, noting that her frog quirk let her do anything a frog could. Ojiro scratched the back of his head and introduced himself as Mashireo Ojiro, explaining that his strong, flexible tail defined his tail quirk. Toru stood and introduced herself as Toru Hagakure, stating plainly that her quirk was invisibility. Shoko leaned forward and introduced herself as Shoko Todoroki, describing her half-hot, half-cold quirk that produced ice from her left side and fire from her right. Kafka noticed with surprise that Shoko possessed one for all and wondered if all might had given it to her instead of Izuku. Aoyama struck a dramatic pose and introduced himself as Yuga Aoyama, the sparkling gem of Class 1A. He explained that his quirk, Naval Laser, fired a dazzling beam from his belly button, which he proudly declared very magnificent, prompting chuckles from the group. Kirishima grinned and introduced himself as Eijiro Kirishima, explaining that his hardening quirk made his body incredibly tough. Bakugo was quick to announce himself as Katsuki Bakugo with the explosion quirk, describing how he produced nitroglycerin-like sweat and made it explode, warning everyone to expect to see him at the top. Zuko smirked and introduced himself as Zuko Yagi, calling his quirk Impact Drive, which generated force from his muscles for speed, strength, and durability. He dubbed it Kinetic Surge. Katsumi flipped her hair and introduced herself as Katsumi Bakugo, saying that what she touched could explode, claiming it was the same quirk as her brother's but better. Izumi smiled confidently and explained that she had two quirks, telekinesis and strength boost. Aiku idly introduced himself as Aiku and named his quirk Darkside. Ruko stood next, striking and pale with long white hair and cool eyes, and introduced herself as Ruko, explaining that her quirk was Absolute Zero. Chie, seated properly, bowed and introduced herself as Chie, saying that her trace quirk allowed her to leave marks on people and track them anywhere. Tsu and Mina shared a quiet laugh at Chie's politeness. Sonic, chewing a chili dog, introduced himself as Sonic and described Hyperdash, his quirk that provided acceleration, reflexes, and momentum manipulation. Kafka noticed he was still eating. Mineta barely looked up from his phone and said he was Minor Mineta with the pop-off quirk that produced sticky ball from his head. All eyes then turned to Izuku. He introduced himself as Izuku and reluctantly admitted that he was quirkless. The room fell silent. Some students sneered or chuckled Bakugo, Katsumi, Ida, Momo, Ochako, Zuko, and Izumi among them, but Mina gasped and then lowered her bangs. She exclaimed that getting in without a quirk and performing well in the tests was incredibly cool, and other students quickly surrounded Izuku with questions about his training. Kafka was glad that not everyone treated Izuku poorly. When the circle reached Kafka, he introduced himself as Kafka Shinji and named his quirk Kaiju. Denki reacted with excitement, comparing Kaiju to giant monsters like Godzilla. Tsuyu explained that Godzilla was a fictional monster and that such creatures did not actually exist in their world, which relieved Kafka. He compared his quirk to those monsters only in form, not in scale. To demonstrate, he raised his hand and formed a monstrous clawed kaiju limb that glowed faintly, shocking everyone except Izuku. Denki stepped forward and touched the limb, finding it tough like a wall. Mina, Tsuyu, and the invisible Toru all touched it, much to Kafka's surprise. Kafka thought he couldn't see her, but he could feel her presence. He dismissed it and detransformed. The energy in the room shifted, becoming lighter and warmer as students chatted freely and began getting to know one another. Izuku kept to himself away from the usual cold-hearted group, and Kafka noticed. Night fell and one by one everyone retired to their dorms. Kafka smiled as he lay back on his bed with his arms behind his head. The next morning Kafka sat near the back of the class, half-lidded and watching sunlight filter through the window. His black bangs hung over his face as he stretched and yawned. He mused that he should get an alarm clock so Izuku would stop having to wake him every day. The classroom door opened with a soft click. Aizawa entered wrapped tightly in his yellow sleeping bag, his disheveled hair and deadpan stare visible. In his monotone, Aizawa told the students to quiet down and announced that someone else would be instructing them today. Loud stomps echoed down the hallway and the door burst open. All Might entered with his usual booming presence, and the class gasped and cheered. Mina leapt from her seat, sparkling with excitement. Denki and Ojiro clapped, and Ida adjusted his glasses in awe. A few students remained indifferent. Kafka barely lifted an eyebrow, Sonic blinked slowly, Aiku did not look up, Ruko leaned back uninterested, Chie kept her hands folded, and Mineta muttered something inaudible. Izuku looked nervous. All Might told them that they would be participating in the classic hero versus villain training. He explained that they would split into pairs, with one team defending a mock weapon and the other acting as heroes trying to recover it, emphasizing the realistic setting and pressure. He revealed suitcases with each student's costume and instructed everyone to put them on and meet him at ground beta. A short time later the class assembled at the mock city zone. Buildings towered around them and a light wind whispered through the streets. Kafka rolled his shoulder and had already donned a sleek black hero suit with white patterns along the arms and legs. The sleeves cut before his wrists revealed faint kaiju scale patterns that pulsed with soft red energy. He took in the scene and noticed Izuku in a black suit with glowing green outlines, reinforced gloves, and a mask covering his mouth. Kafka thought the look suited him. All Might prepared slips and began assigning partners and roles at random. The first announcement named Sonic and Ruko as heroes. Sonic grinned and looked at Ruko, who folded her arms and nodded with a subtle frost aura. All Might then called Kafka Shinji and Toru Hagakure as villains. The class reacted with surprise. Toru appeared startled and her floating gloves waved nervously at Kafka, who smiled and calmly returned the gesture. Kafka felt confident that they could handle the task. Nearby, Jiro whispered to Tsuyu that the matchup looked bad for the villain pair, and Tsuyu agreed, noting that Sonic's quirk was formidable. Denki commented that Kafka was no joke, but Jiro pointed out that Toru's invisibility and nerves might be the real problem. All Might instructed the villain team to enter the building and set up their defense while the hero team waited outside for the signal. As Kafka and Toru entered the mock building, the atmosphere became tense and watchful. Bakugo smirked and hoped Kafka would be defeated, while Izuku quietly offered encouragement. Inside the room, Kafka stood tall beside a fake bomb placed at the center. The lights overhead flickered faintly. Toru paced nervously behind a pillar and whispered that she wished they were up against someone safer. Kafka thought it was only practice and that Toru was overreacting, then he leaned back against the wall and told her to calm down, assuring her they had it. Toru admitted she was trying, but that Sonic's speed and Ruko's powers made her nervous. Kafka exhaled slowly, rolled his neck as his red patterns flickered beneath his sleeves, and reassured her that he could handle it. The mock city fell into breath-held silence as All Might's voice boomed over the speakers and the heroes began. Sonic vanished in a blur, leaving a trail of blue energy as he zipped through corridors and cleared paths. He scanned the interior and assumed there were no traps, that the defenders were not guarding the main entrance, and that his team would have an easy time. Sonic pushed open a large double door and froze. The bomb was there, but Kafka and Toru were gone. A sharp buzzing rang in his ears as a shock of green energy sparked nearby, and a gust tore the air. A large, scaled fist charged toward him, pulsing with faint red energy. Sonic's speed carried him back in a sudden burst that allowed him to narrowly avoid the blow. At the same time, an ice wall formed and slammed between them, created by Ruko to protect her teammate. When Kafka's attack struck the ice wall, it shattered and scattered, and the impact sent tremors through the hallway and a rush of wind that swept through the room. Sonic watched, winded and surprised at how close the attack had come. Ruko approached calmly and reminded Sonic that he should not have rushed ahead, warning that Kafka was not someone to be underestimated. MC smirked and noted that he was sharp, teasing that the compliment was making her blush. Sonic grinned and warned him not to get cocky, calling the move a sneak attack. MC shot back that Sonic was the one who had almost been snuck up on and told him to learn to look around. Sonic's eye twitched, but he smiled and declared they would do it right this time. Kafka's body flared as green lightning coursed through his limbs. His right arm shifted, expanding and darkening as the skin took on it. Kaiju-like armor. One eye glowed a demonic green and strange symbols crept up his neck. Across from him, Sonic's body pulsed with blue crackling arcs, electricity dancing around his muscles. In an instant they vanished and then collided in the center of the hallway. The impact sent a shockwave through the structure and dust billowed outward. It was a fast, high-energy clash of speed versus power. Kafka's heavy blows struck the floor, leaving dents in the steel. Sonic ducked, zigzagged, and flipped across the walls, launching burst punches that carried kinetic force. Kafka's durability held as he countered with wide, sweeping strikes. MC thought that Sonic was fast, but he needed to force him into a pattern. Sonic flipped overhead and executed a move he called Thunder Heel, his foot trailing a spear of blue lightning. Kafka grinned, twisted, and blocked with his kaiju arm. The impact shoved him back, but he did not fall. He dug his claws into the ground and lunged forward in a blur, firing a bolt of green energy. MC answered with a low spin and an uppercut coated in green lightning. Sonic blocked, but the force sent him skidding down the hallway, his boots carving lines into the ground. Ruko, who had stayed on the backline, stepped forward and raised her hand. The temperature dropped and she activated Ice Field, Frost Chamber. The hallway filled with white mist as the floors turned into slippery sheets of solid ice. The cold snapped around Kafka, who struggled to keep his footing. MC assessed the new battlefield mentally, noting that a direct charge would no longer work. Ruko hurled a frozen spear and followed with 5 more. Kafka dodged and then caught one mid-air, spun, and hurled it back with precision. The spear melted into water before it reached her and splashed harmlessly. Ruko explained that her quirk was not just offensive, and MC praised her versatility. The room had become a hazardous arena, slick ground, low visibility, and clashing blue and green light as shockwaves and ice blasts collided. Class 1A watched through the monitors in the control room, stunned. Jiro could not process what she was seeing. Ida said he could not even see them. Momo wondered how strong they were. Denki, eyes sparkling, found the whole thing thrilling. Inside the building, Sonic zipped across icy walls, almost invisible. Kafka remained focused until he heard footsteps behind him, then turned and caught Sonic's leg mid-spin. MC grinned at the catch. Sonic was surprised, and Kafka spun, slamming Sonic into the ground and shattering the ice beneath them. Sonic recovered and blasted out with a surge of electricity that forced Kafka to retreat. Kafka grinned as green lightning danced across his shoulders. MC noted that Sonic was faster than anyone he had met, but raw speed alone would not win the fight. Sonic brushed off the hit as a lucky shot. The air was thick with tension. Sonic and Ruko stood on a cracked icy floor, breathing hard. Around them, the mock city looked like a war zone. Craters, shattered windows, ice formations, and green and blue lightning marks along the walls. Kafka stood across from them in his half-kaiju form, his right arm pulsing like a living engine of destruction. Sonic admitted they had been given a workout. Ruko narrowed her eyes and insisted they were not done. MC smirked and announced that he was finished. For a moment Sonic and Ruko were confused, and then the loudspeakers blared a sudden announcement. All Might declared that Ruko had been captured. Ruko turned slowly and discovered a small capture tape stick attached to her back. The tape led off into the air and floated midair. Toru, remaining invisible until that moment, cheerfully claimed the capture. Sonic's eyes widened as he turned to look at Ruko. By the time he snapped his head back toward Kafka, Kafka was right in front of him, grinning like a victor who had cornered his prey. MC reminded Sonic that he had said this would not happen again. Sonic cursed under his breath and braced for a hit, but the expected blow never came. Kafka casually flicked Sonic on the forehead, and a capture sticker adhered to Sonic's head. All Might announced that Sonic had been captured and that Team Villains had won. Cheers erupted from the observation room. Denki jumped up and down, calling the move slick. Tsuyu wondered when Toru had even gotten close. Chia admired the distraction, calling Kafka's misdirection textbook. Izuku watched the screen and smiled, expressing that he had not doubted Kafka. Back inside the simulation, Toru deactivated her stealth and appeared beside Kafka, sliding on her gloves and shoes as she did so. She beamed that she could not believe it had worked. MC complimented her timing and said that he had them locked down but could not hold both targets forever. Toru celebrated the success and hugged Kafka in a friendly, exuberant way, calling them the best duo. They shared a brief victorious moment before returning to their team. It had been about a week since the hero and villain training session, and the class still buzzed with memories of the intense battles. Here's a quick recap of what went down. Izumi and Jiro faced Kirishima and Ojiro in a balanced match of raw power and strategy. Izumi's combination of strength and telekinesis gave her the edge against Kirishima, ultimately overwhelming him. Jiro supported his partner by using her speaker jacks to disrupt Ojiro's footing, sending him tumbling down the stairs. The victory went to Izumi and Jiro. Izuku and Mineta faced Bakugo and Ida in the standout match. Bakugo charged in furious and wild, but Izuku, more confident and trained, dodged, countered, and stunned the class with precise punches and kicks. Several classmates were amazed by Izuku's growth. Just as Bakugo tried to activate his grenade gauntlet, Mineta threw a sticky ball at the weapon, causing a mid-activation explosion that rendered Bakugo unconscious and incapacitated Ida. Kafka watched wide-eyed and thought that Izuku had become brutal in effectiveness. The victory went to Izuku and Mineta. Mina and Ochako fought Aiku and Momo. Aiku's quirk gave him a clear advantage. He used shadows to overwhelm his opponents until they surrendered. The victory went to Aiku and Momo. Those three matches stood out the most to Kafka. Back to the present. The wind howled across the massive training facility known as the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ. Flames roared in the fake city section while water shimmered in the artificial lake under the lights. Rubble was scattered to simulate the aftermath of a catastrophe. Kafka stood beside Izuku, gazing at the setup with a mix of awe and calculation. He thought that the place was far bigger than he expected and that the students were getting a full hero experience. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed out that that was 13 and mentioned having read about their rescue missions. Ochako stepped in front of Izuku, her eyes sparkling as she expressed admiration for 13's work. Kafka sighed and thought that Izuku's hero obsession was endearing, but his gaze flicked behind him at the sight of dark mist swirling into form like an ominous storm cloud. A low hum filled the air and the temperature dropped. Kirishima marveled at the realism, assuming the facility had brought in fake villains, but Aizawa sternly ordered 13 to protect the students and then announced that this was not a drill and that those were real villains. Aizawa leapt from the platform, scarf whipping through the air as he moved to confront the enemy and activated his quirk midair. Portals opened beneath the students, swirling black voids clawed at their feet as chaos erupted. 13 shouted for everyone to stay together. Kafka narrowed his eyes, Then his footing vanished beneath him and a shadowy portal swallowed him. He hit the ground hard, landing in the blazing city sector of USJ and rolling once before stopping himself. He thought he could have landed better, then refocused on finding Shigaraki, defeating him, and trying to get him help so he could pursue a better future. Momo called out to ask if Kafka was alright. Kafka turned and saw Momo, Izumi, and Aiku emerging from behind the rubble, flames flickering behind them. He thought that they had been scattered as intended and noted, with a little irritation, that he had been grouped with those two. He dusted himself off, said he was heading out to help Aizawa, and asked whether the others were coming or staying back. Izumi nodded nervously and agreed to go. Kafka glared sharply at her and Momo and warned them not to cause trouble. The girls nodded, visibly rattled. Aiku stepped forward and asked what the plan was. Kafka scanned the burning buildings and instructed them to clear the area and then rendezvous with Aizawa. From the smoke, dozens of twisted figures began to emerge, villains in patched armor, some with animalistic traits, some with glowing eyes, and others wielding crude weapons, moving like a pack of wolves. Kafka noted that he had expected as much and sized up the situation. He assigned the left flank to the others and took the right. Momo pointed out that there were more than 20 opponents and said it was too many for one person to handle. Aiku cautioned that it was excessive for a single fighter, but Kafka merely grinned and told them they should be worried for the villains instead. Electric green lightning danced across Kafka's shoulders as his quirk activated. His body shifted and took on a monstrous, kaiju-like aspect, scales and claws forming along his limbs, eyes glowing with emerald intensity. The ground trembled as his transformation surged forward, the flames of the burning buildings reflecting off his changing form. Aiku, despite himself, muttered that it looked impressive. Kafka charged into the fray with focused determination. A villain swung a heavy fist, but Kafka expertly dodged and countered, his arms springing out to strike and send the opponent skidding in a dramatic, anime-like impact. He flowed through the attackers with quick, practiced movements, deflecting blows and responding with powerful but non-graphic strikes that knocked opponents off balance and out of the fight. He used a roundhouse kick to push an enemy back into the others, then vaulted and used elbows and knees to keep the wave of attackers from closing in, always moving with speed and precision. The villains kept coming, but each was met with a faster response. Kafka weaved through their attacks, launching into spins and jumps that sent foes tumbling in stylized bursts of motion rather than gore. He sidestepped a charging opponent, delivered a rapid elbow and a forceful knee to the torso that left them stunned, then leaped over another to land a decisive kick that sent that attacker sprawling. Each impact echoed like a scene from an action anime, energy crackling around his strikes. As the fight intensified, Kafka allowed himself a smirk at the rhythm of battle. He pushed off the ground, took a deep breath, and launched high into the air, his body crackling with energy as he prepared to continue the encounter. Lightning surrounded Kafka like a storm, and the villains could only watch as his foot glowed with power. When he slammed back to the ground, he stomped with immense force and the earth cracked beneath him. A massive shockwave ripped through the area, sending every villain within range flying back. The ground shook violently. Kafka stood tall, chest rising and falling with each breath, his kaiju transformation still radiating a fierce, unrelenting energy. Izumi and Aiku watched in awe, Izumi whispering that it was amazing. The sounds of battle continued to rage around them, pulling everyone back into the fight. Kafka smiled at the rush of adrenaline but kept his focus. He was just getting started. His fists were slick with sweat and smoke from the last group of opponents. He heard movement behind him and bolted forward, a streak of green lightning across his arm. A villain leaped toward Momo with an aggressive swing. Kafka answered with a single, powerful strike that sent the attacker tumbling through a scorched van and into rubble. Momo gasped in relief. Kafka coldly told the others to stop holding them back, then rushed into the remaining villains. His punches landed hard, thunder echoed from his boots, and his kaiju-enhanced limbs bulldozed through the wave of attackers. Aiku moved with shadow-like grace, his dark side quirk swallowing enemies in tendrils of void. Within minutes the area fell, silent villains down and unconscious. Aiku panted and announced that it was the last of them. Kafka turned and saw Izumi slumped against a wall, her left arm twitching and bent oddly. Kafka thought that she was showing side effects, similar to what Izuku had experienced with his power. Momo sat beside Izumi, catching her breath and avoiding Kafka's gaze. Kafka told them to rest and said he was going to find Aizawa. Izumi agreed quietly and Momo murmured in assent. Aiku sighed and complained about being the babysitter now. Kafka dashed across the broken ground of the USJ. Smoke curled from collapsed buildings and smoldering fires, and explosions rang out deeper inside. He narrowed his eyes toward the center of the battlefield and landed with a heavy thud on cracked cement, scanning the scene. Aizawa was pinned beneath something massive and crimson. Kafka's eyes widened. This was not a Nomu he recognized. The creature had thick red skin like armored plates and a single, glowing eye in its head. It snarled unfamiliar and dangerous. Bakugo lay in the dirt, clearly injured. Shoko was helping Tsuyu up. Izuku trembled, arms extended protectively in front of Mineta. Shigaraki stood behind them, smirking. Kafka ran at the creature and tried to punch it, but it dodged. He called out to Aizawa to check if he was okay. Aizawa opened one eye and gave the faintest nod, barely conscious. Kafka took that as confirmation, and then a massive red fist barreled through smoke and slammed into him. The blow sent Kafka through a broken wall and into rubble, leaving him winded and disoriented. Izuku screamed Kafka's name. Dust rose in a thick cloud where Kafka had landed. The red creature loomed, claws twitching, and Shigaraki told everyone that it was time to finish them. He announced that the beast was Nomu No. 10, a model engineered for a single purpose, to take down a great hero. He taunted the students and ordered the creature to attack Tsuyu. The Nomu turned and advanced on Tsuyu, stomping so the floor cracked beneath its steps. Its single eye locked onto her and its claw reached out, casting a shadow over her. Tsuyu braced herself, frozen in fear. Izuku and Mineta charged to intervene but were too slow. The claw came down and then suddenly froze inches from her head. The creature stepped back abruptly and did not respond to Shigaraki's orders. The creatures and students all stared toward the deep crater at the other end of the plaza. A faint crackling hum began to echo from the rubble. A gust of wind passed through the battlefield. Two lights appeared in the distance, red and green orbs that grew brighter as they approached. The Nomu's single eye shifted, showing a flash of recognition, then the crater erupted. A violent explosion tore out of the impact zone and shook the entire USJ. The ground split and walls cracked from the force. A second, closer shockwave followed, even stronger. Students cried out and shielded themselves. Through the settling dust, a figure stepped forward. Broad-shouldered and armored in dark emerald plating, it moved with a strange, composed strength. Bright green lines ran along its limbs and chest, and spines curled off its back like living weapons. Twin green and red eyes cut through the haze with a predatory focus. The Nomu trembled and backed away. The students watched in stunned silence, too afraid to move. Then Izuku, voice shaking, called out Kafka's name because what stood before them was no longer simply Kafka. All eyes locked forward toward the smoldering crater at the heart of the USJ facility. A single figure stood there, monstrous and majestic. Its body was humanoid in shape, armored with jagged dark green plates traced by glowing green cracks. Green electricity arced along its frame as if the suit itself were alive. Thick lines pulsed like veins. Mineta shrank back in fear and reacted in disbelief at the sight of another one. Kirishima ground his teeth, incredulous that they were facing yet another threat when they had barely held off the last. Even Shoko, usually expressionless, stared with narrowed eyes and lips pressed together. Izuku's breath hitched, his heart thundered, and he thought he recognized the presence. He knew that presence, that form, and those eyes. It was not another Nomu. It was Kafka. At the center of the chaos, Shigaraki squinted at the figure, scratching at his neck with twitching fingers as he tried to make sense of it. He called for Kurogiri. In a swirl of black mist, the warped figure materialized behind him and reported calmly that he had not teleported anyone in. Shigaraki's smirk faltered. When his gaze returned to the battlefield, he noticed his own monster, Nomu No. 10, hesitate. The Nomu emitted a low, powerful roar that rattled the support beams of the U.S. Shigaraki clenched his fists and ordered number 10 to remove the new threat. Kurojiiri studied Kafka and suggested that the towering figure did not appear to be on their side. Shigaraki, sweating slightly, acknowledged the possibility as Kafka kept standing perfectly still, glowing and staring back. Kafka's glare cut through Shigaraki's bravado and sent a cold shiver down his spine. Number 10 launched forward like a missile, its massive form moving with surprising speed. The students could barely track it. Kirishima reacted in shock at how fast it moved. Shoko stepped forward, tensing to defend. Izuku called out to Kafka. The Nomu's punch crashed forward with a deafening impact. The ground cratered. A shockwave sent rubble flying and the very earth beneath them fractured. Smoke, dust, wind, and debris filled the air. For a moment everything vanished in chaos. When the dust cleared, Izuku blinked through the smoke and found himself gasping. The Nomu's massive fist was caught and held in the palm of Kafka's monstrous hand. Kafka stood motionless, unscathed, his body radiating green lightning as the dust around him danced from static pressure. Shigaraki stared in disbelief while the Nomu growled and tried to pull its arm free. Kafka's grip tightened. Sparks crackled at his feet and veins of light throbbed through his arms. The Nomu tried to slam Kafka with its other fist, but Kafka raised a knee and blocked it with precise control. There were no words. Kafka's glowing eyes slowly turned, piercing and cold, and he fixed his gaze on the Nomu like a predator assessing its next move. Electricity hung in the air and cracks formed beneath his feet. When Kafka released the Nomu, the beast leapt back only to be met by a fist already coming toward it. The impact sent the Nomu flying, and it landed heavily, dazed. The Nomu recovered, touching its side where the force had landed. The sign of damage quickly smoothed over as the creature prepared to attack again. Both the Nomu and Kafka charged at each other with fists raised. Their collision sent shockwaves through the facility, debris scattering in all directions. Kafka's speed proved overwhelming. His strikes landed with lightning precision, each blow carrying the power to shatter stone. He dodged the Nomu's attacks with fluid, anticipatory movements. When the Nomu attempted to gain the upper hand by stretching its arms into long, blade-like extensions, Kafka's reflexes remained unshaken. He slipped between the slashing limbs and then used the Nomu's own extended arms to pull it within reach. With a sudden, controlled burst of force, Kafka planted his feet on the Nomu's face and launched it backward into a wall, smearing the structure into rubble. Dust filled the air while Kafka remained steady, the storm of energy around him settling only momentarily. The air around Kafka crackled as bolts of lightning formed and swirled. Rocket-like moves activated from his elbows, humming as he prepared for another attack. The Nomu rose again, staggering but ready. Kafka launched forward with a focused, thunderous strike that connected with the Nomu's chest. The impact produced a titanic shockwave that blasted outward, shaking the ground, parting clouds, and scattering more debris. The force of the blow overwhelmed the Nomu. Its massive form collapsed and broke apart into rubble and wreckage of metal and concrete, leaving behind no active threat. Dust and fragments floated where the creature had stood, and the echo of the shockwave faded into a ringing silence. For a moment everyone remained frozen, staring at the devastation left in Kafka's wake. Shigaraki's jaw tightened and his eyes narrowed as he took in the display of raw power. Mineta, Izuku, and the others could only watch, stunned by the ferocity of the battle. Kafka stood alone in the aftermath, his eyes still glowing with the intensity of his transformation. His breath came heavy, but there was no sign of fatigue in his posture. He had won. Everyone froze, eyes wide as the monstrous titan began walking toward them. Each thunderous step cracked the broken ground beneath its massive feet, the air trembling with each movement as the looming figure drew closer. Aizawa gritted his teeth and tried to push himself off the rubble. He thought that he couldn't move and that if the Titan attacked he wouldn't be able to stop it. If he didn't act, they would all be in danger. Then another figure stepped forward. Izuku moved calmly, slowly walking toward the monster. The others snapped their heads to him in disbelief. Kirishima reacted with a stammering question, and Mineta panicked and begged him to stop. Tsuyu voiced concern. Izuku kept walking without fear. The kaiju stopped in front of him, towering over him like a building. After a beat, the monster scratched the back of its head, and a familiar voice rumbled from its throat. Kafka sheepishly apologized to Izuku and explained that he had just wanted to eliminate the other monster before it caused any more damage. Bakugo's jaw dropped and Kirishima shouted in shock that the creature had spoken. Even Shoko, usually calm and collected, blinked in surprise. Aizawa thought the voice sounded familiar. Izuku chuckled and said he had been scared for a second, then thanked Kafka for getting rid of the other huge threat. The two of them laughed, standing casually in the middle of the battlefield like friends who had just bumped into each other. The rest of the class remained frozen in disbelief. Mineta cried out in astonishment upon realizing it was Kafka. Kafka's glowing eyes turned toward the villain still standing in the distance, Shigaraki, and his expression shifted. He asked Izuku for a moment, and Izuku nodded seriously, telling him to take his time. Kafka turned, his massive limbs moving with quiet thunder as he walked toward Shigaraki. The villain stood still, muttering that this had not been part of the plan and scratching his neck nervously. Kafka's shadow loomed over him. Shigaraki finally looked up and found Kafka standing inches away. Kafka tilted his monstrous head slightly and commented on Shigaraki's appearance in a flat, teasing tone. Shigaraki faltered, stunned that the creature could speak. At that moment a swirling black portal opened nearby and Kurogyri emerged, already unstable. Kurogyri urged Shigaraki to retreat and extended the shadows toward him, but Kafka did not strike. He stared, focused, and then softly spoke Shigaraki's name. The kaiju form began to glow, muscles retracting and monstrous features folding back until Kafka's human form stood before them, eyes still glowing faintly. He smiled and promised that he was going to save Shigaraki. Shigaraki's breath caught, and Kurogyri cried out. In an instant, the two vanished into the shadows, leaving only silence. Kafka remained, staring at the empty space where the villain had been. The entire battlefield fell into stunned quiet. Even All Might, who had arrived late, paused at the outskirts and narrowed his eyes at the strange, powerful boy standing where a monster had just been. A few days later, morning light filtered through pale curtains and cast soft shadows across the sterile walls of a quiet hospital room. A window stood slightly open, letting in a breeze that carried the faint scent of spring. The room was plain white walls, a monitor in the corner, and a single bed where a boy slept. Kafka lay there unmoving until his fingers twitched and his eyelids fluttered. He let out a soft groan and slowly opened his eyes, the sterile ceiling swimming into view. His head pulsed with dull pain as he tried to sit up, grabbing the bed rail instinctively. He wondered where he was and realized he was in a hospital. His body ached, but the pain was muted. He tried to remember what had happened. Flashes came, smoke, roaring, the monstrous Nomu, but the rest was a blur. A small voice greeted him, and Kafka snapped his head toward it to find a short, elderly woman standing near the bed. She had wrinkled skin, tired eyes, and a warm presence that made the room feel less cold. She introduced herself as Chiyo Shizenji and said she was the nurse at UA. Chiyo informed him that after the USJ attack he had lost consciousness when the battle ended and that he had been in rough shape when he arrived. She mentioned that a sweet boy with green hair had carried him to the hospital, and Kafka's eyes widened and softened at the thought of Izuku. He resolved to thank him later. Chiyo explained that, compared to some cases she had seen, he had been quiet and barely breathing, but that he had been lucky most students would not walk away from something like that. Kafka looked down at his bandaged arms and flexed carefully, surprised to feel fine and even a little stronger than before. Grateful, he smiled and thanked her. After a few minutes he slowly got out of bed, feeling more energized than he should have, and bowed slightly to the nurse. He smiled again and told her he would be going now. He thanked his grandmother once more, and she laughed softly while waving him off. Chiyo smiled and told Kafka to take care of himself. Kafka turned toward the door, paused to glance back, offered a faint smile, and stepped out into the hallway where sunlight poured through the windows. After a few minutes, Chiyo stood still for a moment and then walked back to the now empty bed. Her expression grew contemplative as she picked up the clipboard by the window and examined the report. The paper listed 5 broken ribs, a fractured arm, and serious wounds across the forearms and thighs, injuries that should have taken weeks to heal. She ran a finger over the edge of the sheet and thought that, despite everything, he had walked out like nothing had happened. She remembered the image, Kafka unconscious, a faint light seeming to knit him back together, as if his body healed itself. She said nothing aloud, only looked toward the closed door he had left through, a small, curious smile touching her lips before she returned to her work and let the mystery linger. Outside, Kafka moved down the halls slowly, each step heavy. The world around him seemed quiet, but inside he was noisy with questions. He thought the power he had felt was more than raw strength. When he had become something larger, the force had felt like it could shatter mountains, but he had no understanding of how or why. He lifted his hand and watched briefly as scales slid over his skin and a monstrous silhouette flickered before fading. He knew he had to figure it out. He sighed as he headed toward the dorms and paused before the door, hand hovering on the handle. When he opened it, the whole class was in the lounge. He froze as conversation stopped and silence fell. Ojiro was the first to notice him and called his name. A rush of voices followed. Mina asked if he was okay and what had happened. Suyu expressed concern that he had been out for a while, and Ojiro marveled at the fight and asked if he was hurt. Aoyama complimented his appearance and asked if he was alright. Toru said they had been worried, and Denki reacted with stunned excitement while also asking if he was okay. Everyone spoke at once, crowding close and leaving him no room to breathe. Kafka's eyes surveyed the room. Some students remained seated, their faces unreadable. Bakugo, Izumi, Zuko, Katsumi, Mineta, Momo, Shoko, Ochako, Ida, Aiku, Ruko, and Sonic had not moved. Their gazes were fixed on him and felt cold, distant. He avoided Izumi's look. He sensed a longing in it, but he did not return it. The entire lounge went silent, tension thick enough to feel like a physical weight. Dozens of eyes turned toward him, each laden with judgment, suspicion, and unease. Kafka stood frozen, heart pounding as distrust crawled under his skin. His fingers trembled and sweat traced down his temple as he tried to make sense of the atmosphere. Suddenly a flash of green light broke the silence. Inko hovered inches above the floor, eyes bright with anger and grief, her body surrounded by a trembling emerald aura. She accused him, declaring that she had suspected something terrible. Her hand rose, palm facing Kafka, the glow flaring and making the air vibrate. Before the moment could escalate, the light faded and Inko came back to the ground with a gasp. She snapped at Aizawa, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. Aizawa stood a few steps away, his scarf coiled and his expression a cold wall of authority. He reminded everyone that they still did not know whether Kafka was an enemy and said that, until they knew more, Kafka was his student and he would not allow anyone to harm him. The two glareful stances, Inko's fury and Aizawa's resolve, held the room taut for a beat. Principal Nizu then called for calm from his desk and clarified that he had not declared Kafka an enemy or a villain. He said that if Kafka had been an enemy, he would not have risked his life to help his classmates. Midnight agreed that they should not jump to conclusions. Kafka stood in the middle of it all, chest rising and falling quickly, trying to breathe. He thought about his strange condition and registered the odd fact that he did not have a heart in the way others did, yet he felt a pulse. Niza's expression shifted to something sharper as he asked Kafka to explain. Kafka flinched and pressed a hand against his chest, feeling the familiar thump. He reassured them that he did not know what had happened and, though his voice cracked, he insisted that he was not a monster. Nizu acknowledged that he had not said Kafka was a monster, but warned that Kafka could not be trusted at the moment. A sudden pair of claps drew every head to the doorway. All Might appeared beside Inko, his smile gentle but firm as he entered the tense room. Even now, his presence filled the room like sunlight piercing through storm clouds. All Might calmly instructed everyone to take a breath. He looked directly at Kafka, voice steady and commanding as he declared that they had been handling things the wrong way. Confusion rippled through the gathered crowd. Endeavor growled and asked what he suggested. All Might's smile widened and he proposed a test to determine whether Kafka was truly dangerous or simply misunderstood. Aizawa frowned and questioned the idea, but All Might stepped closer to Kafka and insisted the test would reveal everything. A few minutes later, the lights dimmed and a massive monitor flickered to life, displaying a sprawling simulated city. Teachers and heroes stood gathered while Class 1A and Class 1B took their seats, whispering nervously. Midnight voiced concern that Kafka was facing All Might. Aizawa flatly noted they could have verified the story another way, and Nizu cheerfully remarked that this was more entertaining. Most of the room mentally labeled Kafka a psychopath. The door slid open and Class 1A entered, confusion written across their faces. Ida asked why they had been called. Aizawa did not turn. He stated that they were there to witness something. Class 1B filed in shortly after, and Vault King stepped forward with a commanding order for everyone to sit. The room fell silent. The monitor zoomed in on a lone figure standing in the center of the virtual city. Denki squinted and identified Kafka. Sonic frowned and wondered what he was doing there. Vault King announced that Kafka was about to have a sparring match with All Might. The declaration registered like an explosion through the room. Every student froze. Monoma smirked and predicted it would be entertaining, mocking the idea that someone from Class 1A would face the #1 hero. Bakugo's palms sparked, and he glared at Monoma in anger. Monoma continued to taunt, and Kendo promptly slapped him across the face, scolding him for running his mouth. Laughter rippled through both classes at the interruption, and even Bakugo cracked a grin. Kendo apologized and explained that Monoma still had to learn when to keep quiet. All eyes shifted to the glowing monitor. Kafka stood alone amid a ruined, empty cityscape. Broken towers framed the horizon and a mechanical wind stirred dust and stray papers through deserted streets. He rolled his shoulders and bounced lightly on his feet, trying to calm the nerves knotting his stomach. Across from him, All Might towered, cape fluttering and grin bright with the weight of legend. All Might encouraged them to give it their all. Kafka watched, unimpressed, a half-smirk twitching at the corner of his mouth. He thought wryly that he just got to be the crash dummy for a living icon, then cracked his neck and muttered that he wanted to punch that smug face. Suddenly All Might vanished in a blur and the ground trembled as a golden figure appeared right in front of Kafka, fist drawn back. The resulting impact struck Kafka's guard with a thunderous force. Concrete fractured and windows shattered as the air split around them. When the dust settled, All Might remained standing, still smiling, pleased that Kafka had not been knocked out instantly. Kafka's kaiju armor held him steady, claws dug into the cracked pavement. He trembled but did not fall. All Might, excited, signaled he would escalate. He vanished and reappeared, landing a heavy blow to Kafka's midsection that sent him skidding back through a line of cars which crumpled and tumbled. Kafka groaned and rolled to a stop, coughing and gasping for air. All Might announced the name of his attack and struck again, leaving Kafka winded and reeling. Pain shot through Kafka's arm and made it difficult to move, but he forced himself up, eyes blazing with stubborn determination. He spat to clear his lungs and vowed that he was not finished until he had driven the grin from All Might's face. Kafka charged. Their collision produced a concussive shockwave that swallowed the street. All Might unleashed another powerful attack, and Kafka barely held, sliding along the pavement as fissures webbed outward. All Might's amusement shifted to respect as he acknowledged Kafka's resilience. Battered and trembling, Kafka lifted a shaking arm once more. All Might smiled with genuine admiration and prepared to finish the match properly. He dashed forward, muscles coiled, and threw a devastating punch, but Kafka reacted in time. His hands shot up and caught All Might's fist mid-swing. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, cracking the pavement beneath them. Kafka's expression hardened and his body began a dramatic transformation. Armor elements reconfigured and hard, scale-like plating formed over his frame as energy surged outward. He rose taller and broader, a distinctly kaiju presence towering over the simulated city. Dark and crimson energy billowed around him like a gathering storm, and sharp ridges ran along his arms and spine as his eyes flared an intense blue. All Might's grin widened at the display. Kafka let out a guttural roar that shook nearby glass, and the lingering damage from the earlier blows knit together as his form stabilized and his armor gleamed. All Might's excitement sharpened. He launched himself at full speed and unleashed another named powerful strike. The impact sent Kafka hurtling through the skyline, collapsing several buildings in an exaggerated, anime-style display of force. Concrete rained down as Kafka tore through the wreckage, claws gouging trenches in the pavement before he came to a halt. Kafka screamed in pain as the air shimmered around him and dust and debris swirled in his wake while he dashed forward at impossible speed faster than sound. A shockwave detonated the street when his fist slammed into All Might's gut, cracking the ground beneath them. The blast shattered glass for blocks. All Might coughed, injured yet grinning, and noted that it was impressive. Kafka spun, his tail slicing through the air, then unleashed a brutal roundhouse. The shockwave detonated a nearby building. All Might darted through falling debris, fists glowing golden and focused, preparing to escalate the fight. All Might blurred forward with lightning speed and struck Kafka's shoulder with a crushing blow that shattered the joint. Kafka's arm was torn away and spun into the rubble. All Might landed, chest heaving, and told Kafka that he was tough but not invincible. Kafka did not scream or flinch. He only stared, calm and cold. A dark hum of energy gathered around him. His wounds glowed, and his arm reformed before All Might's eyes, emerging whole and stronger than before. All Might reacted with disbelief. Kafka smirked and vanished. His regenerated arm punched straight into All Might's chest and hurled the hero through the skyline like a missile. Buildings collapsed in the blast. All Might slammed into the ground, carving a deep crater, then staggered to his feet, coughing and stunned that the symbol of peace was being pushed back. Kafka stepped through the smoke, towering, his injuries seeming to glow molten red as energy pulsed through his exoskeleton. He growled low and feral. All Might clenched his fists. His aura flared golden and wind whipped around him as he summoned his Texas Smash and rocketed forward, fist first. Kafka caught the blow effortlessly, closing his massive hand around All Might's fist like an iron vice. The resulting shockwave flattened entire blocks. Kafka lifted All Might and slammed him into the ground repeatedly before hurling him through a parking structure. Dust rose as Kafka charged with claws glowing hot, crossed them into an X, and slashed across All Might's chest, leaving the hero wounded but refusing to fall. All Might strained to keep fighting and insisted he was not yet finished. Kafka roared, driving his heel into the ground until the block caved in and streets split apart. All Might tumbled back, battered, blood marking his face and clothing but still standing. Kafka uppercut so forcefully that All Might shot into the sky and tore through a water tower. When the smoke cleared, All Might lay broken among the rubble, chest rising and falling. Kafka landed before him, colossal and monstrous, his armor gleaming obsidian and eyes burning crimson. The kaiju form had evolved beyond control. For the first time, All Might looked up not as an untouchable symbol but as a man facing something beyond human. Words were meaningless in that moment. Kafka's growl vibrated through the air and the ground trembled beneath him. With an earth-shaking roar, he lunged forward and slammed his massive fist into All Might, driving him into the pavement with cataclysmic force. The shockwaves shattered streets, sent concrete flying, and rippled through nearby buildings. Again and again, Kafka struck relentlessly, each blow thunderous, like an earthquake of fists. The impact splintered pavement and cracked the earth. All Might was battered and barely clinging to consciousness. Kafka loomed, chest heaving and eyes blazing brighter than before, and then darkness flickered across those eyes. Inside Kafka's mind, chains rattled in a pitch-black void. Shackles bit at his wrists and ankles, binding him to an unseen prison. He was trapped in his own fury and power, and a far older, darker presence stirred beneath the surface. Kafka begged for it to stop, his voice breaking with desperation. His body convulsed as he strained against the invisible restraints and wondered why his body would not obey him. He looked over the ruined city and saw All Might limping through the wreckage. Even though Kafka resented everything the symbol of peace represented, he knew what was happening had gone too far. A faint, fractured sound cut through the chaos. Kafka's head snapped toward it. A horrific creature slid from the shadows with jagged translucent wings and teeth like shards of glass. Its eyes were voids that seemed to swallow light. Kafka recoiled in horror as the creature emitted a broken, staccato hiss that urged killing. Kafka realized, in a stunned burst of clarity, that this creature was exerting control over him. The bug-like creature's buzzing filled the air like a swarm. Kafka's inner fury fought the external compulsion. The buzzing intensified, circling him like a predator closing in. He watched All Might suspended in the air, lifted by his own massive hand, and screamed for it to stop as the creature's influence pushed him toward crushing the hero. The observation room was frozen. No one dared breathe. Every screen showed the same image: All Might being brutalized, his body thrown and battered, Kafka transformed into a berserk force. Class 1A and 1B watched in disbelief as their symbol of peace faltered. Denki, shaking, whispered that Kafka was beating All Might. Even Bakugo was silent. Aizawa barked an urgent order for Mirko to respond. A frantic voice called for Vlad King and Endeavor to move, urging them to stop the threat before he killed All Might. The words snapped everyone back to reality. Heroes rushed to prepare. Some students trembled, others clenched their fists, helpless. A sudden chair scraping back drew all heads. It was Inko, standing with hair on end and eyes wide, her aura flickering like green fire. Without speaking, she moved toward the door. Che trembled as she drew Aizawa's attention to one of the mentor viewing monitors. Aizawa followed her finger and his expression went wide. On the screen, in the fake city, All Might groaned, vision hazy and clearly injured, while Kafka loomed over him, drooling and savage. All Might thought he might not make it as the creature raised its jaws to finish the job. A rock struck the beast's eye and a powerful roar erupted, causing the monster to stumble and give All Might a moment to fall free. A shadow landed between them. All Might, exhausted and shocked, looked up to see Izuku standing between him and the creature. Gasps echoed through the observation room. Bakugo sputtered that it was that loser. Inko froze and turned with wide eyes. Midnight whispered a single name, and even Aizawa found himself at a loss for words. Back in the fake city, Kafka growled, the monstrous eyes flickering with a hint of hesitation as something human seemed to struggle below the surface. Izuku stood still and met the beast's gaze, his voice calm and steady as he addressed Kafka directly. The creature growled but did not strike. Izuku smiled and gently asked if Kafka was still in there. A tense silence followed as Kafka's shoulders tensed, torn between rage and recognition. Then Kafka roared again. Izuku's eyes narrowed and he readied himself, telling the creature it was time for another sparring match. He took a stance, fists raised, and the beast attacked with blinding speed. The shockwave from Kafka's colossal punch shattered nearby structures. A building collapsed in a cloud of dust and the street fractured under the force. Smoke and debris swirled. After a moment of silence, Kafka turned sharply and found Izuku standing just outside the crater. Izuku glanced at All Might and instructed him to stay put. All Might stared, stunned and heart-pounding, wondering if this was the same boy he had once known. Izuku did not look back. He tightened his fists and stepped forward. Kafka charged, knuckles slamming into the concrete and sending a massive tremor through the fake city. Izuku sprinted up Kafka's massive arm and struck the creature's jaw with a solid punch. Kafka did not flinch, and the fight intensified. Izuku flipped away from a crushing blow and landed near a stop sign half buried in rubble. He wrenched it free and snapped it in half, sparking the metal as he shaped the halves into rough blades and twirled them with a determined smirk, apologizing quietly to Kafka for what he had to do. The two collided like titans. Izuku weaved between Kafka's strikes, slashing at legs and arms and leaving shallow marks while sparks flew from metal on stone. Kafka howled and swung, demolishing buildings with missed blows. Izuku darted around, pressing his attacks into the creature's damaged flesh. Kafka's form began to shimmer as it seemed to pull itself back together, recovering as fast as Izuku could cut. Undeterred, Izuku flipped over a shattered rooftop and drove both makeshift blades into Kafka's back. The creature roared, grabbed him, and hurled him across the plaza. Izuku slammed into a wall and coughed, shaken but pushing himself to his feet and wiping at his lip. Kafka pounded the ground again, tearing up pavement and sending shockwaves through the area. Izuku jumped and flipped through falling rubble, slashing with both weapons. Each strike chipped away at Kafka's control. Kafka launched a massive, car-sized fist. Izuku dodged and skidded back as the street split. Beneath him, he thought that one more hit might finish him, but he kept fighting. All Might watched from nearby, heart pounding as he witnessed Izuku, the quirkless boy from before, hold his ground against a being of overwhelming strength. The battle raged on. As the makeshift blades began to splinter and break, Izuku knew he had to end it. Bruised and determined, he backflipped and landed on Kafka's back with both blades in hand. He drove one downward while the other cracked on impact. Kafka screeched and jerked, but Izuku held on and shouted for Kafka to wake up. Within Kafka's inner mind, a dark, corrupted space bound by chains held him captive. Kafka knelt, panting and trembling, confusion and rage in his eyes. A sinister, insectal influence pulsed nearby and whispered madness into his thoughts. Kafka struggled as the chains wrapped around him like cursed vines. Izuku's voice rang through that realm like a beacon, clear and unwavering. Kafka's eyes widened as memories of Izuku's past always rushing in to help others, rising despite being quirkless and mocked flooded his mind. The creature inside him realized someone still believed in him. Kafka screamed, fists trembling, and demanded to have his body back. One chain snapped, then the others shattered as a burst of spirit energy exploded outward. The dark influence lunged, but Kafka struck back with a powerful punch. The impact hit Izuku like a brutal, soul-cracking blow. He screamed for it to get out of his head. Back in the real world, Kafka's beastly form froze mid-roar and shuddered. Izuku blinked, still clinging as the titan trembled. The kaiju's massive frame began to glow and shrink, its exoshell cracking and dissolving into light. The illusion fell away, and Kafka's real body collapsed like a ragdoll. Izuku leapt down and caught him, landing hard on one knee. He looked down at Kafka, whose eyes were half-lidded and breath ragged. Kafka coughed and, with a tired grin, chuckled. Izuku told him it was good to see him back. Kafka answered that it was good to be back. Both men laughed, exhausted, lying amid the rubble with their hearts a little lighter. Kafka's laughter faded into unconscious silence. His body went limp in Izuku's arms. Izuku checked his pulse and breathed a sigh of relief when it proved faint but steady. The fake city fell quiet for a moment, then dozens of footsteps echoed as classmates and pro-heroes rushed in. Class 1A and 1B poured forward, familiar faces Ojiro, Turo, Mineta, Mina, Kirishima, Sonic, Chie, Aiku, Ruko, Bakugo, Ochako, Momo, Jiro, Tiu, Izumi, Zuko, Katsumi, Ida, Shoko, Aoyama, Denki and the rest of Class B. Behind them came pro-heroes Aizawa, Vlad King, Midnight, Mirko, Endeavor and Principal Nizu. At the center of the crowd, Inko Yagi hovered, worry etched into her face. Izuku gently laid Kafka down despite aching muscles and soreness from the fight. Aizawa approached with calm concern and asked if Izuku was all right. Izuku nodded and said he was fine. Faces in the crowd registered shock, confusion, disbelief. Bakugo reacted with outrage at the sight. Kirishima stood in awe that Izuku had defeated the monster. Others whispered that they had underestimated him. Inko rushed to where All Might still lay injured, dropped to her knees, and cradled him, demanding to know if he was okay. All Might offered a weak smile and said he was roughed up but fine, and then he tried to stand and faltered. Inko's temper flared and she barked at someone she called a brat. Her aura shone green as she seized a chunk of rubble from a ruined building and hurled it toward Kafka's prone figure. The rock froze in midair, and murmurs spread through the crowd. Inko's motion stopped when she noticed Izuku. He was now standing in front of Kafka, holding the huge piece of rubble with one hand. Veins strained in his arms, and he lowered the debris to the ground. Inko flew down to confront him, eyes blazing with anger and accusation. Aizawa moved forward, but Izuku raised a hand and asked him not to intervene. Izuku met Inko's furious glare and, remembering how terrified he used to be, steadied himself. He acknowledged her right to be angry but declared that he would not allow her to hurt his friend. Inko slapped him hard across the face. The crowd gasped, but Izuku did not flinch. He turned back to her with cold clarity and told her to refrain from using violence on a student. He released her hand and walked past, gently retrieving Kafka. Izawa, stunned but composed, instructed him to take Kafka to the infirmary and said he would follow. Nizu offered a small remark of approval. As Izuku began to walk away, Inko screamed his name and accused him of disrespecting her. Izuku paused, looked back, and replied that she had never been his mother, that she was just a stranger he had lived with. Inko's face went still and shaken. The others watched in silence, astonished by this exchange. Izuku carried Kafka forward with each step feeling a little lighter than the last. The wind was gentle and the setting sun cast the sky in gold. He reflected that before he met Kafka he had been terrified of everything, a shadow who followed others but never belonged. He had cried in private and clung to the hope that tomorrow might hurt less. Then he remembered the day Kafka crashed into his life. In Izuku's memory he was back in the classroom, curled up with his fists clenched and his face stinging after being kicked. Bakugo's boot had landed in his gut and Kirishima's laughter had stung like knives while others watched. Izuku had braced for more, but instead a loud, unafraid voice had intervened. Kafka had stood there, fearless and furious, taking on the bullies without running. He fought them off, and for the first time someone had stood up for Izuku. That moment had lit a spark inside him. He also remembered the training sessions that followed. Kafka had tossed him around like a rag doll while Izuku panted as if he had run a marathon, but Kafka never mocked him in earnest. In one flashback Kafka had even made a strange, joking remark about sand, and Izuku had laughed despite himself. Those moments and Kafka's stubborn presence had changed him. Izuku carried Kafka toward the infirmary, each step measured and steady, the weight of the day balanced by the quiet truth that he had finally found someone who believed in him. Izuku spat out dirt and glared at Kafka, but then he laughed genuinely. Kafka's dumb jokes were always the worst and, somehow, the best. Every bruise had been worth that feeling of being alive and seen. Their first night out as vigilantes was still vivid in Kafka's mind. Two teenagers trying to help people, shaking but determined. They had rescued a man and his child from a group of thugs in a storage facility. Izuku remembered landing a solid punch or two. Kafka had moved like fire blazing and unrelenting, and when it was over he had slapped Izuku on the back and told him that the punch had made him look like a beast. Kafka's praise stayed with Izuku that night. He could not sleep from pride. Then came Izuku's birthday, something Kafka had never expected Izuku to notice. Izuku had walked into Kafka's house and found balloons, cake, and a party hat with his name crudely scrawled on it. Kafka's parents welcomed Izuku like family. Izuku asked if it was all for him, and Kafka had grinned and teased that it was, wishing him a happy birthday in a way that made it the first party Izuku had ever had. Those memories stung in the good way, the kind of pain that swelled the chest and tightened the throat. Kafka had always helped Izuku and had pulled him out of the dark, and Izuku had never really asked why. Walking under a golden sky with Kafka in his arms, Izuku felt he did not need to know the reasons. Just being with Kafka was enough. Izuku thought of Kafka as his shooting star, granting wishes, and silently thanked him, calling him his best friend in his heart. In that moment something inside Izuku shifted, guilt, fear, and the weight of never being enough fell away. For the first time he felt free. The world then went quiet for Kafka. A sterile white ceiling came into view as he opened his eyes. The room took a long time to sharpen. The fluorescent light hummed above and a heart monitor beeped slowly beside him. He breathed out, the sound rough and unused. Sunlight bled through half-closed blinds and dust motes drifted in the beam. Kafka shifted upright, every muscle stiff from disuse, and realized with a bitter taste where he was. He rubbed his neck and tried to piece together how he had ended up in a hospital bed. Memories surfaced in fragments: motion, adrenaline, a monstrous pulse in his blood. He recalled losing control and clashing with all might until Izuku's voice reached him and pulled him back. The memory broke off there and left an empty place. Kafka clicked his tongue and managed a dry chuckle, admitting to himself that his brain did not want to let him have the easier moments. The door creaked open and a nurse entered with a tray, then froze, eyes wide. The tray clattered and tools scattered across the floor. The nurse hurried out, announcing that the patient in room 292 was awake. Footsteps and muffled voices echoed in the corridor, urgency woven through them. Kafka stared at the open doorway, bewildered by the commotion. Minutes later the door opened again. Principal Nizu entered first, wearing his usual inscrutable smile, followed by Shota Aizawa with his sharp, unreadable gaze. Behind them came a woman Kafka had never seen before, tall and composed, with a mane of deep red hair that caught the light. Nizu expressed relief that Kafka was awake and called him by name. Kafka answered that he was awake, though his voice was still raw. Aizawa asked Kafka if he remembered anything from a week ago. Kafka blinked in surprise at the suggestion that he had been asleep for an entire week. Nizu explained that Kafka had been in a form of hibernation and that being awake now was a good sign. Kafka reacted in shock at the length of time he had lost. Before Kafka could ask what they meant by this, the red-haired woman stepped forward and, with quick, efficient movements, secured a metallic collar around his neck and matching bands on his wrists. The cold of the metal bit briefly but without injury. The woman informed him that he would keep the restraints on until they reached their destination. Kafka frowned and asked who she was. Nizu and Aizawa both showed a flicker of surprise at his ignorance of the woman's identity. Aizawa, flat and shocked, indicated that Kafka really did not seem to know her. Kafka wondered aloud if the woman was famous or otherwise noteworthy. The woman gave a low, controlled chuckle at his confusion and called his lack of recognition unexpected, refreshing, even. She introduced herself as Rai Urameshi and extended a hand. Kafka took it. Her grip was firm and her eyes held a weight he could not quite place. She did not release immediately. Rai stepped closer, her gaze sweeping over Kafka in a slow, appraising manner. Rai smirked and said that she and Kafka Shinji would get along very well. For a moment, Kafka's composure faltered. He felt flustered. She was beautiful and uncomfortably close. Nizu cleared his throat and asked if they should proceed. Kafka rose, joints still stiff. As they walked, his eyes fell on the bands at his wrists. Kafka wondered what they were. Rai explained that they were quirk cancelers and that as long as they touched his skin, his quirk would be locked. Kafka flexed his fingers and noted that he did not feel any different. He found himself studying Rai. She was a new face, not from the manga or the anime he knew. Her eyes met his and she smiled faintly as if she knew what he was thinking. Kafka felt a strange mix of weakness and danger emanating from her, and he sighed at how many questions he already had after just waking up. The hospital corridor was quiet except for their footsteps, Kafka walking between Aizawa and Rai, with Nizu padding ahead. They rounded a corner and a man in a black suit appeared, tall and broad-shouldered, his polished shoes clicking against the floor. He bowed low to Rai and straightened. Rai returned a polite nod. The man extended his hand and a faint light bloomed in his palm, growing rapidly until it filled the corridor with a pale, humming glow. Kafka narrowed his eyes against the glare as the light formed a thin beam that curved outward into a perfect circle of swirling white energy, a portal. Kafka stared, caught between disbelief and fascination. Rai closed her gloved hand around his wrist and, smiling faintly, indicated they were going in. Before Kafka could protest, she pulled him forward and the light swallowed them whole. For a fraction of a second everything was weightless and soundless. Then their feet hit solid ground. The air here was warmer, with a faint scent of polished wood and cologne. They stood in a long, grand hallway lined with ornate sconces, gilded frames, and deep red carpeting that muffled their steps. Maids in crisp uniforms and butlers in black tailcoats moved quietly and bowed as they passed. Kafka felt like a tourist in a foreign country. Aizawa urged him to keep up, and Kafka quickened his pace. After several minutes they stopped before tall double doors. Rai pushed one open and led them into a spacious room where sunlight spilled in from towering windows. In the center, an elderly man in his 70s sat casually in an armchair beside a low table. Aizawa and Nizu bowed respectfully and addressed him as Deputy Prime Minister. Kafka blinked in confusion. Rai strode in with a smirk and told the old man that she had brought his special dilu. The old man's presence was heavy. A scar cut diagonally across his cheek, and his sharp gaze seemed to strip away pretense. He rose to his full height and studied Kafka carefully before his expression softened into a warm smile. The man introduced himself as Sori Urameshi and said he had heard good things about Kafka Shinji. Kafka offered his name in return, uneasy at the formality. Sori began to pace slowly around Kafka, muttering to himself and scanning him like a craftsman inspecting his work. His hand landed briefly on Kafka's arm with a quick squeeze, then he nodded approvingly and murmured that Kafka was very good. Rai intervened with a sharp reprimand about phrasing when Sori's words had come out awkwardly, then calmly explained that Kafka's quirk was analyze and that he could read a person's bodily condition and quirk potential. Sori rubbed his head and grumbled that it was the same thing. Kafka protested that Sori had not expressed it well. Kafka hesitated, uncertain how to respond while Sori observed him with keen interest. Sori's eyes swept over him and he declared Kafka's condition remarkable, grinning as he told Kafka that he had a bright future ahead. Sori gave Kafka a hearty pat on the back and laughed, saying it was a congratulations. When Kafka asked what exactly he was being congratulated for, Sori grinned and announced that Kafka's engagement had been arranged. The door opened behind Kafka and a young woman stepped in, her footsteps light. Sori gestured toward her with pride and introduced her as Kafka's soon-to-be wife. Kafka stood frozen, his mind a chaotic mess. The room fell into a ceremonial silence. Everyone smiled faintly except Kafka, who focused on the girl across from him. Her black hair shimmered under the lights, flowing like silk down her back. Her dark, piercing eyes were undeniably beautiful and carried a cold regality. Kafka's chest tightened with disbelief as recognition hit him. She bore a striking resemblance to Boa Hancock from One Piece, albeit younger. The realization left him stunned and only deepened his confusion about how many familiar faces from anime seemed to inhabit this world. Kafka wondered if the next surprise would be the entire Shonen Jump roster showing up for dinner. He tore his gaze away and scanned the others in the room. Nizu sat with his eternal smile, unreadable. Aizawa stood nearby with folded arms and tired eyes fixed on him. Kafka began to speak rudely, but his tongue caught when Aizawa shot him a sharp, cutting glare. Kafka swallowed and forced himself to rephrase his question more politely, asking the Deputy Prime Minister to repeat himself because he thought he had misheard. Sori grinned and casually clarified that the woman in question would be Kafka's future wife, his fiancée. Kafka blinked, stunned into silence. Before he could process it, Boa hissed in barely contained fury, questioning how she could be forced into marriage with someone like him and insulting his appearance. Kafka's lips twitched at her manners. Sori's voice remained measured and commanding as he told Boa this was for her greater good. Boa's glare only deepened and she snapped that he was a commoner who did not deserve to breathe the same air as her. Kafka bristled inwardly at her arrogance. Rai cut through the tension with a cold, controlled command for Boa to stop being rude. Boa looked toward her sister, ready to argue, but fell silent the moment Rai's tone turned steel. Kafka noted that Boa's name was the same in this world and that she acted like a spoiled princess. Rai then softened and apologized to Kafka for her sister's behavior, introducing Boa Urameshi and reiterating that Boa would be his fiancée. Kafka sighed and begged for an explanation of what was happening and why he was suddenly being married. Sori leaned forward across the table and, after a brief exchange of looks with Nizu, began to explain. Nizu had expected Kafka to hear it from someone else, but Sori took up the duty, remarking that some things were kept from the public. Sori summarized that in Japan there existed things called chemical engine bioweapons, used by the military and heroes to fight a class of threats called world breakers. Kafka admitted he did not know what those were. Sori's smile grew thin as he explained that world breakers were the kind of monsters those weapons were built to face. Sori tapped the table and a projector hummed to life, casting images onto the wall. Kafka turned his head to look. The first image showed a towering, shadowy creature with jagged spines and faintly glowing veins, eyes like burning pits, and a wide, unsettling mouth lined with uneven, dark teeth. The sight made Kafka flinch. Even Boa's arrogance faltered for a moment. She looked genuinely unnerved. Aizawa stood still but tense. Rai remained composed, and Nizu continued to smile. Sori identified the creature as a world breaker called Delabole and said that 40 years ago it had nearly shattered the world. He moved the images on. The next showed a massive, squid-like being with tentacles that resembled jagged metal, some coiling like serpents and others splitting to reveal further mouths. Then a gigantic bird formed, its wings spanning like a living volcano and its feathers appearing as molten light that could engulf entire cities. Another image depicted a shifting, amorphous entity whose surface opened and closed with many eyes and mouths in a disorienting, surreal display. The final image presented a humanoid beast, a towering figure with stretched, ragged skin and a face that was a distorted reflection of a human, its expression unnervingly feral. Kafka forced himself to keep watching. Something primal in him urged him to look away. Sori explained that each of these monsters had the power to erase humanity, but that the combined efforts of heroes and the military had been enough to bring them down. Sori leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing as he stressed the sharp truth that they did not know where the threats came from or why, only that they could appear at any time and everyone had to be prepared. The words landed heavily, and the room fell into a heavy silence. Kafka swallowed and asked what any of it had to do with him. Aizawa's gaze slid toward Kafka with pointed interest, Rai lifted an eyebrow, and even Boa's smug expression flickered into curiosity. Sori smiled slowly and indicated he was getting to the point. With emotion, the hologram shifted to display floating digits, a scale of ratings. Sori explained that they measured danger levels for both villains and beasts. The display showed common villains averaging between 1.2 and 3.7, nuisances but manageable. Stronger, known villains rose into the 6.8 to 7.9 range. The projector flared red at one glowing figure, 7.8 Grace, the number one villain, one of the strongest the world had known. Sori described Grace with reverent grimness, unmatched, but not unstoppable. The digits pulsed again and Sori named the world breakers in the 8.7 to 9.3 range. The air in the chamber tightened, Boa's cocky smile vanished, Rai's posture stiffened, and even Sori's expression grew darker with the memory of facing such despair. Then Sori fixed his gaze on Kafka and revealed that he had secured footage of Kafka's clash with All Might. The group reacted with shock and curiosity. Sori said he had measured Kafka's performance. The initial number shown was 3. Kafka raised an eyebrow at the modest score. The footage shifted to the moment Kafka's body warped and erupted with immense power, his aura surging across the battlefield. Sori narrated the measurement as the numbers climbed with the intensity of the transformation. 5.6, 6.2, 6.9, 7.7 then higher, 8.2, 8.7, and 9.1 until finally the number stabilized. The glowing digits read 9. The room went still, the light of the number reflected on stunned faces. Aizawa broke first, barely able to believe what he was seeing. Rai's calmness faltered, Boa's lips trembled. Kafka stared, pulse pounding, as the weight of the high rating settled over everyone like an inescapable verdict. Sori observed that, with a rating that high, letting Kafka walk away would be irresponsible. The atmosphere remained frozen except for Sori and Nizu, who appeared amused and calculating. Then Sori clapped once, breaking the trance, and proposed a practical solution, a formal arrangement to keep close watch over Kafka. Sori suggested that Kafka should enter into a marriage with Boa as a way to secure oversight. He framed it as a means to ensure they could maintain constant supervision. Kafka, still reeling, asked why marriage was necessary and whether they could simply follow him instead. Sori offered a measured reply that, because Kafka was so valuable and unpredictable, they needed more than one person involved. Alliances through marriage or other family matches were their chosen method. He added that if Boa was not suitable, there were other eligible relatives who could be proposed for such an alliance, citing Ria as an example. Kafka's face showed the dawning realization of what being bound to the family would mean, and a wash of discomfort swept over him. Ria responded to Sori's mention with a playful smirk and a deliberate wink that only made Kafka more flustered. He felt the situation was absurd and overwhelming. The tension snapped when Boa shot to her feet, fury igniting her posture. She slammed her fingers on the armrest and declared that Kafka was a monster. The accusation reverberated through the chamber in a burst of shocked reactions. Kafka froze, eyes widening as the word hung in the air. Kafka wondered why she sounded like she hated him. Boa glared and declared that he was not human, her voice full of venom. Kafka stiffened. He had expected fear or awe, but this was pure, unreasoning hatred, something far more dangerous than rejection. Sori spoke calmly and tried to intervene, but Boa cut him off with a fierce refusal. She vowed she would not marry him and would not let him live. She formed a bright pink heart between her palms, and the vines around her whipped like banners in a storm as she unleashed a heart-shaped beam at Kafka. The beam struck him with blinding brilliance and then did nothing. The chamber fell silent. Boa fired again, and again there was no effect. Confusion spread through the room. Nizu tilted his head in fascination, Ria stifled a laugh, and even Sori's composure faltered for a moment. Boa's desperation turned to bewilderment. Sori applauded and praised Kafka's restraint, marveling that not even Boa's beauty or charm could sway him. Boa staggered, insisting she was the most beautiful girl alive and unable to understand the rejection. Kafka, awkward and softening, acknowledged that she was beautiful but not his type. He also thought that she seemed much younger than him and remembered that he had been 47 before he died and arrived here. Silence fell as his words landed, and Boa's pride crumbled. Sori clapped once more and announced they would move on to the next part. A suited man emerged from a black portal and dark tendrils shot out to bind Kafka's limbs. The world twisted and then cleared, revealing a vast, sterile white room. Izawa, Boa, Rai, and the others watched from the corners like spectators in an arena. Sori stepped forward with an unremarkable black suitcase. He pressed a hidden switch and the case unfolded into colossal gauntlets that locked onto his arms. He slammed his fists together and a shockwave rippled through the chamber. He proclaimed that the fun part was beginning. Kafka braced himself as the gauntlets pulsed with energy. Sori vanished and reappeared, his fist driving into Kafka's chest with the force of a cannon and sending him flying into the wall. Plaster dust fluttered down as the impact rattled the room. Kafka gasped, his kaiju scales offering some protection but not enough to prevent the force from staggering him. A jolt of electricity coursed through him and his limbs went rigid. He fell to one knee and clawed at the glowing collar around his neck, realizing it was restricting him. Sori noticed and gestured to Ria, who tapped a remote. The collar's effect ceased and the pain eased. Sori admitted the oversight with a casual laugh. They faced off again. Sori's gauntlet fist slammed into the wall where Kafka had been standing, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the chamber. Kafka's body shifted as scales and claws emerged. He lunged and collided with Sori in a clash of metal and talon that sent sparks into the air. Sori caught one of Kafka's kicks and hurled him like a rag doll. Kafka skidded, claws digging into the floor to stop himself. Before he could recover, a heavy blow struck his ribs and knocked the wind out of him. He coughed and hunched over, staggering as he tried to match Sori's speed and power. Sori stood tall and unbothered. He demanded that Kafka show his true strength. Kafka's eyes widened. He wondered what Sori wanted, remembering that he had never fully transformed on purpose before. It had always just happened. He clenched his chest as sweat dampened his temple and his claws twitched. Then, deep inside his mind, a familiar warmth swelled into a fierce fire. A deep, guttural voice echoed in his head, urging him to devour. Kafka's lips trembled and then curved into a smile. The chamber exploded in a flash of green light. The floor cracked and winds spiraled outward as his body shifted into an exaggerated, anime-style transformation. Armor-like scales formed and horns rose from his head, his silhouette swelling until he towered over the room. His roar rolled through the chamber like distant thunder. Sori grinned wider at the display. Behind reinforced glass, Boa, Rai, Izawa, and a handful of scientists watched with wide eyes. The white chamber, bruised from their clash, fell silent. Dust hung in the air like smoke after a battle. Now both Kafka and Sori were on their knees, hands raised in SBMs. An old woman had ended the titanic struggle with a single, decisive strike. Stooped and frail in appearance, she carried a presence that weighed on the room far heavier than any blow. Her cane tapped the floor, each sound a drumbeat in Kafka's chest. Tsubaki glared at Sori and demanded an explanation, her voice laced with cold contempt. Sori immediately began to stammer, attempting to explain himself. Kafka's mind reeled at the power the woman radiated. His transformed form receded slowly, the horns and scales fading until he was human again, though his breathing remained strained. Tsubaki's eyes snapped toward him, black and sharp as obsidian. She spoke with venom, saying this was the demon Sori had brought in and that they should have exterminated it the moment it appeared. Kafka froze, stunned to be labeled a demon. Her gaze on him felt like pure, venomous hatred. Sori lifted his head. His expression sharpened, his jaw clenched as he named her Tsubaki. For a heartbeat her eyes widened, and she clicked her tongue in irritation. Without another word she turned and stormed out of the chamber, her cane beating the floor with each angry step, leaving an oppressive silence behind. Kafka exhaled the breath he had been holding. He rose slowly, dust clinging to his clothes, and stared at Sori, who wiped his brow and sighed. Kafka could not shake how everyone treated him like an abomination. He asked what Tsubaki had meant by demon. Sori offered a forced smile and told him to relax, insisting it had nothing to do with him. Kafka narrowed his eyes and thought that it was easy for Sori to say when his wife had looked at him like he had murdered her family. He forced a small shrug and agreed to leave. Aizawa stepped into the chamber, his scarf trailing behind him, and told Kafka it was time to go. Kafka acknowledged the cue, waved at Sori, and left beside Aizawa as the heavy metal doors groaned shut. The chamber quieted except for the faint crackle of damaged lights overhead. Sori leaned against the fractured wall and exhaled in relief. Boa and Rai descended from the observation deck. Boa's expression was tight with fury, Rai's calm and analytical. Sori asked what they thought of Kafka. Rai assessed that Kafka would be a significant asset and that his potential exceeded expectations. Sori allowed himself a knowing smile and added that Kafka still had room to grow. Boa clicked her tongue in annoyance. She exploded, shouting that Kafka was one of the beasts that had taken their parents, her voice breaking as tears formed and her fists trembled. Her grief echoed through the broken chamber. Sori's face darkened. He looked away, jaw tight and knuckles white, while Rai stepped forward to comfort Boa until she collapsed into her arms, sobbing. Outside in the hallway, Kafka walked with Aizawa. He asked where Principal Nizu was, and Aizawa, without looking at him, replied that Nizu was staying behind to speak with the Prime Minister. Before Kafka could dwell on that, the air in front of them rippled. A black slit split reality like fragile glass, and the man in the immaculate black suit, the same man who had sent Kafka through a portal twice before, stepped through. The suited man's gloved hands were folded neatly behind his back, his expression unreadable. Kafka wondered why the man seemed to appear out of nowhere each time. The suited man inclined his head toward Aizawa and spoke the letters. Aizawa returned a small nod. Without another word, Aizawa snapped his fingers. A swirling void opened before them, an obsidian whirlpool drawing light inward. Aizawa stepped through as if it were an ordinary doorway he had used many times. Kafka hesitated, heart pounding, then followed with a muttered complaint about stepping into a creepy void again. In an instant the darkness gave way to the familiar wide halls of you, the scent of polished wood and the echo of distant student chatter filling the air. Kafka exhaled and began to relax, but Aizawa's voice cut through the moment with his usual bluntness. Aizawa informed Kafka that, for the remainder of his time at UA, he would be assigned a watcher who would observe him 24 hours a day. Kafka's stomach dropped at the news, and he thought that constant supervision sounded like a dreadful burden. He asked if that watcher would be a pro-hero or one of the teachers. Aizawa shook his head and said no. He added that the watcher was already waiting. He stopped in front of a door, placed his hand on the handle, and said he would return in a few minutes and for Kafka to remain in the room until he came back. Then Aizawa left and the door shut with a dull thud. Kafka leaned forward and froze when he saw who waited inside. Sonic sat casually with his legs propped on a desk, bright eyes flicking up and a wide grin spreading across his face. Sonic greeted Kafka warmly and expressed that he was glad Kafka was awake. Kafka was stunned to see him assigned to watch him instead of a pro or teacher. Sonic laughed and stood, scratching his cheek with a sheepish look. He admitted it might feel strange for someone who had once fought All Might to keep an eye on Kafka. Kafka remained quiet, leaning against the doorframe and puzzled. Sonic tried to reassure him not to worry and said that if Kafka ever lost control and went berserk, he would handle the situation. Kafka reminded him that he had beaten Sonic in the hero versus villain test, and Sonic confirmed, with an unsettling glint in his eyes, that he remembered. Before Kafka could finish asking how Sonic was supposed to stop him if needed, a faint sting touched his right cheek as if someone had flicked him. He jerked his head and blinked, only to find the space beside him empty for a moment. Then Sonic appeared at his side with an arm casually draped across Kafka's shoulders, acting as if they were old friends. Sonic claimed the earlier fight had just been him playing with Kafka. Kafka was shocked that Sonic had moved so quickly and asked why he had held back. Sonic said he did not like going all out because it felt like a drag. Kafka found himself letting out a low chuckle despite the tension. He thought Sonic sounded uncannily like someone else he knew. Kafka asked if Sonic was as strong as All Might. Sonic replied that he was not, admitting All Might could beat him easily. Kafka pressed on, wondering how Sonic could be the one assigned to watch him if he was not that strong. Sonic explained that his role was not to overpower Kafka but to be ready to knock him out before he reached a dangerous state. Kafka stiffened at the implication and asked what would happen if he went all out. Sonic acknowledged that in that case he would be at a disadvantage. Kafka considered that if Sonic ever gained certain powers, things could change, and he asked if Sonic knew what a Chaos Emerald was. Sonic tilted his head and said he did not recognize the name and wondered if it was something pretty. Kafka concluded that, if Sonic did not know, perhaps those things did not exist here and let the subject drop. Hungry, Kafka asked if there was anything to eat. Sonic's ears perked up and he grinned, declaring that Kafka had come to the right guy. In a blur of blue, Sonic dashed to the fridge and, with rapid, practiced motions, assembled ingredients into a mountain of chili dogs. The sounds of sizzling and chopping filled the room and, in less than 10 seconds, the counter was piled high with 100 perfectly assembled chili dogs. Sonic placed the last plate down with flair, wiped his hands on a napkin, and announced that the best thing in the world, chili dogs, was ready to eat. Kafka picked one up and, after a bite, admitted they were surprisingly good. Sonic devoured several at once, pride evident on his face. The two sat side by side at the table, eating in comfortable silence. Two fighters who had moments before measured each other's strength and now shared a simple meal. After a few minutes, the door creaked open. Aizawa stepped inside, his scarf draped lazily around his shoulders and his expression unchanged. The scene before him showed Sonic and Kafka with mouths full and hands greasy, plates stacked high with chili dogs. Both froze mid-bite. Sonic slowly turned his head, cheeks puffed, and offered a muffled question about sharing a chili dog. Kafka almost choked back a laugh. Aizawa maintained his deadpan gaze and declined the offer. Sonic blinked, swallowed loudly, and grinned sheepishly. Kafka wiped chili from his cheek, trying to look less guilty. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed, then told them that once they finished eating, they were heading to class. Sonic saluted with a cheerful response. Kafka nodded and brushed crumbs from his lap. MC acknowledged the instruction. Aizawa moved to the coffee machine tucked in the corner, poured a mug, lifted it to his lips, and exhaled as the bitter steam hit his senses. For the first time that day, a faint smile touched his lips. Sonic and Kafka glanced at him and chuckled at the rare sight. After a few minutes, Kafka and Sonic walked side by side down the quiet halls of UA, with Aizawa leading lazily ahead and his scarf dragging behind him. The smell of chalk and disinfectant filled the air as Kafka's eyes roamed over the familiar corridors. MC asked if anything had changed while he had been out. Sonic looked confused and asked what MC meant. Kafka shoved his hands into his pockets and sighed. MC clarified that he had been asleep for a while and wanted to know if anything big had happened. Sonic said they had learned how to use shape and space correctly. Kafka froze and responded that this was not what MC meant. MC muttered to himself, wondering why he even bothered asking Sonic. Sonic rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, and before he could add more, Aizawa cut in without turning his head to say that nothing major had happened but MC had days worth of homework to catch up on. Kafka's eyes went wide and he groaned. Aizawa made it clear there were no excuses. Sonic laughed, earning a side-eye from Kafka, but Aizawa's monotone comment about Sonic not having completed a single assignment silenced him. Sonic's expression fell. Kafka smirked softly. MC thought that he was not the only one in trouble. They reached the classroom door. Aizawa pushed it open and stepped inside, and every student turned their head immediately as the tired teacher walked to the front and told everyone to stay in their seats. The murmurs grew and Aizawa's tone sharpened as he said that when someone came in they would have time for questions later, not now. The class exchanged puzzled looks and wondered who he meant. Aizawa, already annoyed, instructed the person to come in. Sonic strolled in casually with his hands behind his head. The class looked unimpressed at first. Sonic staged a dramatic reaction to being excluded, clutching his chest and pretending to be hurt. Aizawa pressed 2 fingers to his temple and sighed again, then called Kafka in instead. The room froze at the name. Hesitant footsteps followed as Kafka walked in, rubbing the back of his neck, his emerald eyes sweeping the class nervously. MC gave a nervous smile. For a beat no one moved, then nearly the entire class crowded around Kafka with overlapping questions and worried exclamations. Denki asked if Kafka was okay and what had happened. Izuku leaned in, concerned, asking if Kafka had been hurt. Mina sparkled with curiosity and asked what it had been like facing All Might. Jiro said they had been worried sick. Ojiro requested clarification. One by one they surrounded him, voices overlapping until Kafka felt overwhelmed. Aizawa's patience snapped and he raised his voice to order everyone to sit, which immediately brought the room back to silence. Students shuffled awkwardly to their desks and Kafka slumped into a chair, relieved. MC silently thanked Aizawa. Aizawa tightened his scarf and, once the room settled, announced that the Worldwide Sports Festival would begin in 1 week. The class buzzed with excitement as whispers spread. Kafka blinked and leaned forward slightly, surprised. Aizawa explained that this year they would face the top schools from England, America, Germany, Korea, and Russia, and that the location would be the Dream Dimension. Kafka tilted his head, confused. Ida raised his hand and asked what the Dream Dimension was. Aizawa explained plainly that it was an artificial space created by the pro-hero Lullaby, located in Japan, where individuals could go all out without risk because if they were injured in that dimension they would simply teleport back unharmed. Gasps filled the room. Aiku asked if they could fight without holding back, and Denki reacted with excitement. Kafka sat back with his arms crossed, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. A place where he could go all out without fear could be interesting. As his thoughts buzzed, something felt off. His sharp eyes scanned the room and landed on Izuku. Izuku was not taking notes or pretending to listen. His gaze was focused elsewhere. Kafka followed the line of Izuku's eyes and realized they were fixed on Shoko Todoroki. She sat perfectly composed, back straight and expression unreadable, her heterochromatic eyes facing forward, giving nothing away. Izuku's usual jittery determination had softened. His jaw was relaxed and Kafka thought he could see a faint flush on his cheeks. Kafka blinked and then allowed a slow, wicked grin to spread across his face. He leaned into his chair and studied the scene, amused by Izuku's obvious admiration for Shoko. Kafka teased Izuku, asking if he was crushing on Todoroki. He bit back a laugh, covering his mouth casually as if to cough, a grin stretching wider and his eyes glittering with mischief. Kafka thought to himself that he had just found something fun. He leaned back in his chair, already planning. This was perfect ammunition. The classroom settled into its usual monotony after Aizawa's announcement. Aizawa adjusted his scarf, opened his book, and in his dry, drowsy tone told the class to turn to page like clockwork. The students obeyed. Books flipped open, pens scratched against paper, and silence fell over the room. The occasional sighs of tired students and the faint rustle of pages breaking the quiet were the only sounds. Kaminari nearly dozed off until Jiro jabbed him with her headphone jack, making him sit up with a stifled yelp. Time dragged. Kafka's eyes grew heavy, his body weighed down by boredom and lingering fatigue from the hospital. He fought against the dull ache in his muscles until Aizawa finally closed his book and announced that class was over. Aizawa slipped out of the room, scarf trailing behind him as the door clicked shut. Kafka's pulse spiked. He knew what was about to happen. The moment Aizawa disappeared, the room shifted. Heads turned and whispers swelled like buzzing hornets, curiosity locking dozens of eyes on Kafka. Not every student looked his way. Bakugo slouched with his arms crossed, scowling out the window with irritation, while Izumi pretended not to care and scribbled in her notebook. Zuko scrolled on his phone with headphones in, keeping up an air of apathy that barely hid his annoyance. Momo, Mineta, Ruko, Kirishima, Ida, Ochako, and Katsumi stayed seated and neutral. Shoko remained stoic, her gaze unreadable. Izuku sat in his seat with his chin on his hand, eyes faintly sparkling as he looked toward Shoko, apparently oblivious to the tension. Kafka raised his hands sharply and called for everyone to wait, explaining that he had just come from the hospital and was exhausted. He set a rule: 3 questions maximum. Groans and whispered complaints rippled through the class, but one by one the students agreed. Kafka relaxed slightly, thinking it was better to keep things controlled. If everyone bombarded him, he would never get out. Kaminari immediately leaned forward, ready to speak, but Jiro slapped a hand over his mouth and warned him not to ask something dumb. Kaminari protested in muffled words. Sonic leaned back with a smirk and agreed that the questions should be meaningful, which prompted a ripple of assent. A huddle formed as students whispered furiously and tossed out ideas. Kafka watched unimpressed, cheek resting against his palm, and thought they were treating this like an interrogation. Minutes later the group broke and Kaminari stepped forward attempting to lead. Kaminari asked about Kafka's 2 forms, referring to a big lizard form and a smaller one from the US. Kafka pointed out that that was technically 2 questions, but after some comic protest conceded to answer. He explained that the smaller form was his full transformation, like armor fully equipped, while the larger form was a berserk state he could not yet control. Gasps and murmurs spread through the room. Kaminari reacted with excitement at the revelation. Toru asked whether Kafka was a kaiju, like Godzilla. Kafka admitted that he was, realizing anew that his condition truly was that. He rubbed his temple and shook his head at himself, trying not to overthink it. Mina stepped forward for the final question and asked what his type was. Kafka hesitated, then gave a brief, innocent answer about valuing kindness and inner strength. The room responded with shocked whispers and a few flushed faces as the students processed his reply. Mina, embarrassed, covered herself and called him a pervert in irritation. Kafka spun in surprise, bewildered by the accusation. Mina accused Kafka of being a pervert, and the other girls followed, covering themselves and muttering as they left the room in a flurry of giggles and gossip. Kafka stood frozen, cartoonishly dumbfounded, and thought that girls could be very sensitive about certain things. He slumped back into his chair and sighed. A calm voice came from behind him. Kafka turned to see Mineta leaning casually on his chair, utterly unbothered, giving a lazy thumbs up while still focused on his book. Kafka wondered if Mineta was still playing the flirt, though he acted far too cool for it. Groaning, Kafka rubbed his stomach, thinking that he was too hungry for all that drama. Kafka rose and wandered toward Izuku's desk. Izuku was still daydreaming, cheeks faintly pink, eyes lingering on Shoko as if the rest of the world had faded. Kafka smirked and teased Izuku with a nickname, prompting Izuku to snap upright, startled and flustered. Kafka shrugged and urged him to go. Izuku, confused, followed. After a long stretch of silence in the hallway, Izuku glanced at Kafka nervously and asked why he had used that nickname. Kafka only smirked and said he had no reason, that he had just wanted to. They reached the dorms and Kafka paused at his door. He told Izuku that he was heading to his room and, with a sly grin, advised him to be less obvious if he was going to stare at someone for that long. Kafka slipped into his room casually, leaving Izuku frozen in place. Realization hit Izuku hard, his face flushing as he remembered staring at Shoko earlier. He bolted down the hall, shouting that Kafka had the wrong idea. From behind the closed door, Kafka's low chuckle echoed, and he thought that it had taken Izuku long enough to understand. The airport was lively, travelers rushing to catch flights, luggage wheels squeaking against polished floors, and announcements echoing overhead. Kafka was slouched back in a chair at the gate, head tilted against the seat and arms folded, thinking that the worldwide sport festival wasn't in Japan. His eyelids drooped until the sound of exaggerated munching to his right broke the quiet. Sonic sat happily scarfing down another chili dog, cheeks stuffed and grease glinting on his fingers. Kafka, tired, commented that 13 chili dogs in one sitting seemed excessive. Sonic grinned and dismissed 13 as an amateur number, claiming he could manage 20. To Kafka's left, Izuku watched Sonic with wide eyes, both awed and mildly concerned as the hedgehog finished the last bite. Kafka groaned softly and leaned his head back. In front of him, Chia munched through a pack of chips with stuffed cheeks, Mina leaned toward Toru, chattering excitedly about hairstyles. Denki was trying to get Jiro's attention, and Mineta sat slouched behind Kafka, legs crossed, calmly flipping through a book. Aoyama waxed poetic about cheese, saying that the refined taste of cheese was like art and must be experienced rather than merely eaten. Ojiro chatted politely with Aiku, and nearby Shoko and Ruko sat together, quiet and drawing stares from passers-by. Kafka exhaled and buried his face deeper into the chair, wondering why everyone seemed to be clustered around him. Footsteps approached and Aizawa's flat voice announced that it was time to go. The class gathered their bags and snacks and shuffled toward the gate. Shoko was about to step onto the boarding bridge when a sharp voice called her name. She turned to see Fuyumi, slightly out of breath and holding a small booklet. Fuyumi told Shoko that she had forgotten her passport and handed it over, reminding her to be more careful. Shoko thanked her and promised to be more cautious. As Fuyumi turned, her eyes flicked past the group and froze on a boy with unkempt hair walking casually with the others. Her heart skipped. Something about him felt instantly familiar. She wondered if it could be the person she recognized, and a faint warmth colored her cheeks. She forced a soft smile and told Shoko not to worry about her, urging her to rejoin the class. Shoko nodded and went back to the group, while Fuyumi stayed in place, watching the boy as her mind raced with the possibility that it might be him. On the plane, Kafka sank into his seat and pulled a black sleeping mask over his eyes, relieved at the thought of some peace. To his left, Jiro had earbuds in and bobbed her head subtly, and to his right Ruko flipped through a novel, attracting furtive glances from other passengers. A familiar tune drifted from Jiro's side and Kafka's brow twitched beneath the mask when he recognized it. He asked if she was listening to that band, and Jiro, surprised that he knew them, tugged one earbud out and smiled, excited to find someone with similar taste. She offered him the spare earbud, and Kafka slid it in. The bright, rhythmic melody brought a faint sting of nostalgia, and Kafka admitted that it was not bad. Jiro's eyes lit up at his appreciation, and Kafka leaned back, letting the beat fill the quiet of the cabin. But before the moment could last, a light tap touched his shoulder. Kafka cracked his mask upward just enough to glance at Ruko. She held her book open and tilted it toward him shyly. Ruko asked softly if he knew that one. Kafka blinked and admitted that he had never read it. Ruko lowered her pale lashes, nodded, and returned to her reading. Kafka frowned faintly, wondering if she had been trying to start a conversation, then forced himself to let it go and tugged his mask back down. The rhythm of Jiro's music mixed with the soft turning of pages, and within minutes his breathing slowed as the plane carried them toward the world stage. He drifted off into a much-needed sleep. Darkness came first in his dream. There was no sky, no ground, no stars, only an endless void in which he floated, weightless and unnerved. Kafka wondered where he was as his breathing grew uneven. A faint glow pulsed in the distance and began to pull him toward it. As the light drew nearer, it resolved into the form of a man in battered, blood-red samurai armor, the surface of the armor seeming to glow with embers. An oni mask hid his face, horns and jagged features lending him an imposing presence. He gripped a long spear, and his voice rang across the void in a thunderous rallying cry about burning hearts and roaring souls, vowing to fight for children and families. Kafka flinched and floated closer without intending to. He wondered who the samurai was and what he meant. The samurai's gaze locked on him and, lifting his spear, he declared that they would stand and fight for their loved ones. Kafka opened his mouth to ask what he meant, but no sound came. The samurai pointed, and the void beneath them split wide. From the abyss rose a towering creature formed from shadow and writhing shapes. It loomed like a mountain of distorted forms, a vast gaping mouth and countless watchful eyes giving it a terrifying presence. The air vibrated as the creature emitted a low, grinding roar. The samurai called on his comrades to end the creature's threat. Dozens of similarly armored warriors appeared around him, their armor flickering with ghostly light, and they charged forward with weapons raised. Kafka moved out his hand instinctively and screamed that they could not fight it, that they would be slaughtered, but none of them stopped. They sprinted into the void with battle cries that shook the emptiness. The monstrous figure tilted its grotesque head and leaned forward, and everything went black. When the darkness receded, Kafka found himself confronted by the same insect-like presence from before. Its hard carapace gleamed and its mandibles twitched as it hovered in the darkness. It hissed in a broken, echoing voice that they must consume Mother, then repeated that they must kill Mother. Kafka's heart hammered and sweat ran down his temple as the creature lunged toward him with snapping mandibles. His scream tore out of him as the nightmare closed in, and then he jolted awake. He sat up, drenched in sweat, choking for air. The hum of the plane cabin replaced the nightmare. Classmates were gathering their things and preparing to disembark. Jiro, sitting beside him, removed an earbud and looked over in concern, asking if Kafka was all right. Kafka rubbed his face with a shaky hand and forced a breathless laugh, saying that it had only been a weird dream. Inside, however, he felt certain it had been more than that. The thing called Mother lingered in his mind, heavy and ominous. He shouldered his bag and moved with the others toward the exit, but his steps felt heavy, as if unseen chains tugged at his ankles. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them as airport lights streamed through the plane doors. The single word Mother echoed in his head, a weight he could not shake. A few minutes later, Kafka stood in the bustling American airport terminal, scanning the crowd as his classmates scattered in small groups, some gawking at the size of the building, others complaining about jet lag. He thought about how the world stage being in America made the place feel even larger and admitted to himself he could have used a drink. Yawning, he adjusted his hoodie and headed toward the vending machines, but his steps slowed when he noticed a boy on a nearby bench hunched over and trembling, sweat beading on his face as he muttered that the world was scary and he wanted to go home. Kafka crouched in front of him and kept his voice calm as he guided the boy to breathe slowly. He patted the boy's back to steady him. When the boy lifted his head, Kafka froze. There was something about the face he recognized but could not immediately place. A sharp voice called Sora's name. A girl with short, fiery red hair hurried over. Her build was athletic and her steps confident. She reached the boy and called his name, and Kafka registered the scene with mild bewilderment. Kafka muttered a curse under his breath as the redhead stopped in front of them, exhaling in relief. The red-haired girl said that they had been looking everywhere for Sora. Kafka blinked, wondering if that was the boy's name. A smaller figure darted past the redhead, a young girl with snow-white hair and delicate features. The white-haired girl cried out and called him Big Brother. The boy's trembling stilled the moment he saw her. His expression cleared like a storm breaking. Sora smiled and called to Shiro. They collided in a hug, the boy burying his face in her shoulder as she clung tight. Kafka crouched nearby, eyebrows raised, unsure what he was watching. The red-haired girl offered a small smile and thanked Kafka for finding him, explaining that he sometimes got like that. Kafka stood and dusted off his pants, returning a casual smile and saying that it was no problem. As he moved to leave, Sora turned back toward him, his demeanor shifting entirely from anxious to confident. Sora grinned and expressed his thanks, telling Kafka that he had really helped him out. Kafka blinked at the sudden change and replied awkwardly that it was no problem before walking away. Kafka lifted his hood and muttered that the day was already too strange, then headed toward the vending machines. The trio watched his retreating back. Shiro tugged on her brother's sleeve and suggested that the boy might be wearing a uniform from their enemy school. Sora's smirk widened as he acknowledged that they had noticed. The red-haired girl gasped at the realization, and Sora teased Stephanie about needing better glasses. Shiro frowned and kept watching Kafka disappear into the crowd while Stephanie pouted but stayed silent. Sora slipped his hands into his pockets and observed that this situation might not be so bad after all. Kafka leaned his forehead against the bus window as the scenery blurred past and the engine's rumble filled the silence. His reflection looked serious and distant. Kafka whispered the phrase Mother of Calamity under his breath, lips tightening and chest nodding with unease as he wondered if it had all been a dream and if those people and that thing had been real. A tap on his shoulder broke the spiral. Denki grinned and offered a shiny wrapped piece of candy. Kafka declined. Denki shrugged and tossed the candy toward Chie, who spun around in her seat to catch it and stuffed it into her mouth, cheeks puffing as she chewed. Kafka smiled faintly at her chipmunk-like expression and told himself to calm down, though the memory of the monstrous presence lingered. Beside him, Izuku stared ahead, his gaze fixed on Shoko a few rows up. Kafka leaned close and teased Izuku that if he kept staring he might actually make her fall for him. Izuku jumped so violently the seat squeaked, drawing every head in the bus at once. Bakugo barked at him to shut up, and Zuko joined in with a glare. Kafka turned to face them and coldly demanded why they did not mind their own business. The atmosphere tensed. Bakugo leaned forward with burning eyes and Zuko cracked his knuckles, but Kafka held their gazes before sinking back into his seat with a sharp exhale. Izuku tugged at Kafka's sleeve and nervously urged him to calm down, and Kafka agreed to chill. Conversations picked up again. Mina leaned over from the aisle seat, curious, and asked whether Kafka and Izuku did not get along with Bakugo and his crew. Kafka acknowledged that they did not, and Mina pressed for a reason, but the bus then screeched to a halt and everyone lurched forward. Aizawa announced in his monotone that they had arrived and ordered everyone out. Students rose, gathered their bags, and filed toward the exit. Kafka stepped onto the pavement and froze as his eyes widened at the colossal structure before them. The building stretched across the horizon and rose so high its upper floors vanished into the clouds. Gleaming glass, massive gates, and fluttering banners made UA look modest by comparison. The students fell silent in collective awe, even the loudest among them rendered speechless. Aizawa walked ahead, hands in his pockets, unfazed as he urged them to move. They followed, their gazes drifting upward. More buses pulled in, unloading students from across the country and beyond, different uniforms and accents filling the plaza as dozens of voices buzzed around them. Rivalries were already forming in exchanged glares and whispered remarks. Kafka pulled his hood up and shoved his hands into his pockets, melting into the flow of students heading toward the enormous entrance. The group moved deeper into the building, their footsteps echoing softly against the polished marble floor. Wide glass walls revealed towering structures outside, banners in multiple languages flapping in the breeze. Kafka's eyes wandered constantly, soaking in every detail. They stopped near a sleek black counter where a woman in a pressed uniform stood. She smiled warmly and offered to help. Aizawa stepped forward, looking utterly unfazed by the grand atmosphere, and identified himself as coming from UA High, explaining that they were there to enter the competition. The woman nodded and asked them to wait while she checked the registration on the glowing screens behind the counter. As she walked off, the students began to whisper among themselves. Ojiro leaned closer to Kafka, tail swishing with curiosity, and commented that Aizawa was amazing. Kafka blinked, caught off guard and confused. Ojiro clarified that he meant Aizawa must know English well. Jiro added that as a pro-hero, knowing other languages was likely a necessity. Kafka stared at them, baffled, insisting that Aizawa had spoken normally. The others looked back at him, puzzled. Kafka realized with a jolt that while he had heard Japanese, the others seemed to have heard English. He thought seriously that he must be able to understand both languages, which felt like an odd perk. The woman returned and indicated where they should go. Aizawa nodded and followed her as she led him away from the students, announcing that the students could enter through the large double doors and that he would meet them later. The students hesitated for a moment, then filed inside. Kafka stepped through the threshold with the rest, and the doors shut heavily behind them. Inside was a massive hall filled with rows of chairs stretching as far as the eye could see. Hundreds of students were already seated, all wearing uniforms of different colors and designs, flags and insignias marking their academies. The buzz of conversation filled the air. Katsumi crossed her arms and smirked, remarking that these were their enemies and that they did not look like much. Kafka ignored the comment and scanned the crowd, reading the name tags attached to each blazer. He catalogued the academies as he moved from group to group: the immaculate blue and red uniforms of Holy Dragon Academy, crimson and black blazers from another country, uniforms with sharp silver trim that suggested a German school, heavy dark blue blazers with Cyrillic letters from a Russian academy, and finally sleek navy blue uniforms with white stripes that marked an American school called Iron Star Academy. His breath caught when he noticed a tall figure in the middle rows, relaxed and chatting with a ponytailed boy, white hair, a smirk. Kafka widened his eyes and thought that it had to be Gojo. His heart quickened as more faces registered. A silver-haired student with timid but sharp tiger-like eyes and stiff posture whom he recognized as Atsushi Najima. A student with bandaged arms and a crooked grin reminding him of Osamu Dazai. A flash of red hair with a long braid and a gleaming steel arm that made him think of Edward Elric. Scarlet hair tied back and a quiet presence that brought Kenshin Himura to mind. Flowing pink hair and an air of proud menace that suggested Diavolo. And red hair with a calm, composed smile that made him think of Mikima. Kafka stared, overwhelmed by the sheer number of familiar faces. He forced himself to focus on the present as the hall suddenly dimmed. A collective murmur rippled through the crowd, and a single spotlight snapped on to illuminate the center stage. A lone desk stood there and footsteps echoed as a man walked into the light, tall and imposing in a crimson suit with a matching hat. His smile was sharp and almost inhuman. Kafka felt a jolt of alarm as he recognized the man. The man greeted the assembled students and introduced himself as Alucard Helsing, the principal of Holy Dragon Academy. Shadows stepped into the light behind him, revealing other figures who served as teachers. Kafka immediately recognized one of them as Fyodor Dostoevsky. The crowd shifted uneasily. Some students whispered while others looked thrilled. The students from Holy Dragon Academy smirked with pride and nodded along to their principal's introduction. But the others, UA, Korea, Russia, America, Germany, shifted in their seats, eyes narrowing with confusion. Kafka leaned forward slightly, brows knitting. He thought that the principal and Alucard were involved. Alucard raised a gloved hand and tapped the microphone at the desk. Calmly, Alucard explained that if they were wondering why they could understand him, the device had been designed to translate sound into any language, adjusting words so every one of them could comprehend. Murmurs rippled across the room and students glanced at one another in shock. Kafka thought that the translation device was actually neat. Alucard's grin widened, sharp and predatory. He made it clear that he disliked wasting time and proceeded to explain how the sports festival would proceed. He clicked a small button on the desk and a projector flickered to life, casting an enormous image across the hall. The image showed swirling gateways of light portals glowing in shifting colors. Alucard indicated a girl with short violet hair slumped in a chair to his left. She slept soundly. Her aura gave off faint waves of power as if her dreams seeped into reality. Alucard said that these portals would transport them to the dream dimension, a realm forged of thought and shaped by will, and perfect for battle. The murmurs grew louder. Alucard added that in that place they could fight without restraint, with no lasting harm done to any student, and that he expected them to go wild. Kafka thought he was enjoying the setup far too much. The projector shifted to an enormous island surrounded by endless sea, golden sand, forests, cliffs and rivers sprawled across the landscape. Alucard pointed out 3 flags on the island and explained that each academy needed to obtain at least 1 flag and hold it until the timer ran out. He announced the time limit as 2 hours. Some students straightened in their seats with excitement while others clenched their fists at the weight of competition. Alucard said that academies who succeeded would proceed to the second round and those who failed would be eliminated permanently. Kafka muttered under his breath and thought the announcement sounded like a threat. Alucard leaned back, savoring the tension, and reminded them that they could do whatever it took to win. No rules, no mercy, no hesitation. The room erupted, some cheering at the freedom, others whispering in fear. Kafka thought this was going to be chaos. Alucard snapped his fingers. With a thunderous clank, the floor beneath the students shuddered. Seating platforms split open and the ground tilted, chairs collapsed and the students slid downward as the floor became a massive chute. Kafka shouted as he was swept along. Bakugo yelled in alarm, Mina panicked, and Izuku called out urgently. Kafka twisted in the slide trying to stabilize himself as the speed increased and blinding light filled the tunnel. Then he burst through a portal. A brilliant flash swallowed his vision and, for a moment, there was weightlessness. Then he hit the ground. Kafka stumbled, sand crunching beneath his boots, and squinted against the bright sun and the sound of waves. The endless blue ocean stretched before him, gulls soared overhead, and heat radiated off the golden beach. Kafka commented aloud that they had not even been given a warning. He brushed sand from his clothes and thought that the dream dimension felt too real. He pinched his cheek and confirmed that pain registered here. High in the sky, a massive glowing hologram displayed a countdown, 158. Kafka shoved his hands into his pockets and trudged along the beach, the sea breeze sharp against his face. The scene felt off despite the rhythmic waves and crying gulls. For shadows leapt from behind jagged rocks and landed around him with heavy thuds, dust scattering from the impact. Kafka looked up at them. They were students in uniforms with Cyrillic letters, smiles sharp and hungry, like wolves circling prey. The first Russian boy sneered that they had found some easy prey. The Russian girl asked where his allies were. Kafka realized the dream dimension must be translating languages for him. A tall girl with her black hair tied back clicked her tongue in irritation and asked if he was deaf or just stupid. Kafka gave no reply. He simply sighed, shoulders relaxing and eyes half-lidded. That gesture set them off. Another boy reacted aggressively, and a glow erupted in his palm, shaping into a jagged sword of golden light. One of the others ignited his arms with burning flame, another focused energy into a crackling ball of light, and the last covered himself in stone-like armor. Then a beam of energy shot from the glowing boy's hands and streaked across the air. A thunderous blast erupted where it met the beach, sending pillars of sand into the air and a shockwave that rattled nearby palms. When the dust settled, the sand where Kafka had stood was scorched and shattered, leaving a blackened crater where he had been, and Kafka was nowhere to be seen. The Russian girl shouted in irritation that the attack had been too strong and that they could have questioned him. One of the boys smirked at the outcome. A brief silence followed as they regarded the altered terrain. Looks like it did nothing anyway, the first Russian boy muttered with a frown, cautious as he stepped forward with his three companions. Their boots crunched over the cooling glass. The fractures under their feet began to glow faintly, pulsing as if the glass itself were breathing. The first boy crouched and pressed a hand against the shards. The glass vibrated and two tiny glowing dots, red and green, blinked beneath the surface. His mouth opened, but no sound came out before a massive hand burst through the glass and seized his throat like iron. He was lifted, shards raining around him. Kafka said in a cold, low voice that they had picked the wrong person to mess with. The boy thrashed and kicked, sparks of green lightning crackled along Kafka's arm as the pressure increased. With a flash of blue light, the boy vanished. The three remaining enemies froze, faces draining of color. Kafka, almost casual, indicated the next target. He moved so quickly that his motion blurred. His foot connected with the second Russian boy's face and slammed him to the ground. Sand erupted, and the boy was swallowed by a brilliant flash of blue light and disappeared. The Russian girl panicked and cried out in disbelief. She spun her gaze left and right, finding the beach suddenly empty except for Kafka, who advanced toward her and the armored boy with a predator's calm. The armored boy raised his fists and attacked, but Kafka stepped aside before the strike completed, dodging with an almost lazy grace. When the boy tried a spinning kick, Kafka caught his ankle midair, twisted, and sent him flying. Sand exploded on impact and then the boy vanished in another burst of blue light. The Russian girl's eyes widened in horror. She backed away and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, demanding that he stay back. The blasts sent sand into the sky, but Kafka moved through them effortlessly, leaving faint green cracks in the sand with each step. He grinned and told her good night. Before she could react, Kafka's fist struck her jaw simultaneously. The force sent a shockwave rippling through the sand and toppled her. She, too, was enveloped in a soft blue radiance and disappeared. The battlefield fell silent except for the steady rhythm of ocean waves. Kafka exhaled slowly and brushed glass dust from his coat sleeve. He sighed, amused, and rolled his neck before turning toward the treeline. In the distance, more shadows moved, and he allowed himself the thought that 4 down meant it was time to regroup with the others. He shoved his hands into his pockets and walked into the jungle beneath the glowing red timer that loomed overhead. 1 hour 52 minutes and 55 seconds. A few minutes later, Kafka walked along the stretch of sand, leaving uneven prints. The digital timer still burned across the sky. He stopped and gazed past the waves toward the trees. Flags and classmates would not be scattered in plain sight. They were more likely inside the forest than on the beach. With a quiet breath, he turned his back to the sea and headed for the woods. The shade swallowed him. Almost instantly, sunlight fragmented through the canopy, painting shifting patches of gold across the damp ground. The air smelled of moss and earth, cooler than the beach and heavy with silence. Each footstep felt louder than the last. Kafka noted to himself that it felt too quiet and kept his senses sharp, claws flexing unconsciously as green sparks trailed briefly across his forearms. A rustle made him freeze. He tuned his ears and heard the bushes trembling ahead. His body lowered into a stance, claws lengthening and lightning crawling along his skin as he braced for whatever followed. A figure stepped out of the underbrush. It was not an enemy. It was Chia, her uniform a little dusty and leaves clinging to her sleeve. She brushed one off casually and smiled as if she had simply run into him by chance. She told him she had found him. Kafka blinked, relaxingly slightly as his claws retracted and the green lightning along his arms died with a faint crackle. He muttered with exasperation that it was just Chia. She grinned and confirmed that she was very much real and not a mirage, clone, or hologram. He narrowed his eyes and asked how she had found him so fast on such a huge island. Chia pet her head and, tapping the hilt of her katana with a flourish, reminded him of her traceability. She left a mark to track someone wherever they went. Kafka stood frozen for a moment before realization settled in. He pointed at himself, incredulous, and asked if she had left a mark on him. Chia smirked and said she had found him, implying she had. Kafka repeated, deadpan, that she had left a mark on him. Chia cheerfully confirmed it, and when Kafka demanded to know where she had put it, she only smirked and walked past him, humming a little tune as if several steps ahead in a private game. She suggested they go find the flags. Kafka protested loudly and demanded that she not ignore him and tell him where she had marked him. Chia did not answer, her smile widening in playful mischief. Kafka dragged a hand down his face and muttered in panic, realizing he had no idea where the mark could be. He checked his arms, sleeves, coat, and under his shirt. Finding nothing visible, he crouched and checked his back with the reflection in a puddle. Still nothing. He feared aloud that the mark might be inside him and slapped at his clothes like a man trying to shake a hidden nuisance. Chia continued to hum a marching tune as they moved off together toward the heart of the island, intent on finding the flags. But eventually he gave up and sighed. They continued deeper into the forest together. Their footsteps pressed softly into the damp soil, the silence between them broken only by the occasional distant caw of a crow. Kafka kept scanning the treeline while Chia swung her katana lazily at branches, humming a tune only she seemed to know. Then Kafka's ears twitched. He caught a faint sound, too light for footsteps and too sharp to be wind. Before he thought about it, he moved. He pulled Chia tight against his chest with one arm. Chia, flustered and shocked, asked what he was doing. An arrow shot through the air, slicing the space where her head had been. Kafka's other hand snapped out, claws extended, catching the mid-flight. The wood cracked in his grip, and he crushed it effortlessly, tossing the splinters aside. Chia blinked, stunned, staring as he held the broken arrow. Kafka did not answer. His gaze swept the forest. The silence felt heavier now, oppressive. Shadows shifted. 8 figures stepped out from the trees, circling them. Chie drew her katana and noted quietly that they were surrounded. Kafka studied them carefully. Their uniforms marked them as students from Germany, America, and England, rival schools, but their movements were not natural. Kafka found it strange that these rival students were acting in concert. Chie narrowed her eyes and asked whether they looked normal. Kafka's eyes focused, and he saw it. Their gazes were blank, lifeless. He realized they were not themselves. A slow clap echoed through the forest. Both Kafka and Chie turned sharply toward the sound as another figure walked calmly out of the shadows. Red hair gleamed faintly under the canopy. Her smile was gentle, almost sweet, but her eyes were dull and empty. Mikima smiled and observed that her pets had found something interesting. Kafka froze. For the first time, his expression shifted not to fear but to a flicker of shock and dread. He realized who she was. Chie, surprised, pointed and asked if he knew her. Lightning sparked faintly across Kafka's arms, his claws sharpening. He said that she was the last person they wanted to meet. Mikima tilted her head and giggled, asking if he knew her. Chie whispered, asking if Mikima had been his ex. Kafka gave a deadpan denial. He thought that she still possessed the control part of her power in this world too. His gaze locked with hers, and for a moment it felt like standing in front of a predator that had already decided its next move. Mikima's smile widened as she noted that he was the third person that day she could not control. Kafka's eyes narrowed in confusion as he wondered if she had tried to use her power on him. Mikima's smile deepened and she remarked that he was strong, but she could not say the same for his friend. Before Kafka could react, cold steel pressed against his neck. Instincts screamed. He twisted, claws sparking, and leapt backward. The blade missed by a hair. Kafka's eyes widened at the realization that the blade had been wielded by Chie. Kafka reacted with shock and demanded to know what she was doing. She swung again, movements sharp and precise, yet her face and eyes were wrong, blank, and distant. Kafka's chest tightened as he realized she was being controlled. Mikima stepped forward, heels crunching on dead leaves, and noted calmly that Chie would be useful. She placed a hand on the shoulder of another blank-eyed student and whispered a command. The controlled student obeyed instantly, then fell and dissolved into blue motes of light as if erased from existence. Kafka's face registered horror. Mikima clapped her hands softly, pleased, and said that she now had more room. Kafka's claws trembled and a low growl rumbled in his throat. He addressed her coldly and demanded to know why she had done that. Mikima replied that the boy had been useless and that she only needed useful pets. The word pets cut deeper than any blade. Kafka straightened, his claws sparking as dark green lightning flared and wrapped around his body like a gathering storm. The air itself seemed to vibrate with his fury. He accused her of seeing people as mere pets rather than as people. Mikima's smile widened, her voice deceptively lilting. For the first time since she had appeared, Kafka's eyes burned with pure rage. Dark green energy poured from him and warped the ground beneath his feet. His claws glowed as if sharpened to split stone. He vowed to defeat her. Mikima did not flinch. She only smiled, her calm unshaken. Kafka's claws twitched with green lightning as his body began to shift toward his half-kaiju form. Sparks danced across his skin like restless fireflies. His chest rose and fell with a steady rhythm as his eyes locked on the woman before him. He knew he needed to act fast. Mikima took the motion in with a casual, interested look. Kafka stomped hard. Dust exploded upward, leaves shuddered, and the ground cracked beneath his feet. In a swift shimmer of green light, he vanished and then reappeared in a blur with his hand inches from Mikima's face. He struck, claws slicing through the air where her head had been, and her figure flickered and splintered into glowing fragments of light for a moment. The forest trembled with the impact. Kafka stood still, claws trailing radiant particles as his chest heaved. He thought that he had hit her. He turned to move on but froze when he saw that Mikima was still standing, perfectly intact, the same smile on her face. A dull sound made him spin. One of the other controlled students collapsed to the ground, shimmered, and dissolved into blue light, vanishing completely. Kafka's breath caught as he watched the disappearance. He realized there was more at work here than a simple strike could undo. Kafka realized with a jolt that when he had struck the controlled student, the damage had been transferred to whoever she was linked to. The thought hit him like lightning splitting the sky. If he attacked her directly, the harm would be redirected to her puppet. He clenched his claws and glared at Makima. He reminded himself that this wasn't even the same power he had seen in another world, that had been a contract. Makima giggled, tilted her head, and made a childish gun gesture with her fingers while saying the word bang. Kafka's instinct screamed, but it was too late. An invisible force struck him so suddenly that it seemed to displace his arm in a flash of light. He gasped as his body responded in kind, glowing with green energy, and the limb reformed piece by piece until it was whole again. Makima watched with interest and remarked on his regeneration. Realizing the implications, Kafka braced himself. If he fought Makima directly, others under her influence could be harmed. His eyes flicked to Chia. She continued moving with an empty, mechanical focus, sword in hand, her gaze blank. He needed a way around this, and fast. A black sphere hissed through the air toward him. Kafka darted aside and the projectile slammed into a tree. A portion of the trunk vanished as if erased. He told himself not to get hit. Another wave of attacks surged in. An archer formed of ice fired freezing arrows that carved frost into the air, while others closed in with claws, whips, blades, and bursts of flame. Kafka crouched low, lightning flickering around his legs. In the blink of an eye he vanished. The next instant, 4 students were sent flying and dissolved into blue particles of light as his claws tore through their defenses. The remaining 3 reacted too slowly. His fist cut through the space in front of him with a shockwave strong enough to topple trees. They were flung aside and dissolved into light before they hit the ground. He landed heavily, crouched like a beast ready to strike again, green lightning sparking in his eyes. Makima was still smiling. A blade flashed at his throat. Kafka twisted just in time to avoid what would have been a lethal strike. Chia lunged again, sword flashing, her face blank and her movements unnervingly precise. If he knocked her out he could protect her, but with her ability she might read him too easily. Steel struck his skin again and he blocked with his claw, sparks scattering through the forest. They traded blows in a blur of motion. The clash of her blade on his hardened claws was the only clear sound, sparks and green lightning scattering like fireworks. Finally, Kafka stepped in close and struck with a heavy, controlled blow that rendered her unconscious. He felt no relish in it, he only wanted her safe. Chia went limp and collapsed against him, and he lowered her gently to rest against the roots of a tree. He straightened and met Makima's smile. She praised the raw brutality and storm of strength in his fighting, as if she appreciated it rather than condemning it. Kafka's lip curled with suspicion. Her approval felt like a trap. When he wondered aloud whether she was still connected to Chia, Makima's expression remained calm and almost kind as she denied any connection to the girl. Kafka did not trust her. Before he could press further she shifted her stance, her eyes taking on a distant glow, and then she blurred away like smoke. Kafka lunged, but she was already gone. A rustle in the trees froze him in place. High on a branch above, her red hair catching the light, Makima perched with another controlled student standing beside her like a shadow. She waved lazily and told him she would see him later, her golden eyes sharp and distant. Kafka exhaled and let his form settle, the green lightning around him fading. He ran a clawed hand through his hair, the weight of Makima's presence still pressing on his chest, and then turned back to Chia. After a few minutes, Chia's eyelids fluttered. Awareness crept in slowly and hazily, and she became aware that she was moving without using her legs. Blinking through her hair, she realized she was being carried, her chest pressed against a broad back and her arms draped over familiar shoulders. The warmth was steady and reassuring. Kafka noted without looking back that she was awake. Chia blinked and asked what had happened. Kafka explained calmly that she had been controlled by an enemy. She froze, shock taking her breath away as she realized she remembered nothing of it. She asked in a trembling voice whether she had hurt him. Kafka glanced at her and, choosing to ease her anxiety, assured her that she had not harmed him. He tilted his head in mock offense, then broke into a deliberately ridiculous grin and teased that his face would never lie. The absurd expression broke the tension, and a small, surprised laugh escaped Chia. The tension in her body melted and she rested her head against his back. Chia felt relief and smiled, quietly saying she was thankful. Kafka exhaled more softly, as if her relief had rubbed off on him. After a stretch of silence, Chia asked curiously where they were going. Kafka gave a faint smirk and admitted he had no idea and was just walking. Chia blinked and then grinned mischievously, admitting that she had put a tracker on 2 of their classmates. Kafka stopped mid-step and asked whether she had asked for permission. Instead of answering, Chia raised a hand and pointed left, indicating the closer target. Kafka sighed and dragged his feet forward, thinking that she would ignore him again. He turned and wondered why she did not just walk now that she was awake. Chia kept her eyes closed, cheeks still pressed lightly to his shoulder, and pretended to be asleep. Kafka, utterly unamused, accused her of playing dead. She grinned with her eyes still shut. He groaned and muttered that she was lazy, which broke her composure. She laughed, then pushed herself off his back and landed beside him with a playful bounce, brushing her hair back. Kafka pinched the bridge of his nose and muttered again, lips betraying the faintest smile. He sighed, calling the situation unbelievable, but his steps felt lighter as he followed her deeper into the forest. After a few minutes, Kafka carried Chia between towering trees. The quiet rhythm of their walk was suddenly shattered by a thunderous crack that shook the air and sent birds scattering from the canopy. He froze mid-step, eyes narrowing as the vibration ran through the ground. Kafka thought the sound had come from nearby and asked if that was where her tracker pointed. Chia straightened, brushed hair from her eyes, and confirmed that it was. Kafka told her to hold on tight. His muscles tensed and his body shifted. A faint crackle of green energy ran across his frame as his legs expanded and his posture changed into a kaiju-like form. His feet dug into the dirt and the ground trembled beneath him. Before Chia could protest, Kafka bent his knees and launched forward. Chia panicked and called out. The wind roared in her ears as the world blurred into streaks of green and brown. Branches snapped in their wake as they barreled through the forest within human speed, each step leaving deep impressions in the earth. A blinding flash of light seared through the gaps in the trees ahead. Kafka's eyes widened and, instinct screaming, he lowered his body and coiled like a spring. He vaulted over a ridge and twisted in midair, slamming down on the other side with a controlled impact that sent leaves and loose earth flying in a sweeping shockwave. As the dust settled, a figure landed beside him in perfect sync. Kafka's head snapped to the side and he narrowed his eyes. A figure with blue hair, red shoes, and a cocky grin was there. Kafka was surprised to see Sonic. Sonic stretched casually and smirked at Kafka with a bright, confident grin. Kafka stared blankly for a moment, then looked toward Chia and asked whether she had put a tracker on Sonic. Sonic blinked in surprise and then looked at Chia as if caught off guard. Chia smiled brightly and raised a finger, confirming that Sonic was one of the targets. Kafka surrendered with a long sigh and said they should move on. Sonic raised a hand and asked them to wait, questioning what she meant by a tracker. Chia waved off the interrogation and suggested focusing on grabbing the flag first. Sonic's tone sharpened and he demanded an answer, accusing her of tagging him with something. Kafka rubbed the bridge of his nose, tired of the back and forth, and warned Sonic that Chia would ignore the question. Sonic froze, then sighed and muttered that they would talk about it later. He admitted he could not leave just yet when Kafka asked why. Sonic pointed and said he was going to fight that guy. Chia and Kafka turned their heads toward the direction Sonic indicated. At first there was only a distant shimmer of distorted air. Then a figure descended slowly from the sky. White hair caught the sunlight and was tied back loosely. A BLNDIF LD wrapped across his eyes, obscuring everything above a calm smile. His uniform swayed as his feet touched the ground with deliberate calm. Kafka thought of Gojo. Gojo adjusted his BLNDF LD with a lazy hand, the corner of his lips curling upward, and casually suggested they continue, addressing Sonic directly. Sonic cracked his knuckles and electricity sparked along his arms and legs. He told them he needed a second to deal with this man, energy coiling around him. Kafka's gaze darted between them. Gojo began walking forward with light, deliberate steps as if circling his opponent, while Sonic strode in with kinetic energy crackling at his heels, ready to explode into motion. The forest stood silent, tension coiled in the air like a storm waiting to break. Gojo remained casual, one hand in his pocket and his BLD tilted slightly, posture relaxed as the two prepared to face off. Sonic crouched low, muscles tight, lightning flaring around him in arcs that scorched the ground. Then he launched. The world blurred into chaos as Sonic's fist streaked toward Gojo's jaw with thunderous speed, only to halt an inch away as space itself bent. His eyes widened and his teeth gritted in frustration. Sonic snapped in frustration, wondering what force he had encountered. Gojo tilted his head lazily, a smirk curving beneath the BLD. He explained that it was infinity and told Sonic not to hurt himself. Sonic vanished and reappeared from behind with a blazing kick, then above, then to the side, each strike like a thunderbolt. The ground fractured, trees splintered, shockwaves rolled outward, but none of the hits connected. Gojo walked forward through the storm, untouched. Sonic skidded to a halt, sweat beading on his brow, chest heaving. He accused Gojo of hiding behind a wall. Gojo chuckled and suggested that if Sonic could not break through a so-called wall, maybe he was not fast enough. Lightning flared violently across Sonic's frame as he blurred again, faster and more unpredictable. Strikes rained like meteors, but Gojo, calm as ever, raised a hand and invoked a technique called reversal, red. A crimson force erupted from his palm. Sonic twisted aside at the last moment, but the wave clipped him and sent him tumbling across the ground. He rolled to his feet, ragged and frustrated. Gojo smirked and followed with lapse blue, warping the air and dragging it toward a single point. Sonic darted away at the last possible instant as the collapsing force tore apart the terrain and uprooted trees in a violent implosion. Gojo combined the two energies into a spiraling attack he called Hollow Technique, Purple. The sphere crackled with destructive power, carving a line through the forest and obliterating everything in its path. Sonic blurred at the instant it passed, but the shockwave still caught him, throwing him and scraping him across the earth. He staggered, chest tight, jaw cut, but he refused to stay down. Gojo adjusted his BLD and admitted that Sonic was fast. Red surged again in a sudden strike that hammered into Sonic, sending him flying across the field. He smashed through trees before crashing into a lake, water erupting into a towering spray. Ripples spread wide. The surface boiled with lightning as Sonic forced himself upright in the shallows, coughing and shaken. Gojo's voice carried across the distance, calm and cutting, asserting that he was simply stronger. The air tightened. Steam rose where Sonic's lightning had burned the surface of the lake. He staggered to his feet, droplets running down his face, breaths sharp and ragged. Gojo floated above him, the air bending faintly from his cursed energy, his smirk still in place. He mocked Sonic's limits, saying Sonic had reached his. Sonic wiped his mouth, then let a slow, defiant smile spread across his face. He declared that limits were something he could shatter, and lightning detonated around him as he prepared to move beyond them. Blue-white arcs surged across the lake, blasting the water outward in violent waves. In a single heartbeat, Sonic vanished from the lake and reappeared directly in front of Gojo, fist ped back. Infinity halted the blow, but Gojo's composure flickered for the first time as he felt the sheer force behind it. He acknowledged internally that Sonic was even faster than before. Sonic vowed to move faster than infinity itself. Then, impossibly, he was gone, not blurred, not bouncing, simply gone. The air around Gojo cracked violently as a fist connected, whipping his BLD slightly. Gojo reacted with stunned disbelief as another strike followed, then another. Sonic reappeared and disappeared with each hit, his fists and kicks raining down in unpredictable angles. Gojo's body snapped backward and sideways, lifted into the air by the relentless onslaught. The forest exploded around them as shockwaves tore through the trees. Sonic strikes pounded Gojo again and again, each forcing him farther back until Gojo's form blurred through the landscape. With a thunderous crash, Gojo was hurled through a line of 9 massive trees, sent flying by the force of the assault before slamming into the side of a hill. The earth shuddered and debris rained down as dust clouded the clearing. Silence followed. Sonic landed on the lake's surface in a crouch, lightning sparking wildly around him, chest heaving but grin intact. Stones cracked and rolled aside as Gojo rose from the crater. His being FLD was torn halfway off his face, and for the first time his lazy smirk was replaced by narrowed eyes and faint surprise. Gojo registered that Sonic had breached infinity and wondered how it had happened. Sonic blurred again, reappearing directly in front of Gojo and standing tall with a wider, reckless grin. He taunted that Gojo was not so untouchable anymore. Gojo studied him, then allowed himself a small smile and acknowledged Sonic's strength. He raised a hand and formed a deliberate sign, his cursed energy swelling and pressing on the air until the trees groaned and cracked under the strain. He reminded Sonic that he was still the strongest. Before Sonic could react, Kafka's voice tore across the battlefield, urgently warning Sonic to watch out. It was already too late. Space warped and folded in on itself. The horizon darkened as endless shapes and knowledge pressed in from all sides. Gojo announced the activation of Domain Expansion Infinite Void, and the lake, the forest, and the world around them felt as if they had vanished into nothingness. Inside the void, reality pressed on Sonic like an ocean, his breath ragged and his movements constrained. The endless flood of knowledge and sensation crashed over him, overwhelming and suffocating. His body urged him to stop. Gojo strolled through the infinite dark as if it meant nothing to him, hands in his pockets and the familiar smirk in place. He told Sonic that he had been a tough opponent, faster than most, but ultimately not as strong. He lifted a finger like a gun and allowed a faint glow to hum at his fingertip as his cursed energy compressed with deadly precision. He asked, with cold calm, whether they should end it then, and the glow at his fingertip turned crimson. The air split with a low, menacing hum as the technique lapse, red charged and fired. The beam ripped forward, devouring space itself as it slammed into Sonic. The light of it filled the domain, swallowing him whole. When the radiance faded, the void returned to silence. Gojo lowered his hand and exhaled softly. He smiled, satisfied, and prepared to leave. He turned to walk away, then froze. Someone was still there. His head snapped back and his eyes widened behind the torn BLNDFLD. Sonic was still standing, bruised and trembling, but upright. His outline flickered with a faint golden glow, sparks of light cascading off him like embers. His pupils had vanished, leaving only glowing irises. Gojo was shocked, unable to comprehend what he saw. The glow grew brighter and stronger, flaring wildly and rippling through the domain as though Sonic's very existence was pushing back against Gojo's infinite void. Sonic raised his head, expression unreadable, his body vibrating at a frequency beyond comprehension. Then he moved too fast to track. By the time Gojo realized what was happening, a fist had already struck his face with a sudden, devastating impact. Outside, the world trembled. Kafka skidded to a stop at the edge of the shimmering sphere, Chie clinging to his back. His eyes narrowed as cracks began to spread across Gojo's domain, splintering the air itself. Kafka thought tensely that this did not look good. Sonic would not be able to move in there. He crouched low, muscles flexing, ready to jump in despite the risk. Chie asked worriedly whether Sonic would be all right. Kafka tightened his grip on her legs and tightened his jaw. He hoped silently that Sonic would be okay. The cracks deepened, glowing bright, and the domain collapsed like glass under a hammer. Light poured out as the infinite void imploded. Kafka shielded his eyes with his arm, bracing against the force. When the brilliance cleared, what he saw rooted him to the ground. Sonic was standing, barely. His body glowed faintly gold, sparks flickering like dying embers. He was drenched in sweat and breathing hard, but he remained upright. In front of him, only the lower half of Gojo remained. The rest of his form seemed to waver and break apart into glowing blue fragments that scattered away. Chie gasped, eyes wide in a mixture of horror and awe. Kafka's gaze snapped from the disintegrating remains back to Sonic. Kafka whispered Sonic's name in shock. Sonic turned his head slightly toward him. For a moment, Kafka thought he saw something inhuman in his friend's glowing eyes. Then the light flickered out. Sonic's golden aura dimmed, his pupils returned, and his knees buckled. He collapsed forward, hitting the ground heavily. Chia called out Sonic's name. Kafka darted forward and caught him just as his body went limp, gripping his shoulders and shaking him lightly. Kafka wondered, stunned, whether Sonic had been responsible for what had happened. He turned his gaze toward the distant hill. A massive, smoking hole had been carved straight through it, the earth torn apart in a way no normal blow could achieve. The forest grew quiet again. The only sounds were the steady rhythm of Kafka's footsteps, the rustle of leaves brushing his legs, and the faint, uneven breaths of Sonic as he lay unconscious across Kafka's back. Beside him, Chia walked briskly, her hand resting lightly on the hilt of her katana as her sharp eyes scanned the area. Above them, a colossal timer still floated in the sky, its bold red numbers ticking downward without mercy. 106. Kafka tilted his head back and squinted at it. He thought with irritation that the island was huge and, at their current pace, they stood little chance of finding a flag. He sighed and adjusted Sonic on his back, muttering that it was just what he needed, a game of hide-and-seek on an island the size of Japan. Before he could finish his complaint, Chia suddenly stopped. She tilted her head and pointed into the distance, alerting them that she had seen something. Kafka followed her line of sight and blinked as sunlight flashed against something metallic in the trees. He frowned in confusion and wondered what it could be. Chia smiled and suggested they check it out. Before Kafka could stop her, Chia was already sprinting toward the gleam, her sandals kicking up dust from the forest floor. Kafka tightened his grip on Sonic, gritted his teeth, and broke into a run after her. Branches whipped against his arms as he chased her deeper into the clearing. The trees opened into a wide space, and there, piercing the sky like a monument, stood a flagpole the size of a building. The red flag at the top swayed gently in the wind, blank and unmarked. Kafka came to a stop, jaw slack, internally shocked at how massive the structure was. He thought, frustrated, wondering how they were expected to carry such a thing across the island. As he stepped closer, something strange happened. The moment Kafka's boot crossed a faint glowing line on the ground, the blank red flag shimmered. Its surface rippled and then emblazoned itself with the UA symbol in bold golden letters. At the same time, the circular patch of ground beneath the pole lit up in a glowing blue ring. Chia asked if they had seen the change in the flag. Kafka stared down at the glowing circle and felt a low hum resonate from it, like machinery beneath the earth. He realized with surprise that they did not have to carry the flag. He compared it in his head to a domination game mode where the point was captured by staying inside the circle. Chia looked around the massive clearing, fingers brushing her sword hilt, and asked whether all they had to do was hold the spot until the timer ran out. Kafka eased Sonic carefully down from his back and placed him on the grass. Sonic's unconscious body lay with his chest rising and falling faintly, the golden afterglow from earlier completely gone. Kafka adjusted him into a more comfortable position and straightened. He nodded and confirmed that their task was to keep the circle blue. Chia crouched near Sonic, resting her katana across her lap. She looked up at Kafka and smiled slightly, saying it sounded easy enough and that they might finally get a break. Kafka dropped down to sit beside her, leaning his elbows on his knees as he stared up at the giant flag swaying in the wind. He grinned faintly and agreed. Kafka thought the task was easier than he had expected. For the first time in hours, silence settled over the island, not tense, not heavy, just quiet. The glowing capture circle beneath them pulsed gently, acknowledging their claim. The massive flag above waved proudly with the UA symbol gleaming in the sunlight. Kafka leaned back against the grass, folding his arms behind his head as he released a long breath. He kept one eye closed and the other fixed on the tree line, alert. Beside him, Chie hummed softly, her fingers tracing the edge of her katana's sheath. A few minutes later, the timer above the island read 51. Kafka sat cross-legged inside the capture circle. The humming blue light of the barrier cast a soft glow on his skin, flickering with the flag's energy. For a moment everything felt still. He stared upward, breathing in steady rhythm and thinking that another 50 minutes of waiting would drive him insane. A breeze swept through the clearing, rustling the grass and carrying the scent of salt from the island's far edge. Then Chia shouted Kafka's name, sharp and urgent, and his head snapped toward her. Before he could react, a blur struck him. A knee hit him with the force of a cannon, launching him backward. He tore through the trees in a whirlwind of motion until he smashed into the side of a hill, impact shaking loose dirt and rock in an explosion of airborne debris. Chia cried out in horror and scrambled for her katana, but the ground beneath her feet shifted in an uncanny way. The earth folded and rose into dangerous protrusions. She leapt and flipped clear as the ground bristled. Her eyes locked on a boy standing calmly at the edge of the capture circle, his short blonde hair catching the sun. Chia identified him as someone from the English school and tightened her grip on her sword. Another figure moved across the field in a flash of gold, the same one who had launched Kafka. A girl with sharp blonde hair as in like fire stood poised, muscles coiled and confidence radiating from her stance. Chia recognized the arrival of yet another opponent and braced herself. Kafka groaned and peeled himself out of the hollow the impact had left. His vision swam, ears ringing. He planted his hands in the earth and pushed himself upright, thinking in a dazed way about what had just hit him. The ground trembled underfoot and his gaze instinctively snapped upward. The blonde girl was already high in the air, spinning with her leg drawn back like the edge of a blade. Her smile widened as she came down. Kafka's body changed, green lightning flared and his arms shifted, claws elongating and scales forming like armor. He crossed his forearms to guard himself. Her heels slammed into his defense with overwhelming force, and the impact drove them both into the soil, dust and debris boiling outward as the pressure pushed him downward. His muscles strained against the blow, but he did not give ground this time. The girl's expression flickered at his resilience before she kicked off and landed lightly, a red aura like embers pulsing around her. She taunted him with a knowing expression that suggested she remembered him even if he did not. Her aura shimmered and she vanished, reappearing directly in front of Kafka with a raised leg. The kick struck his chest, but his transformed legs braced him and his kaiju-like power rooted him to the ground. Dirt split and buckled underfoot, yet he held his position. The girl's eyes flicked downward in curiosity at the green energy crackling along his limbs. She commented inwardly on his quirk with interest. Kafka swung a clawed arm in a sharp horizontal slash, but she disappeared from the strike and landed on a tree branch above, the wood groaning beneath her boots. Her red aura trailed like heat as she surveyed him from above. Kafka's chest rose and fell with green sparks crackling across his transformed body. He watched her closely, predatory and tense, trying to name the woman who had suddenly appeared. The girl announced in a cool, confident tone that she needed to test something and then vanished again. A heel sliced down from above with impossible speed. Kafka caught it with his hand just in time as the impact cracked the ground and shook loose dirt from the trees. Green lightning danced wildly over his limbs, synced with his heartbeat as he shoved upward to force her foot back, but she was already gone. With feline agility she rebounded off a tree trunk, aura glowing, and launched a kick toward his head. Kafka ducked and countered with a heavy punch that struck a boulder behind her, shattering the stone into fragments. She blurred through the trees, ricocheting from branch to branch, her aura leaving bright afterimages as she circled him. A rapid flurry of strikes followed punches and kicks, precise and backed with that red energy. Kafka met each blow with massive, planted arms. His body became an immovable wall. Every blocked strike sent shockwaves through the clearing. Leaves tore free, branches snapped from the force of their clash, and the forest itself echoed with the intensity of the fight. Kafka roared and swiped his clawed hand through the air, preparing for the next exchange. She ducked under the attack, rolled, and darted back with impossibly quick movements. This time, Kafka bent low, grabbed a tree trunk, and ripped it from the ground with raw power. With one massive heave, he hurled it like a spear. The projectile split the air, but Rose raised her glowing leg and kicked outward. The trunk snapped in two, each half slamming into the dirt behind her. She landed lightly, her grin unshaken. Kafka didn't wait. He lunged forward, his kaiju legs cracking the ground, and swung his fist in a wide arc. She slid beneath the blow, the shockwave toppling smaller trees, and launched herself into a flying kick aimed at his ribs. He caught her ankle midair. For the first time, his eyes widened, but she twisted, using his grip as leverage, and drove her other heel into his guard. The impact rippled through his arms. He tossed her aside, sending her into a tree, but she rebounded instantly, aura blazing. Her kick struck his ribs, slipping through his defense. The impact rattled his chest and forced him a few steps back. She touched down lightly in the dust cloud that followed, her red aura shimmering against the green lightning dancing from his arms. Rose teased that this was supposed to be all he had. Kafka found her increasingly annoying. He steadied his stance, chest rising and falling, eyes following the girl as she shifted on her feet, her aura flickering and wrapping around her like flames. Kafka observed that she was fast. For a moment the forest seemed to quiet, leaves swaying in the silence between them. Kafka's gaze sharpened. Suddenly his irises burned bright green as a crackling surge of energy rolled across his face. A mask formed over his mouth and jaw, half of his kaiju visage with jagged teeth glinting in the light. The air around him hummed with static and the forest trembled from the shift. Rose only grinned at the change, her own aura flaring brighter in answer. Rose smiled and made a playful remark that she would gladly get serious as well. The forest held its breath. Leaves drifted from the shattered treeline, caught in the faint glow of red and green light. For a long moment neither moved. Then they vanished. They reappeared with a violent collision of fists. The impact sent a shockwave through the clearing, bending trees and shaking branches loose in a rain of leaves. The ground beneath them split open as both dug in, roots snapping and sparks of red and green energy lashing outward and colliding. They separated, vanished again, and reappeared in rapid succession. Each exchange carved the landscape. Tree trunks cracked, boulders shattered, and dust clouds followed their movements. Their speed blurred motion into flashes. Every reappearance was marked by the force of a new blow. Kafka lunged with a heavy swing. She ducked, drove her foot into the earth, vaulted upward, and kicked a jagged rock at him. Kafka raised his arms to block, but dust blinded him for a heartbeat, and she slipped through the haze. A kick to his ribs knocked him back 2 steps. She landed lightly, smirking. Rose opened her palm and decided to change tactics. A sphere of red light flared in her hand. Kafka's eyes narrowed, then widened as beams of energy roared across the clearing, cutting through rows of trees. Kafka dove low as blasts followed, each explosion shattering the forest and sending smoke rolling across the battlefield. He dashed left and right, weaving between the blasts, frustrated by the relentless assault. Kafka's jaw clenched and his half-mask flared brighter. He growled that it was enough. Energy coiled in his throat, green and black intertwining into a searing orb. With a thunderous release, a beam tore free, swallowing the clearing in destructive light. The forest shook, trees were blasted apart and the ground buckled under the force. The blast struck Rose and detonated with immense force. Silence followed. Smoke curled from Kafka's mouth as he lifted a clawed hand slowly to his face, disbelief evident in his expression. He wondered in stunned surprise when he had gained that power. Footsteps echoed through the smoke, and she emerged. Her uniform was torn, her aura flickering, and her body battered, but her posture remained unbroken. Her red eyes burned bright, steps steady, and her smile infuriatingly calm. Kafka noted grimly that she had taken that full force and was still standing. She was tenacious. He dropped into a low stance again, green lightning sparking wildly. She closed the distance slowly, savoring each step like a predator toying with prey. Chia shouted Kafka's name as she sprinted through the smoke, her katana half-drawn and panic written on her face. Another figure emerged as well, short blonde hair and sharp eyes in an English-style school uniform, and Kafka recognized Edward. Rose suddenly appeared in front of him without warning. Kafka braced for another strike, claws twitching to block, but instead she leaned forward and pressed a brief, surprising kiss to his lips. The moment hung in the air, silent and surreal. Chia skidded to a stop, her blade lowering, disbelief locking her in place. Edward let out a long, exasperated sigh and told Rose that he could not believe she was doing this. The world froze when Rose made that contact. Her eyes fluttered closed and her aura dimmed slightly as if savoring a fleeting instant. Kafka went rigid, claws trembling, eyes wide with shock. When she pulled back, her lips curved into a playful smirk and a faint blush warmed her cheeks. She told him it was good to see him again. Kafka remained motionless, barely breathing, stunned by the abrupt, unexpected moment. His mind was a complete blank. Kafka thought that nothing made sense. Chia shouted Kafka's name, and he jolted as if ice water had been poured over him. He stumbled back a few steps, claws raised defensively. He looked from Rose, who still wore a smirk, to Chia. Chia stood a few paces away with her head tilted low and hair shadowing her eyes. A storm of fiery emotion rose around her. She told him that while she had been fighting to keep the flag safe and worrying about him, she had seen him spending time with another girl. The ground seemed to crack under her aura. Kafka felt a bead of sweat slide down his cheek. Kafka tried to explain, stammering that it was not what it looked like, but Chia did not listen. She accused him in a trembling voice, then struck him across the face so hard his head snapped sideways. Kafka spun and fell to the dirt with a thud. Kafka was bewildered and pleaded for Chia to calm down. She strode toward him with her katana rattling at her hip and fury radiating off her. Kafka panicked, thinking he had to stop her before she beat him to a pulp. Instinct pushed his body forward. He moved to hold her to prevent the attack, wrapping his arms around her cautiously. Chia immediately went wide-eyed and flustered, struggling and telling him to let go. Kafka, desperate, said he would not release her until she promised she would not be angry. He held on as a tense, awkward standoff. Chia blushed and, after sputtering, promised he could let go. Kafka slowly loosened his grip and stepped back. Chia's cheeks burned red and her lips trembled. She turned her face away, hair moving to hide her expression, and asked him not to look at her. Kafka tilted his head, thoroughly confused and worried that he might have hurt her. For a few tense seconds the aura calmed and both of them lowered their guard. Kafka let his own tension fade and his half-mask dimmed. Kafka then pointed toward Rose and Edward and asked for an explanation about who they were. Rose tilted her head and made a dramatic show of mock hurt, clutching her chest and pretending to be offended at being forgotten. She then feigned a tear as part of the performance, implying a past encounter without specifying anything explicit. Chia snapped her head toward them, stunned. Edward slapped Rose lightly on the head, scolding her in a flat, annoyed tone and telling her to stop. Rose pouted and called Edward no fun, then turned back to Kafka with a teasing smile. She reminded him that they had crossed paths before in a casual way. Kafka blinked and then realized who she meant. Kafka asked whether Rose had been part of the English school. Rose explained that she had mixed heritage and smiled cryptically when Kafka asked if she was here to contest the flag. When Kafka asked whether they intended to fight for the flag, Rose leaned forward with a devilish grin and said that they might. Green lightning crackled around Kafka again. Chia's hand tightened on her katana. Then Rose waved the tension off and laughed, saying she was joking. She added that they already had a flag and so would not be hunting them yet. With a casual farewell and a bright, teasing tone, Rose turned and left. Kafka watched her go, thinking that she now knew his name. He sighed as his kaiju form dissipated and his body returned to normal. Kafka suggested they return to the flag. Chia smirked and told him there was no need to worry because she had already set up a hidden spy. Kafka looked confused and asked about the spy. A few minutes later, Kafka stood before the flag with his jaw hanging and eyes twitching, because tied tightly to the flagpole was Sonic. Sonic lay completely unconscious, drool at the corner of his mouth, ropes wound around him in an absurd crisscross pattern. Kafka's whole body stiffened when he saw him like that. Chia giggled behind her hand, feeling smug about her idea and calling it a genius plan. Kafka turned his head slowly, staring at her with the flattest expression he could muster and accusing her of being cruel. Kafka groaned and ran forward to untie Sonic, muttering that he wondered why he was always surrounded by unpredictable people. Once Sonic was free, Kafka looked up at the sky where the glowing timer hovered. The digits read 38. He sighed heavily and flopped down to sit at the base of the flag, hoping the timer would run out quickly. He slumped against the pole, exhaling as if exhausted. As time passed, Kafka rested against the flagpole, staring up at the glowing timer. The digits ticked down slowly to 2400 hours 57, almost mocking him. He loosened his shoulders a little and thought that if they just waited this out, round one would be theirs. Then Sonic suddenly jolted upright, eyes wide as if waking from a nightmare. Kafka noted flatly that Sonic had finally woken up. Sonic rubbed his eyes, confused about where he was. Kafka explained that they were in the flag area and told him to relax until the timer ran out. Kafka leaned his head back against the pole, eyes drifting skyward again as Sonic blinked and tried to piece things together. Sonic asked what had happened. Kafka yawned and described the earlier fight. Sonic had beaten another student but passed out afterward and had been out for a while. Sonic's shoulders slumped and he admitted quietly that he was hungry. Kafka tilted his head and advised him to hold on, since only a few minutes remained before the round ended. Sonic pouted but agreed and slumped against the flagpole, sulking. Chia's voice then cut in, sharp and urgent, and called their attention. Kafka and Sonic turned instantly. Chia's expression sharpened as she pointed toward the treeline and reported that the tracker she had set up earlier was moving. Someone was coming their way. Kafka straightened, noting to himself that the timing was suspiciously convenient. Leaves rustled and branches shook as heavy footsteps approached. Voices carried from the treeline, mocking and cocky. 3 figures emerged. Ojiro stumbled weakly, being dragged by the hair, his uniform ripped and his face bruised. Diavolo gripped Ojiro's hair with a cold, cutting smile. Flanking them were Dazai, whose gaze drifted casually to the trees above, and Naima, who looked uneasy, sweat beading on his forehead. Ojiro groaned faintly and struggled to keep his eyes open. Sonic sprang to his feet immediately, electricity beginning to crackle around him. His eyes burned with fury as he demanded to know what had been done to their friend. Diavolo smirked and lifted Ojiro higher by the hair like a trophy, explaining casually that Ojiro had been helpful and had led them right to the spot. Kafka's fists clenched as a faint green energy crackled across his arms. Chia's grip tightened on her katana, her aura rising. Diavolo coldly declared that they no longer needed Ojiro. He reached out and touched Ojiro's head. In a flash of blue light, Ojiro vanished, his elimination confirmed. The clearing fell silent. Kafka's eyes went cold and Sonic's electricity flared outward, sparks skittering across the dirt. Chia's aura blazed, her jaw set in anger. Sonic warned that they would pay for what had been done. Diavolo regarded their fury with a smirk and then stepped forward, his presence heavy and menacing. He demanded that they hand the flag over. Blue lightning erupted violently around Sonic as he stepped forward, eyes glowing with intent. Kafka moved to stand beside him, green energy arcing around him, and Chia readied her katana as a stormy aura swirled around her. The 3 of them stood shoulder to shoulder, glaring across at their opponents. Najima swallowed hard and raised a tentative stance, hands trembling slightly. Dazai tilted his head back and, with a calm, almost cheerful tone, remarked that the thick branch above would make a good place for someone to hang. His words sent a chill through the air, and Nakajima glanced at him nervously, tense and sweating as he accepted that they were really going to fight. The forest air grew heavy with tension as the timer ticked down. Above, the glowing numbers read 21. Kafka's sharp eyes shifted from Diavolo to Dazai and Naima. His body remained poised and ready, his thoughts steady and calculating. He noted that if they could hold the circle they would advance, but realized those opponents wouldn't allow it. Nakajima was tough, but the greater threats were Diavolo and Dazai. Diavolo's ability let him erase time and move within those erased seconds, and Dazai's canceling ability could shut down quirks with a touch. Diavolo had to be the priority. Green lightning flickered faintly across Kafka's body. Chia and Sonic tensed, prepared to move at the first sign. Then, in an instant, Diavolo vanished without any obvious motion. Chia's eyes widened in shock and asked where he had gone. Before she could finish, Kafka felt pressure on his shoulder. He turned calmly to find Diavolo suddenly standing there, smiling like a predator that had cornered its prey. Diavolo remarked that Kafka was very dangerous, and Kafka realized with a jolt that Diavolo had seen his intended move. He was acting on future knowledge. A sharp sting hit Kafka as something struck his midsection with precise force, knocking the wind out of him. Sonic and Chie reacted in alarm. The strike had not come from Diavolo himself. Something else loomed behind Diavolo, tall and humanoid, with an otherworldly presence. The stand's arm had struck Kafka, its blade-like form pressing into his side. Sonic's face twisted in shock as he reacted to the sight. Chie stared, jaw tight, unable to comprehend. Kafka did not panic. His eyes narrowed. MC thought that it had to be his stand, just like in the anime. Diavolo smirked and raised his chin, then froze as his confident expression cracked, his eyes flicking as if he were seeing something ahead of him. MC realized that Diavolo had just seen the future, but it was already too late. The stand's arm remained lodged in Kafka's side. Kafka's muscles tensed, securing it in place, and he smiled. MC reasoned that whatever damage the stand took, the user felt as well, so he did not need to catch Diavolo directly. He only needed to strike the stand itself. Kafka's fist began to glow, green lightning sparking around it. He swung a brutal punch and landed square across the stand's face. The impact sent the arm flying back, and a sharp sound rang out as it detached. Diavolo staggered across the clearing, wincing from the sudden recoil of their link and rubbing his jaw. Chie and Sonic stared in disbelief. Sonic was awed, noting that the hit had been felt by the enemy. Even Dazai paused, intrigued, a smirk curving his mouth. Nakajima blinked nervously, sweat beading at his temple. Kafka calmly withdrew the detached limb and recovered almost instantly. No trace remained. Diavolo's eyes widened in fury as he realized what had happened. He exclaimed in shock that Kafka could heal so quickly. MC thought that Diavolo had erased the moment of injury to recover time erasure, just as he had suspected. It would not be easy, but the stand was the key. Nakajima's voice cracked with nervousness as he admitted how strong the opponent was. Dazai chuckled softly, sliding a hand into his pocket and saying that things had just become interesting. Kafka turned slightly, eyes flicking to his teammates, and yelled orders. He instructed Sonic to go after the silver-haired man and told Chie that the brown-haired opponent was hers. Both blinked in confusion, but Kafka's tone was firm and certain. Sonic tilted his head, smirked, and acknowledged the order. He locked his gaze on Najima and grinned, signaling a challenge. In a blur, blue energy swallowed him, and the next moment both he and Emma had vanished deeper into the trees. Dazai whistled low and remarked on Sonic's speed. Dazai's smirk dropped when he saw Chie already above him, her blade descending in a wide arc. Chie called for him to keep his eyes on her and declared that she would be his opponent. Dazai brushed dust off his sleeve and teased that a striking woman like her had already caught his attention. Kafka shifted his focus back to Diavolo and ignored the others. MC thought through the matchups. Sonic could handle Najima, Chie could occupy Dazai, leaving MC alone to face Diavolo. The stand reassembled, its arm whole once more, and Diavolo's glare hardened. He warned that Kafka would pay for what he had done. MC decided he would force Diavolo to erase moments repeatedly until his opponent broke. Kafka exhaled slowly, his eyes glowing faintly green, lightning crackling around him as the forest floor trembled beneath his feet. Diavolo's smirk sharpened into a predatory expression. He announced that they should begin. Kafka grinned and launched forward, the ground cracking under his step as a streak of green energy trailed his fist toward Diavolo's jaw. Diavolo vanished. Kafka's eyes widened. He had been too slow, and he felt the sting of a grazing blow across his cheek. He halted, boots grinding into the dirt, and touched his face, jaw clenched. MC noted that Diavolo's power would be a serious obstacle. From behind, Diavolo's calm voice said that Kafka could not touch him, that he would never be touched, and invoked King Crimson. A crimson silhouette of the stand loomed, its hollow eyes fixed on Kafka like a predator. Diavolo stepped forward, full of arrogant confidence, explaining that every future Kafka might choose had already been erased. Kafka exhaled sharply but remained composed, trying to understand the nature of the power how many futures Diavolo could see at once. Diavolo flickered forward again, appearing beside Kafka in an instant. A heavy blow landed against Kafka's side, sending him staggering backward and leaving him off balance. Diavolo grinned and declared that he was beyond time itself and that the fight was already over. Kafka rose, rolling his shoulders despite the punishment. MC thought that there must be a limit to the erasures, a window of opportunity. They only needed to survive long enough to find it. He sharpened his senses, sound, smell, sight all focused. An extra sense seemed to awaken, a sudden awareness of his blind spot that came and went as he concentrated. Diavolo blurred again, but this time Kafka's heightened perception screamed. He ducked low as a strike cut the air above his head. For a moment Kafka thought he had dodged. Diavolo continued to appear and strike from different angles, landing blows across Kafka's shoulders and ribs and throwing him into the dirt. Each time, Kafka's injuries faded rapidly as green energy pulsed around him. His body adapted instinctively, recovering almost instantly while dust and debris coated him. The exchanges were relentless. Diavolo reappeared again and again, pressing the assault with vanishing strikes that left Kafka shaken and forced him to rise repeatedly. Diavolo laughed, arrogant and certain, insisting that his power rendered the struggle meaningless. Kafka wiped his mouth, steadied himself, and stood tall despite the repeated hits. Diavolo pressed forward, his stand dragging Kafka and smashing him against broken stone. Kafka roared and kicked free, only to be met with more sudden disappearances and reappearances as Diavolo maintained the assault. It was a storm of energy and vanishing futures. Kafka's breathing was uneven but his determination did not waver. Finally, Diavolo stepped forward, face twisted into a cruel grin, raising his arm as if to finish it. Then he froze. His pupils dilated, his nose began to bleed slightly, and the vision of countless possible futures unfolded before him again and again. And each one ended the same way, himself, broken. Kafka checked the future again and again, but the conclusion never changed. No matter how he rewrote it, the end remained unaltered. Diavolo, shaken, insisted that it was impossible. Across from him, Kafka noted the slow, dangerous grin on Diavolo's face as his eyes flashed with red and green sparks. Kafka, calm and low, observed that the other had realized too late. His aura erupted, lightning tearing through the air as his kaiju power burst free. Fangs appeared and scales cracked across half his face in a monstrous transformation. His legs tightened like coiled engines, glowing with raw destructive energy. His fists hummed, overloaded with force. Kafka launched himself forward like a living warhead. His punch released a powerful shockwave that detonated into a blinding burst, a dome of green and red light sweeping over the forest and throwing up a storm of debris. When the dust began to settle, Kafka stood in the center of a vast crater. His right arm looked damaged and scorched, but his healing surged immediately, tissue knitting back at impossible speed. Steam rose from his body as the scales receded. At the crater's edge, Diavolo staggered. His stand flickered and his form faltered. A soft blue glow signaled his elimination, and he dissolved into scattered fragments of light that drifted upward and disappeared. Silence followed. Kafka exhaled and murmured that the fight had been exhausting. He dragged his tired body forward through the quiet battlefield, which was now only the rustle of broken branches and the faint crackle of lingering energy. Above them, a glowing timer showed that 4 minutes remained. A limpness formed in Kafka's stride for a moment, but within seconds his wounds closed and his body straightened. He reassured himself that he could manage the remaining time. Up ahead, Sonic was dragging a limp silver-haired man, Naima, across the dirt. Kafka narrowed his eyes and allowed a faint smirk. He thought that Sonic had won and that Nakajima had never stood much of a chance. He walked over and asked why Sonic hadn't eliminated him. Sonic shrugged and dropped Nakajima without much care, admitting that it hadn't felt right to finish someone who had been terrified. Kafka chuckled at the description. Then his expression hardened as he thought about Chie. He worried about her ability to resist Dazai. Physically tough as she was, Dazai's skill was hard to shrug off. If anyone could push Dazai back, Kafka thought, it would be her. As they moved through the ruin trees, they found Chia's body glowing faint blue and beginning to break apart into shimmering orbs. She had been eliminated. Dazai stood above her, casually pointing a sleek gun with smoke still curling from the barrel, his grin maddeningly calm. Kafka clenched his jaw, surprised that weapons were in play. Sonic's aura flared with blue lightning and he charged, furious. He vanished in a blur and aimed a blow straight for Dazai's head, but Dazai only brushed his hand against Sonic's arm and his motion stopped dead. Sonic was left shocked and disoriented as his speed disappeared. Dazai pressed the gun to Sonic's chest with a mocking tilt and prepared to pull the trigger. The shot did not reach Sonic. The bullet struck something hard and unyielding. Kafka had stepped between them, his arm transformed and covered in green scales that absorbed the impact without injury. Kafka warned that Dazai would have to try harder if he wanted to hurt them and then yanked Sonic out of range, setting him safely behind. Dazai regarded Kafka with a smirk and commented on the spectacle of someone blocking bullets with a bare hand. Sonic's lightning returned as he clenched his fists, determined to tear Dazai apart, but Kafka raised his arm slightly to hold him back and told him to keep his distance. Then, to their surprise, Dazai waved his free hand dismissively and declared that he gave up. He holstered his gun, said he knew when he was outmatched, and turned away through the ruined trees. Kafka and Sonic stared in stunned silence. Sonic asked if they should chase or disable him, but Kafka shook his head and decided to let Dazai go. Surviving the round was what mattered. They returned to the center of the circle and sat, both of them watching the glowing timer in the sky as it wound down. With 15 seconds left, Kafka thought the ordeal would soon be over. Sonic complained about being starving and Kafka managed a tired smile as the timer hit 0. A flag of light erupted and spread a soothing blue across the battlefield. A crown symbol appeared above both Kafka and Sonic's heads, marking them as survivors. Kafka released a long, exhausted sigh and said it was over. Sonic collapsed back with a grin, insisting that someone better bring food before he moved. Kafka chuckled and lay back down, finally allowing himself to breathe. The grassy ground beneath them began to ripple like glass. Fragments of green faded into black and the terrain itself seemed to peel away. Sonic scrambled to his feet in a panic and asked what was happening and why the ground was disappearing. Kafka, however, did not move. He closed his eyes and breathed steadily. Kafka felt the sensation again, the strange twisting of space as if being pulled through a wormhole. He recognized the bending of time and space. Portals were becoming something he expected. When he opened his eyes, the forest was gone. He stood inside a vast circular chamber whose walls were lined with glowing sigils. The air was still and heavy. To his side, a girl with purple hair slept curled on a floating seat of light, an aura of power evident even in her quietness. Kafka noted to himself how terrifyingly strong her ability must be to create an entire dimension. Kafka scratched the back of his head and turned to Sonic, who was still frantically looking around. Before either could move, the click of shoes echoed. A tall figure in a blood-red suit and a hat tipped low approached with predatory calm. It was Alucard, smiling widely. Kafka immediately realized they were not alone. Flashes of light revealed other students materializing, some familiar, some injured, some slumped with exhaustion. His gaze sharpened as he searched instinctively for his friends. Alucard clasped his hands behind his back and announced that they must be tired and should go to their respective teachers. He added that he would announce the results of round 1 shortly. He spoke with a dry, detached air that seemed unbothered by the battered, tense students around him. Kafka sighed and motioned for Sonic to follow. Together they crossed the glowing floor until they found Aizawa and the rest of Class 1A grouped together. Mina waved energetically when she saw them. The others rushed over, relief and excitement clear on their faces. Denki asked anxiously if Kafka and Sonic had gotten a flag. Tsu croaked that none of them had been able to find one. Kafka blinked at their anxious faces, feeling the weight of failure settle on the group. Before he could respond, Sonic stepped forward grinning and announced that they had secured a flag and kept it safe. The class froze in surprise and then erupted into cheers. Mina and Tsuyu leapt forward and hugged Kafka tightly, bouncing with joy. Students clapped, laughed, and sighed in relief as the exhaustion and tension lifted for a moment. Kafka allowed himself to be carried by the excitement while his eyes continued to scan the group. Izuku smiled directly at him, offering praise, which Kafka acknowledged with a small nod. But two things drew his attention more sharply. Momo and Ida were not celebrating. Both watched Izuku with serious, intent expressions as if waiting for an opportune moment to speak. Bakugo, meanwhile, stared at Izuku with amplified hostility, his fists clenched and trembling with restrained fury. And then Kafka noticed Shoko. She did not look at him or Sonic or anyone else. Her gaze was fixed on Izuku, but it was softer and warmer than her usual analytical stare, a quiet affection evident. Kafka furrowed his brow and wondered what had happened while he was gone. After a few minutes they walked through heavy doors bearing the UA symbol that creaked open as the group stepped into a new room. It was not what anyone expected. A massive flat-screen TV covered the far wall. Snack tables stacked with chips, Pocky, drinks, and instant noodles stood across the middle. 3 oversized couches formed a lounging zone large enough for everyone. Class 1A reacted in a chorus of awe. Mineta scrambled past everyone and dove onto the nearest couch, finding a manga on the shelf and settling in immediately. Aika drifted to the bookshelf, pulled a paperback, and tucked into a corner of the couch with it. Ruko plopped onto the opposite couch with her phone already in hand. Others split into friend groups. Laughter in one corner, quiet chatter in another, everyone easing into their own comfort zone. Kafka entered last, scanning the room until his eyes landed on Chia. She sat alone at the end of a couch, gaze downcast and hands fidgeting with the edge of her sleeve. He hesitated, then walked over and greeted her softly. Chia looked up briefly and then away, admitting quietly that she had lost her fight. Kafka's expression softened as he considered what had happened. He realized it was his own mistake in not noticing their opponent's weapon. He reached out and gently patted her head, telling her she had done amazing. Chia's shoulders relaxed and a faint smile appeared as she admitted she had failed to win. Kafka reassured her that she had still been important. She had held the opponent back long enough for him to finish his own fight, and without her effort he would have lost. Chia's eyes widened at the confirmation that she had been useful, and a brighter smile settled on her face. Kafka felt relieved to see her smile again, straightened, and moved away as Chia clutched her knees with renewed confidence. Across the room Izuku brightened when Kafka approached, greeting him with cheerful enthusiasm. The two clasped hands and began talking energetically. Izuku praised Kafka, and Kafka returned the smile, glad to see his friend so upbeat. While they chatted, Kafka noticed subtle shifts around the room. Izumi sat at the far side of the couch, watching Kafka with a gaze that lingered a moment too long, her face unreadable except for a faint pink on her cheeks. On the other side of the room Shoko's attention remained fixed on Izuku. Her stare was quiet but intense, as if she were studying him. Mina noticed both glances and grinned slowly, the look of someone who had just discovered an intriguing experiment. She whispered with a conspiratorial grin that she was curious about what was happening next. Denki, who had been reaching for chips beside her, caught her expression and froze, sweat forming on his forehead. He asked Mina nervously what she meant, his voice trailing off. Someone asked why she was grinning like that. She did not answer, only smiled wider, eyes glittering with mischievous intent. Denki panicked and told everyone to back away slowly. One student slowly slid away from her, clutching his chips like a shield. A few moments later, the room buzzed with quiet chatter as students relaxed after the exhausting first round. Izuku animatedly explained quirks he had analyzed, gesturing with his hands. Kafka listened calmly, his mind drifting between Izuku's words and the events of the fight, but Izuku's genuine enthusiasm kept him grounded. Without warning, the large screen at the front of the classroom flickered to life. The chatter died and every head turned. A pale man in a long coat appeared, crimson eyes faintly glowing. Alucard smirked, leaning forward ever so slightly, his presence carrying an odd weight. Kafka thought that even through the screen the man looked like he had not seen sunlight in a century and wondered briefly whether cameras could even pick up vampires. Some students chuckled nervously at the eerie smile. Others swallowed hard, sensing a strange dread. Alucard kept his tone calm but weighty as he greeted the students and teachers, then said he would keep the announcement brief since everyone was eager to learn who passed the first round. The room fell silent, anticipation heavy in the air. 3 academy names appeared on the screen in large letters: Iron Star Academy, Holy Dragon Academy, and UA High. The classroom erupted with cheers, fists pumping and voices shouting as relief and pride mixed into a wave of sound. Kafka only offered a faint smirk. He thought he had already suspected they would win. The screen shifted. Alucard announced the students who had successfully captured flags. Images flashed across the monitor. Kafka's face appeared beside Sonic's, and classmates cheered their names. Kirishima celebrated enthusiastically and Mina congratulated Kafka and Sonic. Kafka scratched his head awkwardly and allowed himself a small smile. The screen changed again to show the American school's winners: Mikima, Sora, and Shiro. Kafka's brow furrowed as a nagging familiarity tugged at his mind. He could not quite place where he had seen them before and felt unsettled by the vague recognition. The English school's winners appeared next: Rose and Edward. When Rose's smiling face came up, Kafka stiffened as a remembered moment of her forward affection flashed through his thoughts and made him sigh at how bold some students could be. Izuku leaned toward Kafka and offered him something to drink. Kafka shook out of his thoughts and said he did not want soda or juice. Izuku suggested brewing green tea from the leaves nearby, and Kafka admitted he would welcome it. Izuku smiled and stood to fetch the supplies. Kafka followed with his eyes and froze. Near the green tea were Bakugo, Momo, Ida, Ochako, and Zuko, and the sight of them made his stomach drop. He thought the situation was a recipe for disaster. If Izuku ran into them, they would be bound to say something stupid, so he prepared to intervene. Instead, everything shifted. The instant Izuku approached, those students moved away from him. Not casually nor politely, but hurriedly, as if repelled by his presence. Momo's eyes flicked toward him nervously before darting away. Ida adjusted his glasses with trembling hands. Ochako and Kirishima avoided eye contact and stiffened. Even Bakugo, usually loud and brazen, said nothing. His lips were pressed thin and his usual sneer replaced by quiet tension. Zuko's hands curled tightly but he stayed silent. Izuku did not appear to notice. He hummed softly as he reached for the tea leaves. Kafka's thoughts raced and he wondered why everyone was acting that way. Were they afraid of Izuku? The weight of that question pressed heavily in Kafka's chest and he leaned back slowly, unsettled and unable to look away. The screen shifted again and Alucard announced the elimination scores. The air thickened. Appeared with glowing numbers. 4th place went to Kafka Shinji with 13 eliminations, 3rd place to Finn with 14, and 2nd place to Mikima with 26 eliminations, which drew audible gasps. Then 1st place was revealed in a golden light: Izuku Yagi with 82 eliminations. The room froze. No one spoke. No one breathed. Kafka's heart lurched. He stared as Izuku stood by the tea leaves, calm and unaware of the shocked faces around him. Only Bakugo, Zuko, Ida, Momo, Ochako, and Kirishima did not turn toward Izuku. They already knew something. Kafka swallowed hard and wondered what had happened in that other dimension. A heavy silence settled over the classroom, broken only by the soft clink of a spoon against porcelain as Izuku quietly stirred the tea. His shoulders were tense, though he seemed unaware of the eyes locked on him. With a small polite smile, he turned and held a tray, indicating the tea was ready and asking if anyone wanted some. Everyone stared, shocked and silent, as if holding their breath. Kafka narrowed his eyes, feeling that something was not right, and asked what had happened in the dream dimension. Izuku blinked in confusion, the tray trembling slightly in his hands, and he seemed to not understand the question. Denki leaned forward and pointed out in amazement that Izuku had 82 eliminations. The tension was so thick it felt like a blade could cut it. Aizawa's usual stoic expression showed the slightest flicker of interest. Izuku looked around at all the stares and scratched his cheek nervously. He tilted his head like a puzzled puppy and sheepishly admitted that he did not remember. The classroom erupted in a shocked chorus. The whole group reacted in exaggerated anime fashion, collapsing with legs giving out and hands hitting their foreheads. Jiro actually dropped her earjacks onto the floor. Denki and Mina face-planted at the same time. Even Sonic let out a strangled shout and fell back against the wall. Kafka's eye twitched as he slammed his palm against his forehead. He yelled in exasperation, asking how anyone could forget something like that. Izuku, still smiling innocently, put a finger to his chin and hummed as if solving a puzzle, admitting that he simply could not remember and did not know why. He tilted his head again, completely oblivious to the way everyone else glared at him. Mina groaned in disbelief. Denki slumped onto the table and lamented that Izuku had scored 82 eliminations and had been like a force in the field. Jiro poked Izuku in the forehead and demanded how he could possibly have forgotten. Izuku pouted slightly and insisted it was true, that he could not recall anything. Ojiro let out a long sigh and shook his head. Tsuyu blinked slowly and muttered that he was hopeless. Mineta rolled on the floor, yelling that it was a waste, while Ruko face-bombed in silence. Kafka rubbed the bridge of his nose and thought, frustrated, that Izuku was so innocent he probably wasn't even lying, but how could anyone forget wiping out 82 opponents? Izuku nervously smiled and rubbed the back of his head, offering, half-heartedly, that maybe he had been sleepwalking. Everyone responded in unison with indignation that a person could not simply sleepwalk through 82 eliminations. Kafka only sighed and scratched the back of his head. He resolved to find out what had happened in that other dimension. His gaze swept the room. He looked first to Bakugo, whose teeth were clenched and fists white-knuckled with anger. Then to Zuko, who had just walked in and sat down with shaking hands. Ochako appeared pale and nervous, twisting her hands tightly in her lap. Momo's lips pressed into a thin line as she considered the situation. Then Kafka noticed Ida. The sweat on the tall boy's temple, the way his hand trembled while adjusting his glasses, he froze like a deer in headlights when Kafka asked what had happened. Ida's jaw trembled and his words choked off. His eyes flicked toward Ochako, Momo, then Bakugo, all of whom avoided Kafka's piercing stare. Kafka concluded, with a glare at them, that they were afraid. The silence deepened. Ida's breathing grew faster. Bakugo muttered something under his breath. Zuko's face had gone pale. Ochako stared at her shoes, and Momo clutched her skirt. Kafka folded his arms, the faint glow of green energy sparking at his fingertips as his irritation increased. He wondered what Ida had done. In another part of the grand building, the massive hall stretched under Gothic arches. Stained glass windows shimmered faintly in the sunlight, chandeliers flickered with golden light, and a long table ran across the marble floor. Students of the English school sat around it, uniforms sharp and crests gleaming. At the head of the table, Alucard sat relaxed but commanding, and his presence quieted the room. Alucard smiled slyly and praised two students for their performance, nodding toward Rose and Edward. Rose flipped her red hair, her aura still faintly buzzing, and smirked with satisfaction, confident that she and Edward had done well. Edward shrugged, bored but assured. Murmurs of praise rippled around the table, but Alucard's attention drifted to a blond boy wearing a tilted cap with a great sword strapped across his back. He complimented the boy, Finn, on bringing bonus points. Finn shifted slightly, one eye shaded under his cap, and replied calmly that it had been no problem. Alucard clapped his hands and announced the rules for the second round, a 3-on-3 match. He explained that each student would wear a band strapped to their arm. If the enemy took a band, they earned 500 points. The objective was to take 2 out of 3 bands while protecting one's own to win. Whispers of excitement and calculations stirred the table. Then Alucard's tone grew deliberate as he warned the students that 3 of their opponents demanded their full attention. He lifted a pale hand and a glowing illusion formed in the air, projecting the face of a girl with striking red hair. Alucard named her Makima from the American school and noted that she was one of the rare few who had managed to capture a flag. The image shifted, and a black-haired boy appeared with faint green sparks around him. Alucard identified Kafka as being from the Japan school and dangerous, someone with the strength to take a flag where others failed. The room reacted with surprise. Rose leaned forward with a wicked grin and said she already liked him, while Edward scoffed in exasperation. Alucard's smile grew sharper as he summoned a third image, glowing green hair and sharp eyes that filled the hall even as a projection. He lowered his voice and declared the third the most dangerous of them all, revealing a boy named Izuku. The chamber fell silent. No one dared speak. When a student timidly asked if Izuku was truly that dangerous, Alucard answered yes. He warned that if anyone were ever alone against Izuku, their best option would be to run or to confront him with overwhelming numbers, such as 3-on-1. Confusion, unease, and even fear spread among the students, but Alucard appeared almost entertained. He murmured that the boy reminded him of someone, a fleeting memory of a girl with long blonde hair in a flowing white dress and an innocent smile. That memory dissolved into an image of Izuku standing on a pile of defeated opponents, eyes shadowed and showing the signs of a fierce struggle, his fists trembling and aura crackling like a barely contained storm. Alucard noted, with a chilling amusement, that innocent faces could fight like devils. Back in the UA room, Kafka stood with his arms crossed and green sparks faintly tracing across his skin as he tried to piece together what had happened. His eyes lingered on Izuku, who smiled happily and seemed clueless, as if the world had opened up to him. Kafka thought to himself that not a single word had been said. No matter how Kafka looked at it, he could not get answers from him or from the others. His gaze moved over the group, Ochako's worried expression, Ida's tense stance, Momo biting her lip as if she wanted to speak but could not, Bakugo scowling in frustration, and Zuko looking tight with anger. He noticed Katsumi and Izumi pressing for answers as well, but each time they asked, the silence only deepened. Kafka sighed slowly, irritation prickling along his spine. He felt annoyed and frustrated, wondering how to break through the group's silence. He searched for another way. His eyes settled on Shoko. She had not moved since the standoff began. Her mismatched eyes were fixed on Izuku, sharp and unreadable. Kafka thought she must know something. He inhaled, gathered himself, and moved toward her. Shoko's shoulders stiffened as she felt him approach. Kafka tapped her shoulder, and she flinched, her icy blue eye meeting his green one. He quickly pulled his hand back, apologizing for startling her. She returned to her neutral calm and regarded him with a steady look. Kafka scratched his cheek, trying to find the right words. He asked if she knew what had happened to Izuku. After a brief silence, Shoko gave a small nod. Relief tightened Kafka's chest. He felt grateful for even that small confirmation. He asked her if she would tell him what had happened, and after a moment of consideration she agreed to explain. Kafka remembered the scene clearly. He recalled Shoko landing on the island, the sea breeze ruffling her two-toned hair as she scanned the terrain with composed alertness. She had thought the place unnaturally quiet and moved cautiously, boots crunching on the dirt. Then a rustle in the bushes had made her raise a hand, manifesting fire in one palm and ice in the other. She had focused, ready for danger. A nervous figure stumbled out of the bushes, green messy hair, freckles and wide, startled eyes. Izuku had stammered a shy greeting to Todoroki. Shoko had lowered her power and greeted him using his family name. She asked if he had found a flag yet. When he shook his head, she told him to come with her to look. Izuku reacted with a flush of embarrassment at the suggestion of being alone with her, stammering and flustered. Shoko had tilted her head and confirmed that it would be just the two of them. He agreed with a small, nervous murmur. They walked together until the trees opened onto a broad grass clearing. The air felt strange there, too open and exposed, and Shoko's instincts told her something was wrong. She signaled for Izuku to get down, and he obeyed, confused. From the far side of the clearing, students in a variety of foreign uniforms began to step forward, their numbers suddenly surrounding them. One of the opposing students pointed and shouted for the others to seize them. Shoko urged Izuku to run and grabbed his hand, and they sprinted across the grass. A huge arm lunged from the crowd and wrapped around them both. Izuku reacted in shock while Shoko immediately used her quirk, forming ice to pin the arm in place. Before she could break free, a girl from one of the opposing schools delivered a forceful kick that knocked Shoko into the dirt. Izuku cried out her name as the grip around him tightened, making it hard to breathe. One of the attackers ordered him to be quiet. Izuku struggled for air while Shoko wiped at her lip where she had been struck, anger flaring in her expression. The attackers dragged them toward the center of the clearing. As they were pulled in, more figures came into view. Shoko realized with shock that Bakugo, Ida, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Zuko were among those already taken. They were bound or pinned down and showed clear signs of having been beaten in the fights that had taken place. Bakugo, chained and badly hurt, snarled and cursed the attackers. He tried to get up, and Izuku summoned a sudden surge of strength, letting out a determined roar and breaking free from the hold that had restrained him. He landed and charged toward Shoko, but another attacker stepped forward and extended an unnaturally long limb. A touch to Izuku's shoulder froze him in place. His body locked up and he collapsed, unresponsive. Shoko called Izuku's name desperately and demanded to know what the attacker had done. The boy smirked and explained that he had used his quirk to trap Izuku inside a repeating nightmare, forcing him to relive his worst fears over and over. Shoko's eyes widened with horror at the revelation that the quirk was inflicting psychological torment from the inside. Pinned nearby, Zuko yelled at the attackers, outraged that they would work together in what was supposed to be a competition. The opposing students laughed at the accusation. One of the girls stated that they were no longer enemies in that moment. Another boy added that they had formed an alliance. Shoko and Zuko reacted with disbelief as the attackers explained that schools from Germany, Russia, and Korea had united in order to overpower the others and secure advancement to the next round. Bakugo, restrained and injured, spat on the ground and called them cowards. An enemy boy sneered, walked over and kicked Bakugo in the ribs, making him gasp. A slick-haired boy made a leering remark about two of the captured students, suggesting they might be spared because of their appearance. A sharp-eyed girl rebuked him, calling him a pervert and ordering the group to focus on eliminating the Americans, English and Japanese first, whom she identified as the biggest threats. Another boy cracked his knuckles and agreed that this strategy would be the fastest way to guarantee victory. At that moment, Ida launched himself with his engines, determined not to tolerate the disrespect, but as he extended for a kick, a massive, diamond-like arm appeared and intercepted his leg, trapping him mid-swing. The crystal hand gripped tight, shining under the light. The diamond user assessed that it was not bad but not good enough. The second boy smirked and thanked him. He struck Ida repeatedly, forcing him backward. Uchako screamed for Ida. She tried to run, but another boy grabbed her arm and told her she was not going anywhere. One by one, the others were restrained. Momo struggled as two arms pinned her, Bakugo fought but was held back, Zuko snarled in frustration, and even Shoko was shoved down, wincing from a blow to her nose as she glared. Shoko thought that this was not good. They were pinned down. Another student mocked them, declaring they were finished and ordering them to hand over the flag. Then, from a corner, a faint sound of movement drew every eye. A figure shifted, rising slowly to his feet, messy hair hanging over his eyes, hiding his expression. It was Izuku. Shoko's eyes widened as she realized he was awake. The others turned in surprise. The student who had been mocking snorted, said he would put Izuku back to sleep, and reached forward to use his quirk. Izuku did not move. His head tilted forward, eyes still hidden under his bangs. He was perfectly still. Too still. Then the boy who had spoken suddenly vanished in a burst of glowing blue light. The area froze. One student reacted in terror. Everyone turned as Izuku lifted his face. His eyes were not the gentle, nervous green they remembered. They were blank, cold, and empty. For the first time, Izuku had snapped. A suffocating aura radiated from him. His body trembled with overwhelming, uncontrollable rage. Bakugo stared wide-eyed and questioned him. Izuku blurred and moved. Before anyone could process it, another enemy vanished in blue light, then another, then another. Screams filled the air as Izuku blurred across the battlefield. He was no longer the boy who hesitated. He moved with merciless, efficient force, terrifying in his speed. Ida was shocked and noted that his speed was impossible to register. One student who had been holding Shoko vanished in a burst of blue light before he could react. Another who gripped Momo followed, then another holding Bakugo, and so on. The restraints disappeared and the captives were freed. Everyone turned, wide-eyed, to the center of the field where Izuku stood. His chest heaved, fists clenched, aura pulsing around him. He was expressionless. He did not smile or cry. To the others he seemed inhuman, something more than a student. A remaining enemy called him a monster in a shaking voice. Izuku moved again, sweeping the battlefield. Each reappearance coincided with an enemy vanishing into light. Momo thought that this was not the same boy she had known, not the one who used to cry in middle school, and she froze as he moved with frightening power. Zuko whispered in disbelief. The enemy's screams were cut short as Izuku removed them from the field. Classmates who had once seen him as weak could only watch as he revealed the terrifying power he had been hiding. Ochako's eyes trembled as she realized how terrifying he had become. Izuku stood silent and unmoving at the center, the ground around him disturbed and the air heavy with his presence. The courtyard buzzed with dozens of voices and the clatter of trays. The sun hung above the tall building, turning the trimmed grass into a sheet of gold. Kafka sat cross-legged on the lawn with his group Sonic, Izuku, Tsu, Chie, Ojiro, Denki, Mina, Jiro, Mineta, and Taro. Their bento boxes were scattered in a rough circle, chopsticks and forks moving as everyone talked at once. Nearby, another cluster of classmates including Ida, Momo, Ochako, Kirishima, Bakugo, Izumi, Katsumi, and Zuko claimed the shade under a huge tree. Farther away, Shoko, Ruko, and Aiku quietly ate by themselves while a breeze tugged at their uniforms. Kafka leaned back on his hands, eyes half closed, letting the warmth, the chatter, and the smell of cafeteria curry blend into something peaceful. He thought there was about an hour until the next match and intended to enjoy it while it lasted. He smirked inwardly at the small perks his situation brought. Sonic boasted to Izuku about some record time, Chie nodded politely while Tsu listened, and Denki tried and failed to balance a rice ball on Ojiro's tail. Kafka thought this was actually nice. Mina crouched beside him, pink hair bright in the sun and a suspiciously wide grin on her face. She teased that Kafka looked too calm and declared that was boring, suggesting a game. Kafka said he was just eating and asked what kind of game she had in mind. Mina announced a game called Spin and Truth or Punishment. Denki lit up with enthusiasm. Chie joined in eagerly, and Ojiro agreed to play with the one proviso that there be no weird dares. Trays were pushed aside and a bottle was spun in the center of their circle. When the bottle stopped, Mina sighed in mock disappointment that it had landed on Sonic. Sonic admitted that although he always said he hated chili oil, he actually liked it. Denki expressed his disappointment. Ojiro joked that liking a condiment was not a secret, and Tsu called the confession anticlimactic. Sonic pouted and insisted he did not do secrets. Laughter followed, and the group's light-hearted dares and performances kept the mood lively. When the bottle spun again and stopped on Kafka, Mina beamed triumphantly. Kafka wondered why she was smiling like that. She pretended there was no reason and then asked him, bluntly, who he found the most attractive in their class. The courtyard quieted, even Bakugo paused mid-bite. Kafka answered without hesitation that if they were talking beauty it would be Ruko, but if they were talking attractiveness it would be Aiku. The group erupted into surprised and joking reactions. Ruko blinked in confusion while Aiku raised a brow and offered a faint smirk. Mina, flustered, tried to clarify that she had meant who he was most attracted to, but Kafka simply shrugged and said that the answer was nobody. Silence followed, and Mina's jaw dropped. Izumi quietly poked her rice, cheeks a little pink. MC reminded himself he was older than most of them. Mina noticed Izumi's tiny frown and smirked, plotting her next move. MC thought Mina was scheming something again. The game rolled on. Taro had to make animal noises until someone guessed the right one, which took 3 minutes to realize he had been imitating a raccoon. Mineta lost a bet and did push-ups until he nearly gave up. They eventually stopped counting. Izuku managed to convince half the circle he could juggle apples, though he could not. Laughter rose over the courtyard until a few students from other schools watching from the balconies were laughing as well. When the bottle finally stopped spinning for the last time, everyone was out of breath. Denki's face was covered in Mina's doodles, Chia's voice was hoarse from shouting, and Jiro was still humming the tune she had been forced to sing. Sonic grinned and called it a win. Chia smiled and said it had at least killed time. Tsuyu smiled and noted they still had a while before the next match. Kafka leaned back and propped his arms behind him as sunlight filtered through the trees, catching the edges of everyone's laughter. After a few minutes, the campus field buzzed with leftover energy from lunch. Groups of students still traded snacks and showed off quirks while sunlight shimmered between the trees. Kafka and Izuku stretched side by side near a quiet patch of grass and let out the same exhausted yawn. Izuku smiled and said the food had been delicious. MC smiled and noted they had maybe half an hour before the next round started and that they might as well walk it off. They wandered the paths, chatting about strategy, training routines, and quirks they had seen in the last match, until a sharp voice cut through the noise. Someone in the distance called for Kafka. Kafka froze mid-step. A presence rolled over them, heavy, controlled, almost ancient. Footsteps were measured and quiet. Kafka felt the hair on his arms rise. MC thought that was an entrance if he had ever seen one. Finn straightened automatically, almost like a soldier, his usual grin wilting. Izuku took an unconscious step back, the green of his eyes reflecting the crimson glare fixed on them. Alucard stopped a few paces away. His tone was soft but carried to every corner of the field. It felt less like a question and more like a verdict as he asked what was happening there. Finn's shoulders tensed. He let out a nervous laugh and rubbed the back of his neck, explaining that they had been sparring a little, friendly stuff. Alucard turned his gaze toward him without blinking and the silence stretched until Finn looked ready to melt. Then Alucard's head turned toward Izuku and he asked if that was true. Izuku froze. His mind raced, but one look at Finn's pleading face made him force a quick nod and say that it had just been light sparring. For a moment the only sound was the wind tugging at the trees. Then Alucard's mouth twitched into a small smile as he said it was good to see his students getting along with another school. The pressure in the air lifted and warmth replaced some of the tension. Izuku exhaled with relief. Finn practically sagged. The calm lasted only seconds. Alucard's eyes shifted past them and he added that he was speaking to someone else. Rose froze mid-step, halfway through sneaking off. Kafka's lips twitched as MC thought she was doomed. Alucard did not walk toward her. One moment he stood near the boys and the next he was directly in front of her, his coat fluttering from the displacement. Rose yelped and stumbled back. Alucard reminded her that he had told her to take care of her classmates. Sweat traced down her temple as she stammered that she had just gotten lost. His expression barely changed, though his smile turned almost kind as he asked if that was so. She nodded quickly and he gestured for her to come along so they could discuss her sense of direction. Rose whispered that she would come and then followed him. As Alucard passed Kafka, he paused. For half a second his gaze sharpened and he leaned close enough for his words to barely reach. He said Kafka smelled just like it. Kafka blinked, puzzled. MC wondered what that could mean, but Alucard was already walking away, his coat trailing like smoke. Rose cast one quick, guilty look over her shoulder before disappearing behind the trees. The air felt lighter, and no one spoke for a long moment. Finn finally blew out a sigh that broke the silence and said there went round two. Kafka chuckled under his breath as tension faded from his shoulders. Izuku still stood rooted, eyes darting between the forest and Finn. Finn lifted a hand in a lazy salute and grinned, saying they would call it a tie. He started to leave, but Izuku called after him. Finn glanced back, curious. Izuku stepped forward, curiosity outweighing caution, and asked how Finn had known where he was going to attack and whether he had used his quirk. Finn's grin softened into something almost teacher-like as he crossed his arms and explained that he had not used a quirk. He had used ki. Kafka nearly choked at the word. MC thought incredulously that ki, like in Dragon Ball, could not possibly exist here. Izuku tilted his head, puzzled, and asked what ki was. Finn explained in a calm, matter-of-fact way that ki was life force, energy that moves through every living thing, not like a quirk. He said that when one trained it, one could feel more than just sight or sound, one could read intent, motion, even heartbeats. He added that he had simply listened to Izuku's Izuku's eyes went wide with understanding and the words settled inside him, lighting something fierce. Finn nodded and stepped past them. As he moved, the sword he had thrown earlier lifted from the dirt and flew smoothly into his waiting hand, and Kafka's jaw dropped. Finn slung the sword onto his back, flashed a grin over his shoulder, and said he would see them around before jogging after Alucard and Rose, vanishing into the distance. Silence fell again, broken only by the rustle of trees. Izuku stared at his open palms, curling and uncurling his fingers, and softly repeated the word ki. A small, fragile smile grew on his face as he resolved that even if he had been born quirkless, he could still grow stronger. Kafka looked at him for a long moment, grinned, and clapped him on the shoulder. MC smiled and told him he was something else and that he should keep that spark in his eyes. Izuku looked up, sheepish but glowing, and thanked Kafka for everything. As Izuku walked ahead, sunlight filtering through the trees painted the field gold. Kafka stretched and let out a long sigh. He wondered if ki existed here too and thought about learning it, but he resolved to avoid anyone who seemed overwhelmingly dangerous. He groaned and rubbed his temples, then froze as another question hit him. Kafka wondered how Izuku had understood Finn. He jogged to catch up and called out to Izuku to get his attention. Izuku turned and acknowledged him, and Kafka asked whether Izuku spoke English. Izuku admitted that he did not really. Both of them blinked, baffled, and Izuku questioned how he had understood Finn. Kafka echoed the question. After a long pause, Kafka concluded that some kind of world translation must be at work and made a mental note to investigate later. Elsewhere, the grassland was quiet except for the soft crunch of boots on damp soil. A heavy mist drifted between the trees, curling around roots like smoke. Finn jogged to catch up, breath short and uneven, eyes fixed on the dark silhouette walking ahead. Alucard did not turn. He spoke in a low, sharp voice and reminded Finn that he had told him not to engage. Finn faltered, swallowed hard, and tried to downplay the encounter as light, but Alucard cut him off and demanded bluntly that he not lie. The younger boy looked away, guilt and fear battling in his chest, and admitted that he had wanted to test the other's strength. Alucard stopped walking and the air grew heavy. He turned his head just enough for Finn to see one crimson eye gleaming beneath his hair and asked if Finn had not trusted his word. Finn stammered that it was not that, only that the other boy had not seemed like a threat. Alucard exhaled, part sigh, part growl, and returned to the path with his hands tucked behind his back, warning that the boy was something Finn could not handle, something even the boy himself could not handle. Finn's confusion deepened as his mind replayed the fight. Izuku's stance, his hesitation. There was power, but nothing that felt overtly dangerous. He wondered why Alucard was so cautious. Alucard's boots pressed into the soft mud as he walked, the mist parted for him. His eyes narrowed as memories surfaced from centuries of battle. Alucard thought that the boy was strong, but that was not the whole story. An image came unbidden. A woman with long blonde hair flowing like sunlight, a white hero's coat fluttering, golden eyes bright as dawn. Alucard whispered the name Angel and felt his chest tighten. The name carried memories of pain and near death. She had almost ended him. Rose overheard and furrowed her brow, asking if he meant the number one hero. Alucard ignored her, his eyes faintly crimson as fragments of the past reflected there. He thought that the boy reminded him too much of her, the same light in his eyes and the same determination to save everyone, and he admitted to himself that maybe he was being paranoid. His mind shifted to another boy who carried something darker. Alucard recalled a scent and a faint, unnatural aura like the hum of a storm before destruction. Disgust warped his expression and his crimson eyes flickered with hate as he muttered about the smell. He stopped and the air around him seemed to crackle in response to his rising power. He said under his breath that the boy smelled like the mother of calamity. Finn and Rose looked uneasy, and Alucard walked on, tension radiating from him. In silence, Alucard brooded over two boys, one who mirrored a light he loathed and another who carried the darkness that had once nearly destroyed the world. The forest fell still as if even the wind feared to move in his presence. Alucard continued down the path, annoyed. The hum of fluorescent lights filled the next space. Kafka rolled his shoulders until they popped, a faint green spark sliding down his forearm before fading. He noted mentally that there were 5 minutes until the next round and that the others were still missing. Izuku stood near the TV, studying the clock with a thoughtful look and murmuring calculations under his breath in a calm, methodical way. On a nearby couch, Sonic sat cross-legged, still eating his third chili dog with crumbs falling onto the clean tile. Kafka exhaled slowly and bent forward to crack his spine when the door hissed open and everyone looked up. Aizawa entered with his scarf loose and an unreadable expression. Behind him came Izumi, Bakugo, Mineta, Zuko, Aiku, and Ruko, each carrying different demeanors. Izumi sharp-eyed and tense, Bakugo scowling, Zuko shuffling nervously, Aiku and Ruko calm and quiet. Kafka straightened and thought that it had taken them long enough. Aizawa swept the room and announced that everyone was present. Kafka asked why Aizawa had been delayed. Aizawa did not answer immediately. Instead, he reached into a small black case and tossed something toward Kafka. It landed in Kafka's hands with a soft thump. Kafka unfolded a sleek, dark combat suit with light reflecting faintly off its reinforced lines and wondered at the black suit. Izuku stepped forward, curious, and questioned where the rest of the class was and whether others should not also be present. Aizawa explained that the others were in different holding areas and that only 9 of them were advancing to round 2. He described round 2 as a controlled match of 3-on-3 battles. The group absorbed the information with varied reactions. Izumi's eyes widened, Bakugo clenched his fists, Mineta chewed gum, Zuko crossed his arms, and Aiku and Ruko exchanged a calm glance. Kafka raised a hand and asked for clarification that it was essentially a team match trial. Aizawa confirmed that they would be grouped and assigned to arenas and that each match would end when all members of one team were immobilized or eliminated from the ring. He pointed toward 2 opposite doors and directed the boys to change on one side and the girls on the other, giving them 3 minutes to suit up and noting that their gear had been adjusted for the next environment. Kafka blinked, confused but accepting the sparse details, and thought that Aizawa loved leaving half the information a mystery. Aizawa turned and left, his scarf trailing as he walked out. The door clicked shut behind him, leaving the 9 in silence. Kafka adjusted his gloves, expression thoughtful. Izumi sighed and rubbed the back of her neck. Bakugo's palms sparked faintly. Stretched her arms as if this were routine. Ruko closed her eyes to steady her breathing. Mineta kept chewing his gum. Kafka rubbed the back of his neck again and looked down at the suit, sleek and light, clearly not standard issue. He hoped it would be fun as he walked toward the boys' changing area and cracked his neck in anticipation. A few minutes later, Kafka stepped out from the changing room and tugged at the new outfit sleeve as the overhead lights glinted off the white lines stitched across the black fabric. The hood hung comfortably over his shoulders. The material was surprisingly light. The uniform fit better than he had expected, sleek, combat-ready, and dramatic enough to make him feel like an anime protagonist. He thought it was not bad, if a bit edgy. Across the locker area, Izuku adjusted his gray version of the same suit, cheeks flushed as he tried to make the hood sit properly. Sonic, in a bright blue variant, twirled around with his usual grin and declared that blue was his color. Bakugo, also in blue, crossed his arms and scoffed that the color would not make Sonic faster, calling him Hedgehog. Sonic smirked and retorted that they would see about that, calling Bakugo Boom Boy. Kafka smirked at the exchange. He noticed Aiku sporting the same shade of gray, calm compared to the others. He saw Mineta blowing a bubble with gum while wearing the same black and white design as him. Zuko stood beside Mineta, also dressed in black, adjusting his gloves in silence. Kafka noted that he, Zuko, and Mineta were all in black, either cool or bad news. On the other side of the room, Ruko wore a vibrant blue set that matched Sonic's, while Izumi's steel gray suit caught the light with each movement. Kafka thought the different colors could not be random. Before he could ask, the heavy steel doors at the far end slid open with a hiss. Aizawa stood there with his scarf draped lazily around his neck and his eyes half-lidded as always. Aizawa observed that they were all suited up and instructed them to follow him. They filed out, the echo of boots clattering down the metal hallway. Kafka caught up beside the teacher and asked if the colors meant something. Aizawa gave a sidelong look and explained that the colors represented their teams. Sonic threw his hands in the air dramatically and complained about being assigned to teams, begging not to be stuck with Boom Boy. Bakugo snapped that if he said it again he would. Aizawa interrupted both of them with a sharp command for quiet. They trudged onward until a bright light filled the corridor ahead. When they stepped out, the brightness hit them like a wall. The arena was massive, with stone platforms, obstacle zones, and rows upon rows of seats packed with spectators. The sound of cheering washed over them like a tidal wave. Sonic reacted with excitement, saying the place was awesome. The crowd waved flags with school symbols. Kafka scanned the stands until he spotted familiar faces: Mina, Denki, and the rest of Class 1A cheering loudly. Mina waved both arms when she saw them. Kafka started to point them out to Izuku but stopped mid-sentence when he noticed something in his friends' faces. Izuku's expression had frozen, eyes wide and mouth slightly open. Sonic, Bakugo, Izumi, Ruko, Mineta, Zuko, and Aiku all shared the same stunned look. Kafka wondered what had caused it. Following their line of sight, Kafka turned and his breath caught. High above, at the very top of the arena, were 10 ornate chairs. Seated in them were 10 figures radiating authority and power. Some wore sleek hero costumes, others formal uniforms. Every movement, even a glance, carried the weight of reputation. The crowd's cheering dimmed into awe as their presence filled the air. Kafka did not recognize any of them at first, but from his classmates' reactions it was obvious they were important. Izuku whispered in disbelief and identified them as the top 10 heroes. The crowd roared the name Angel over and over. A woman with hair like spun gold and eyes that glowed with warmth rose slightly from her throne. Her white uniform shimmered like woven sunlight and a faint halo drifted behind her head. Kafka studied her calm composure and realized she was the #1 hero, Angel, whose presence made the air feel almost divine. The crowd then thundered the name Inferno. Beside Angel sat a massive man wreathed in faint flame, smoke rolling from his shoulders and a quiet fire burning in his eyes that made the air ripple like a furnace. Next the crowd chanted Tiger Fong. A muscular hero with orange and black markings that shifted like living patterns stood and flexed, a wild grin on his face. The fans bellowed Witch Flare next. A woman leaned forward in her seat with a pointed hat at an angle and purple sparks dancing around her fingertips. Her laugh cut through the arena like a melody. Shouts for Magmashift followed. The man next to her seemed almost molten, embers scattering from his shoulders as he cracked his neck. Someone called Float Boy and Kafka chuckled silently at the name. A boy sat cross-legged midair, levitating above his chair with a long scarf fluttering around him. He waved casually to the fans, his easygoing grin belying the weight of his energy. The crowd then called out Black Sage. A woman with long black hair sat perfectly still, blindfolded, her expression unreadable, yet Kafka felt her awareness sweep across the arena like sonar. The fans shouted Iron Jaw next. An older man puffed a slow ring of smoke from his pipe, the metallic sheen of his jaw catching the light and commanding a hush. Cheers rose for Beast Tamer as a hero stood with a serpent around his shoulders and a hawk perched on his arm, both animals reacting to the crowd. Finally, the fans erupted for Metal Fist. The last hero was a mountain of muscle, shirtless with shining steel gauntlets that reflected every flash of camera light. He lifted one arm, and the entire left side of the crowd erupted. As the chants blended together, the atmosphere grew electric. The 10 figures sat above them like gods of another world. Kafka stared, calm but curious, his eyes moving from face to face, noting posture, presence, power. Kafka thought that those were the top 10 heroes. The cheers swelled until they were almost blinding in sound. Above it all, Angel slowly rose to her feet. The arena fell quiet. Her eyes opened, a soft light glowing from within as she gazed down toward the students. Kafka felt her attention sweep over the group, calm and sharp as sunlight through glass. Then she stopped and looked straight at Kafka. Kafka wondered if she was looking at him. He turned, his eyes flicking toward his team. Mineta and Aiku stood a few feet away. For once, neither spoke. Their eyes were locked on the stage, jaws slightly dropped. Aiku did not look away. His eyes gleamed faintly, lightning dancing just beneath his skin. Aiku murmured that they were insane, that their aura felt like standing next to legends. Mineta spat out his gum and smirked, thinking they looked strong. A few feet ahead, Izuku practically bounced in place, his notebook already out as he scribbled furiously with a bright grin. Izuku was visibly excited about the top 10. Sonic, calm and relaxed, leaned back with his hands behind his head, his blue hair fluttering in the breeze and a small smirk curving his lips. Sonic noted that the top 10 had style. Then Bakugo stepped forward, his red eyes narrowing as he stared at the shining figure of Angel, the #1 hero. Bakugo's smirk sharpened into something feral. He declared that Angel should enjoy her crown while she could, because he was coming for #1. Behind them, Zuko and Izumi stood shoulder to shoulder, both frozen in awe. Zuko's eyes burned with excitement, while Izumi's shimmered with admiration. Kafka looked at them and then away, but something else pulled his attention. Ruko. Ruko, usually the calm, quiet tide that never wavered, was not calm now. Her breathing was uneven. A drop of sweat slid down her cheek. Her gaze, cold and sharp, was locked on someone among the top 10, the girl with the BLNDFLD. The blindfolded figure stood silently on the stage, white hair drifting in the breeze, presence cold and still like the moon. Ruko's hands trembled slightly at her sides. Kafka asked himself if Ruko was all right, but she gave no response. She did not even blink. Kafka wondered why she was staring at the blindfolded woman with such intensity. Before he could think further, a deep rumble echoed across the arena. The air itself seemed to vibrate. Kafka looked up just in time to see something streak through the sky like a comet. A flash of red light and a booming explosion, like an over-the-top anime entrance. The crowd screamed, then roared with excitement. Out of the smoke, a tall man descended slowly from above, his black cloak fluttering like a living shadow. A silver mask covered his lower face, his eyes glowing with amusement. In his right hand he held a microphone that gleamed with faint blue light. He landed with a heavy thud, dust swirling around his boots, then raised the mic high. The masked man shouted, asking if the crowd was ready. The crowd exploded. Flags waved, lights flared, and the cheers hit like a physical wave. Kafka flinched, covering his ears as the sound rang in his head. Kafka thought that the host was unbearably loud. The masked man laughed behind his mask, his voice booming even louder as he announced that this was the one and only worldwide sports festival. The stadium erupted into chaos, cheering, screaming, chanting. Fireworks burst in the sky, and golden confetti fell like sunlight. The stadium trembled with noise as tens of thousands of spectators chanted and waved glowing flags that painted the night in streaks of color. The massive figure stepped to the center of the arena, a microphone in hand and a wide, toothy grin that sparkled under the lights. The masked man introduced himself in exuberant fashion as Dr. Expression and declared that he would be the host for the event. He struck an exaggerated pose, his lab coat fluttering behind him as the crowd went wild. Kafka stared blankly, blinking twice, and thought that after the previous spectacle this new host only added to the absurdity. He sighed quietly and rubbed the back of his head, thinking that the event organizers had certainly run out of subtle names. Dr. Expression twirled his mic and pointed toward the left side of the stage, his expression flipping to a serious, glowing grin as he announced the first team. He said the representatives from Japan's world-famous Academy for Heroes would be appearing, UA High. The arena erupted in cheers. Spotlights swept across the left platform where Kafka, Bakugo, Sonic, Mineta, Izuku, Aiku, Zuko, Izumi, and Ruko stood beneath a massive holographic UA logo. In the stands, Mina was already standing on her seat, waving a flag twice her size and cheering for UA. Mina cheered loudly for the school. Denki laughed and shouted about taking the fight to the Americans in a playful, competitive tone. Jiro called out to Kafka, chanting for him not to mess things up this time. Kafka exhaled and watched them from afar, feeling the pressure but keeping his composure. Dr. Expression spun dramatically to the opposite side and raised his mic to introduce another team. He announced the representatives from the United States of America, prompting a wave of red, white, and blue lights and a massive cheer. Front and center stood Makima, smiling faintly with eyes locked on Kafka and never blinking. Kafka felt a chill creep down his spine. Behind Makima were two smaller figures, a brown-haired boy and a white-haired girl who were familiar to Kafka. He squinted and thought he had seen them before. A small, trembling girl in a red hoodie stood at the end of their group, and Kafka wondered where he had seen her before, feeling that this world kept getting stranger. Dr. Expression then pointed to the next team's side and announced the representatives coming from England, the Holy Dragon team. The lights turned emerald green. 3 figures stepped forward through mist and gold sparks: Finn, Edward, and Rose. Rose's smile lit up when she saw Kafka. She waved at him and offered a brief, friendly gesture. Kafka froze for a second, blinked, then rubbed his temple, thinking ruefully that kids these days could be dramatic. Dr. Expression laughed dramatically and proclaimed what a lineup it was: 3 continents, 1 stage, and only 1 winner. He snapped his fingers, and a massive glowing hologram appeared above the arena, an animated map showing the 3 teams standing on glowing circles. Dr. Expression adopted a serious expression and quickly reviewed the rules. The hologram zoomed in, tiny figures moving like chess pieces on a grid. He explained with a showman's grin that each match would be 3 versus 3 and that a team would lose once it had lost 2 members. He added that there were only 2 ways to be eliminated, either being knocked out of the ring or having 1 student band forcibly removed. The hologram flickered, bands glowing on each figure's wrist, and Kafka instinctively touched his own. Kafka thought the rules were simple enough. Dr. Expression clapped his hands and, smiling broadly, prepared to spin for the first matchup. A giant holographic wheel appeared above him, glowing and flashing as it spun through colored sections labeled with the teams. The crowd chanted for the spin, and Kafka squinted at the display as the wheel slowed and clicked into place. Dr. Expression announced that the wheel had chosen blue versus green. Kafka realized that meant Ruko's team was up against a team from the England school. Beside him, Sonic grinned, blue energy already buzzing around his feet, eager to start. Bakugo cracked his knuckles, tiny explosions popping in his palms, determined to finish the match quickly. Kafka glanced at Ruko. She stood quietly with her hands clenched and eyes fixed on the ground, and Kafka felt that something was off with her. Dr. Expression signaled the start of the first round. Team Blue, UA, versus Team Green, Holy Dragon. The arena roared as the teams were told to remain in the circle and everyone else to clear the ring. Kafka slipped his hands into his pockets and took one last look at Ruko before stepping off the platform as a barrier shimmered between the teams. He hoped the round would go smoothly. Later, the arena pulsed with noise as matches continued. Kafka, Izuku, Aiku, Mineta, Zuko, and Izumi climbed the spectator steps and took their seats among the other students. Kafka leaned back, arms crossed, golden eyes scanning the battlefield below. Izuku scribbled in his notebook, muttering predictions about speed, quirk efficiency, and angles of attack. Kafka sighed internally, noting that Izuku never seemed to stop analyzing. Denki bounced in his seat nearby, admiring Ruko from afar and wishing he could be on her team. Jiro warned him that he might faint from nerves, and the others laughed, but Kafka remained focused on the field, studying every movement. On the field, the blue team stood ready. Dust swirled at their feet. Sonic stretched lazily, sparks of blue lightning crackling along his shoes and his legs already itching to move. Bakugo rolled his shoulders, palms popping with tiny explosions and a fierce intention to take the opponents down quickly. Ruko stood perfectly still, her white hair catching the breeze, expression unreadable and eyes half hidden, lost in thought. Across from them, the green team entered to louder cheers. A tall boy with wolf ears and a flicking tail led the line, his golden eyes scanning the blue team like a predator sizing up prey, hoping for a fun fight. Beside him, a girl with tangled green hair wore a wide, eerie grin and moved with manic energy, whispering to herself and giggling. She muttered about Ruko with unsettling fascination, wondering how Ruko would react and craving the thrill of breaking her composure. The wolf-eared boy, Ricardo, groaned and asked her to stop with the creepy talk. Behind them, a third figure cloaked in black stood motionless, face hidden beneath a hood. Ricardo called to the hooded figure, Levi, asking if he was ready. Levi answered only by tilting the hood slightly to reveal one glowing blue eye and issuing a calm, cold warning not to provoke the white-haired girl. His single blue eye locked onto Ruko with a possessive intensity, declaring in tone that she was his target. Sally continued to giggle for a moment before moving on, and Ricardo smirked, taking the remaining matchup himself. The crowd's voices rippled across the arena as tension built. Dr. Expression hovered above the center with arms spread, announcing that the first round was beginning. Bakugo's gauntlets hissed as pressure built. He rocketed forward in a trail of smoke and force, dirt exploding behind him, red eyes fixed on the hooded figure. He demanded that their opponent reveal themselves, but before his explosion-powered punch could land, a shadow blurred into view and a kick struck with whip-like speed. Bakugo twisted and blocked the strike with his arm, the impact forcing him to skid backward. He looked up sharply to find a tall boy with wolf-like ears standing where the attack had come from, a smirk curling on his face. Ricardo grinned and made it clear he was the opponent. Bakugo's glare sharpened as sparks snapped across his arms. He returned the grin and promised he would take Ricardo down before dealing with anyone else. Ricardo rolled his eyes and challenged him to get on with it. The two locked eyes, the air literally crackling as Bakugo's explosions flared and Ricardo's claws gleamed under the light. From a short distance, Sonic watched from a boulder with his arms crossed and whistled low at the first sparks of combat between Ricardo and Bakugo. Suddenly a thin, pale hand darted past his cheek, missing by an inch. He turned to see a girl with messy hair half covering her face and a grin that felt wrong. Sally tilted her head and asked if she was pretty. Sonic froze for a moment, then forced a nervous chuckle and offered a hesitant compliment, calling her unsettling in a light-hearted way. Sally's grin twitched and then widened unnaturally, the corner of her mouth jerking upward until her smile no longer looked human. She echoed the word spooky as if testing it, then asked, trembling, whether he did not think she was pretty. The air thickened. Her voice dripped with something between sadness and barely contained anger. Sonic stepped back slowly with his hands raised and tried to reassure her while keeping his distance. Her shoulders began to shake, and an uneven, hollow laugh escaped her. Red energy snapped to life around her, wild and suffocating, warping the air so small pebbles lifted from the ground. She demanded, with a terrifying intensity, whether he had thought she was not pretty. Sonic winced and muttered that he had seen quieter fans. On the opposite end of the clearing, Ruko stood silent, frost already lacing her footprints. Her breath fogged the air, thin crystals spread outward from her bare hands, and the chill in the wind deepened until it stung. A hooded boy approached slowly from the other direction, each step hardening the ground with new ice. A voice, low and full of hatred, cut through the cold. Levi spoke in a tone of furious accusation, and Ruko's eyes widened in recognition at that voice. The boy stopped and pulled back his hood to reveal pale blue hair and eyes like deeper frost, burning with fury. Elsewhere the air crackled with power as Kafka stood motionless, lightning sparking at his feet and a green aura flaring wildly. His glare locked onto Levi like a predator cornering prey, scales flickering across his face and a sharpened, monstrous edge to his features that made Levi recoil. Anger transformed Levi's shock into a roar of outrage. Frost exploded from beneath his boots and spread across the shattered ground in jagged veins. He unleashed a barrage of massive ice spears that orbited him briefly before firing out like missiles, tearing up dirt and stone as they went. The impact sent a deafening blast through the arena, a storm of frost and debris filling the space. When the dust settled, Kafka remained standing, unbothered, the lightning around him sizzling as it vaporized the ice shards before they could touch him. His scales shimmered under the green light and his eyes burned brighter than before as he made it clear, coldly and dangerously, that he intended to teach Levi a lesson. He brought his foot down in a single crushing stomp, splitting the ground beneath his heel and sending shockwaves that cracked the ice Levi had formed. Levi stumbled, stunned that a single strike could break through the frozen defenses. Kafka offered a small, dangerous smirk, then vanished in a blur of green lightning. Levi's instincts screamed a warning, But Kafka's fist cut through the air faster than Levi could follow, the atmosphere itself cracking from the force of the blow. Sally stared at Mineta, her twisted grin stretching as she scraped her clawed nails along the ground. Mineta ignored her and walked past towards Sonic, who lay motionless nearby. He knelt and pressed a hand to Sonic's chest until he felt a faint heartbeat. Relief passed over Mineta's face before it hardened. He rose and turned back towards Sally. She tilted her head with an eerie sweetness and asked again if she was pretty. Mineta looked at her with cold disgust and bluntly called her ugly. Sally's smile vanished. Her pupils flared red and her face contorted with rage. She shouted and lunged forward with inhuman speed, claws slashing through the air as the ground splintered beneath her feet. Then she came to an abrupt halt, staring down at two purple spheres clinging to the ground and snaring her ankles. She tried to tear them off, but they stretched and held fast like unbreakable tar. For a moment she was trapped, and when she looked up she found Mineta already gone from where he had stood. A blur moved in front of her, and a powerful kick cut through the air with a shockwave that whipped her hair back and sent dust scattering across the arena. Her eyes widened in horror, frozen in that final heartbeat before impact. Mineta whispered coldly that they would get a taste of their own medicine. The arena trembled. Ricardo felt his heartbeat thunder in his ears. The aura around Izuku was not just energy, it was pressure, a living storm of fury and intent. Small cracks splintered through the ground beneath his feet. Izuku did not look at him. His blazing green eyes were fixed on Bakugo, sprawled on the dirt, clearly battered and coughing, his hands twitching weakly. The arena, moments ago roaring, fell silent. Even the crowd held its breath. The air itself seemed to thicken, pulsing with the rage radiating from Izuku's body. Ricardo braced and kicked Izuku square in the chest. The impact echoed outward, but Izuku did not back down. His gaze remained locked, fury burning. Ricardo exhaled sharply as his wrist came free at last. He jumped back, shaking out his arm, which felt sore where Izuku had gripped it. He glared, golden eyes faintly aglow as his aura began to rise. Ricardo thought cautiously that this was the one Alucard had warned them not to face alone. He wiped a split lip and taunted that Izuku did not look so tough. The moment he blinked, Izuku was gone. There was no sound, no motion, nothing to track. Ricardo's instincts screamed danger, but there was nothing until a presence appeared directly in front of him. Izuku's fist hovered inches from his face, the air trembling around it with force. Ricardo's eyes widened and his breath caught. 3 strikes flashed in motion, each about to land. Then everything stopped. Kafka blinked, his arm frozen mid-swing. A glowing circle of light floated around his wrist, spinning slowly like a halo. It shimmered with a calm, divine energy that made all 3 fighters strain against it without success. The main character was confused and shocked, unable to understand what was happening. Mineta's kick hung motionless in the air, encircled by a faintly pulsing ring. Izuku's punch was halted as well. Their auras crackled uselessly against the divine light, and the halos pulsed once more. A sudden wind swept across the arena, silencing the crowd in an instant. Even the students' roaring energy froze. It was as if the world itself stopped breathing. From above, a figure descended slowly, bathed in a soft, radiant glow. Her blonde hair floated weightlessly, each strand catching the light. A flowing white dress moved as if guided by wind. Every eye turned upward, every heartbeat faltered. It was the #1 hero, Angel. Spectators rose in disbelief. Angel's feet touched the arena floor and the divine energy around her dimmed, though the air still thrummed with her presence. She opened her eyes, pools of brilliant light that were calm but fierce in their purity. Kafka's breath caught. For a moment all his rage evaporated and he could not look away. The main character was struck by the beauty of her eyes. Angel lifted one hand with a serene expression and clicked her fingers. In an instant, Kafka, Mineta, and Izuku vanished from where they stood and reappeared directly in front of her, kneeling slightly from the sudden teleportation. Dust swirled around their boots and the halos vanished. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, Mineta froze, and Kafka stared up at her, lightning flickering faintly around him but no longer defiant. Angel smiled softly and, with a gentle but commanding tone, ordered that it would be enough. Her voice, calm and melodic, carried across the entire arena and brought a hush over the crowd. Her gaze passed from Kafka to Mineta to Izuku, sharp but not cruel, then turned slowly toward the announcer's box. The announcer froze, sweat beading on his temple, and fumbled for the microphone as Angel's gaze met his. He panicked and announced that the winners of Round 1 were the green team from Holy Dragon Academy. The crowd erupted in roar and confusion, but none of it reached the three heroes kneeling before Angel. Kafka's chest rose and fell as his heart hammered. Izuku clenched his fists to hold back his anger. Mineta remained silent, jaw tight. Angel's gaze returned to them and her voice softened while still carrying the weight of judgment. She stated that what they had done was a violation of the rules. The three froze and glanced at one another, none daring to speak. She stepped closer. The sound of her footfall was softer than a whisper, yet it seemed to echo like thunder. Angel told them they had let their emotions control them and asked what their punishments should be. Later, the atmosphere in the room felt thick, as if even sound dared not move. Kafka, Izuku, and Mineta knelt on cold marble with their arms raised above their heads, palms open in quiet surrender. Sweat ran down their faces, a sign of endurance more than fear. The silence pressed down, broken only by the faint hum of the ceiling light. Across from them sat Aizawa, slouched slightly with his scarf loose and eyes sharp enough to make seasoned heroes flinch. The three thought they were done for. Aizawa finally spoke in a low, measured, dangerous tone, asking if they realized the chaos they had caused. None of them answered. Kafka lifted his gaze with steady green eyes. Izuku kept his head down, fists tight. Mineta yawned and looked at Aizawa. With a long sigh, Aizawa leaned back and admitted that he understood why they had acted as they did. After a pause, his expression softened and he conceded that he agreed with their reason. He leaned forward, his voice sharper than before. Aizawa glared and asked why they had fought. Kafka spoke in a cold, clear tone, explaining that the others had been toying with and beating their classmates after the match ended, and he would not let that happen. Izuku lifted his head slightly, eyes burning with quiet conviction, and pointed out that they had disrespected their classmates, which was not something a hero did. Mineta let out a short breath and said that they had angered him. Aizawa stared at them long enough for the silence to grow heavy, then rubbed the bridge of his nose and called them unbelievable. He sighed, but admitted that their hearts had been in the right place. The heavy wooden door creaked open. Two figures entered and the energy in the room shifted. First came Angel, her golden hair flowing like sunlight and her white dress glimmering with each step. Behind her walked Inferno, the number 4 hero, tall and broad-shouldered, a walking furnace of strength with eyes glowing a faint crimson like molten steel. Kafka blinked at Angel's beautiful face, and Mineta simply sighed. Izuku was barely holding himself together, his mind racing. Angel's voice floated through the tension, soft and graceful, as she asked if they should begin. Before she could continue, Inferno stepped forward with a grin and said there was no need for punishment. He explained that they had fought for their friends and that was what heroes did, an honorable action. Kafka's expression flickered with amusement, thinking the voice sounded like Kirishima. A cold voice echoed from the doorway and the temperature dropped. Footsteps sounded, and a coat swept across the floor. Alucard appeared, his crimson eyes gleaming beneath the dim light. Aizawa stood, his scarf twitching like a ready strike. Alucard said that they had interfered with an official match and initiated conflict. Aizawa countered that their students had gone too far and asked whether Alucard expected his students to sit and watch. Alucard replied that the rules allowed only 2 ways to end a match: take a band, or be thrown out of the arena, and that they could have left the arena instead. Aizawa's eyes flashed, and he challenged the idea that running away taught strength, suggesting that such a mindset was unfit for a teacher. The air thickened, Alucard's presence flared, red and intense, and the lights flickered under the pressure. Suddenly a wave of heat burst outward, cutting through the chill. Flames spiraled briefly in an explosive display before fading into a calm gold as Inferno planted himself between them, his presence alone stabilizing the room. The 3 students felt the pressure and steadied themselves. Inferno told both of them to stop. The suffocating tension broke like glass, and everyone finally exhaled. He proposed a different approach. In the next round, those three would fight but with a handicap. Aizawa asked what kind of handicap, and Inferno said they would be unable to use their quirks for 3 minutes. The trio exchanged looks and agreed. Izuku, who had no quirk to begin with, and Mineta, whose situation was barely affected by the restriction, were fine with it. Kafka was confident with or without his power. Inferno, a little surprised at how quickly they agreed, chuckled. Angel smiled faintly and declared the meeting adjourned. Aizawa nodded but kept his gaze on Alucard, whose cold look stayed fixed on Angel. Angel's lips curved upward with a sweetness that had a sharp edge. She told Alucard that it seemed his chest had healed nicely. Alucard narrowed his eyes, then returned a mocking smirk and muttered that she was an angelic devil before turning away and leaving. Angel turned back to the students, her expression softening, and told Kafka that she would see him soon. A circle of golden light appeared beneath her feet and she vanished in a burst of radiance. Inferno watched her go, then faced the trio with a proud smirk and praised them as true heroes. Izuku's eyes lit up with excitement and he answered enthusiastically. Kafka smiled faintly and thought that he liked Inferno. A few minutes later, metal doors creaked as the three students stepped out into the sunlight. Kafka walked in the middle with his hands in his pockets, Mineta wore his usual blank expression, and Izuku walked on the right with soft, bright green eyes, still processing what had happened. They headed back toward the arena grounds when a dramatic voice echoed through the hallway. Aoyama struck a pose and announced with flair that his friends had returned from their punishment, calling them fellow champions of justice. Mina gasped, her pink curls bouncing as she waved them over, relieved they were okay. Kafka grinned and said they were fine. Mineta sat down on a bench beside Denki, stretching and admitting that it had been tiring. Izuku smiled, rubbing the back of his neck, still buzzing from meeting two top heroes. Denki leaned forward, curious about the punishment. Kafka explained that they had not been suspended, they just could not use their quirks for 3 minutes during the next round. Frowned and found that unfair, since the other students had started the fights. Denki agreed that those students had gone too far and that the three had only been standing up for their team. Ojiro asked if they were sure they were okay, and Kafka reassured everyone that 3 minutes was nothing. The class relaxed a little. A quiet voice called out from behind them, and Izuku turned to see Shoko standing there, her usual calm expression softened with concern. Her mismatched eyes glimmered, one blue and one red. Shoko stepped closer and asked if he was all right. Izuku's face went bright red as he stammered that he was fine. Shoko reached out and gently took his hand in a brief, comforting gesture, offering quiet support. Her fingers were cold at first and then slowly warmed, as if ice were melting into warmth. Shoko asked softly and curiously whether it had hurt when she stopped his attack. Izuku blinked, unable to think straight. Shoko holding his hand left him flustered and short of breath. He panicked inwardly, surprised that she was touching him. Shoko suddenly realized she had been holding his hand and flinched. Half of her hair flared into fire while the other side frosting over, an uncontrollable reaction. She quickly pulled back, face flushed, and apologized in a flustered way that she had not meant to. Izuku waved his hands and reassured her that he was really fine. Kafka watched from a few steps away with an amused smirk. He thought to himself that they should just date already. Mineta chuckled quietly and commented that young love had its own kind of heat. Kafka snorted. Kafka joked that it could also be frostbite. Then Kafka suddenly turned to Mineta, surprised, and asked if he had known they liked each other. Mineta raised a brow and, with a tired expression, said simply that he had. Mineta indicated that he had seen it with his eyes. Kafka stared for a moment before chuckling and shaking his head, laughing that they had been that obvious. A shadow then loomed over the group as heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor. Everyone turned when Bakugo walked toward them, his arms and neck wrapped in bandages and his face set in a scowl. Kirishima called out, grinning and asking if Bakugo was doing okay. Katsumi and Momo followed, worried, but Bakugo did not respond. His sharp gaze locked straight onto Izuku and the chatter died. Even Mina fell silent. Bakugo ground his teeth and demanded why Izuku had helped him. Izuku, surprised, answered honestly that he had helped because Bakugo needed help. Bakugo clicked his tongue and, looking away for a second before snapping back with burning eyes, insisted that he had not needed the help. Kafka glanced between them, his expression turning serious. Bakugo's voice sounded heavy and strained rather than purely angry. Kafka wondered if Bakugo was feeling guilty. Bakugo's jaw tightened and his voice dropped, conflicted, as he asked why Izuku would even help after everything Bakugo had done to him. The class froze, even Aizawa watching from afar raised an eyebrow. Izuku softened and, with gentle strength, explained that even if he could not forget what Bakugo had done, he could forgive him. Bakugo's eyes widened and his lips parted. A memory flickered across his face. They had been two small boys atop a grassy hill, caps low over their eyes, mud on their shoes and sticks held like swords as they pretended to fight villains only they could see. They had laughed, spun, and tumbled into the grass. Young Bakugo had declared they would be the best heroes ever, better than anyone, and young Izuku had smiled and promised they would save everyone together. Their sticks had clashed once more before they bumped fists and collapsed into laughter under the golden sky. Back in the present, Bakugo's breath hitched at the memory of that hill, the sunlight, and the laughter. He clenched his fists and his lips trembled as he began to apologize, but he stopped, turned sharply, and walked away before the words could come out. The class stood in stunned silence. Several students were shocked. Zuko, Ochako, Ida, Kirishima, Momo, and Katsumi. Even Izumi in the stands covered her mouth, wondering if Bakugo had been about to say something important. Kafka watched Bakugo's back disappear down the hall and smiled inwardly, feeling as if he were seeing Bakugo in a new light. Before anyone could fully process what had happened, a loud theatrical announcement filled the arena. Dr. Expression apologized for the delay and declared that the next round began immediately. The lights dimmed and two massive holographic wheels appeared above the stadium, spinning rapidly with names flashing across them. The first wheel slowed and the announcer announced Team Gold versus the second, Team Black, revealing that Gold from Ironheart Academy would face Black from UA High. The audience erupted with cheers, flags waved, and chants rose. Kafka exhaled slowly and grinned, thinking that it was his turn. He looked at Izuku and Mineta beside him. Mineta nodded calmly, relaxed but ready, and Zuko clenched his fists, looking uneasy. Kafka began stretching, determined to get through it. The stadium thundered as thousands of voices roared in unison. Flags waved, dust spiraled, and heat shimmered off the cracked stone floor under the relentless sun. 3 students stepped forward through the drifting haze as the black team: Kafka, Mineta, and Zuko. Kafka's boots ground against the stone with each step as his sharp eyes scanned the stands and the opponents across the field. He adjusted his jacket collar and exhaled, calm but alert, thinking about the opponents. Across the field stood 3 students in sleek gold-trimmed suits, glowing faintly under the sunlight, the gold team. Kafka's gaze hardened and he thought that they were the same opponents they had faced before. Mineta stretched and yawned loudly, drawing an awkward echo across the tense air. Kafka wondered if Mineta ever got serious. Kafka's attention shifted to Zuko, whose green hair blew in the warm wind. Zuko's expression was tight and uneasy, and his fists trembled before tightening. Kafka noted that this would be the first time he had actually seen Zuko fight, and he hoped Zuko could manage despite his nerves. The wind picked up, lifting dust and sand around their boots as the crowd's noise faded into a low hum, the silence before the match. Sora stood confidently at the front of the gold team, hands in his pockets and his golden jacket fluttering like a flag, his grin sharp and unshakable. His golden eyes glinted with mischief as he looked toward the black team. Beside him, his sister Shiro stood quietly, white hair flowing in the wind and her calm gaze locked entirely on Kafka. Shiro noted that the boy was the one who had helped Sora earlier at the airport, and Sora acknowledged the memory with a wry amusement. A short neutral pause followed as both teams prepared to begin. But her tone did not lighten. Shiro spoke coldly that he was also the one Makima had warned them about. Sora's grin froze for a moment, then turned sly again as he commented that Makima was creepy, a woman with eyes that could kill someone just by looking. Shiro did not respond. Her eyes remained fixed on Kafka, instincts shouting that something about him was wrong. Behind them, a girl with auburn hair and thin-rimmed glasses, Stephanie, shifted nervously and asked if they really thought they could win. Sora turned, one brow raised, teasing that the match had not even started and she was already shaking. Stephanie flustered, insisting she was not shaking. He laughed softly and invited her to use her fancy glasses to check their win probability. After a beat of hesitation, Stephanie adjusted the glowing lenses over her eyes and worried aloud about seeing a low chance. Sora shrugged, voice light but eyes sharp, saying that a lower chance would only make it more fun. Data flickered across her lenses, numbers and percentages scrolling rapidly, and Stephanie's expression froze as she reported that their probability of winning was 87%. Sora blinked, surprised, then annoyed that such a high chance was boring. Stephanie snapped that of course it was good. He did not respond. His smirk returned as his gaze slid back toward Kafka, who had not moved. The air around him seemed heavier, darker, as if he were quietly watching them. Sora thought that Kafka looked strong and wondered what his deal was. The crowd's roar faded as Dr. Expression, the eccentric announcer in a blindingly bright suit, strutted to the center platform and announced loudly that the moment everyone had been waiting for had arrived. Black Team versus Gold Team. The stadium exploded with cheers. Energy flared from both sides, golden against black, sparks lighting the air like electricity. Both teams lowered into stance. Kafka rolled his neck, bones cracking softly. The air around him began to warp and the ground trembled under his feet. His heartbeat slowed, steady and calm. The protagonists thought they should end this quickly. Kafka's head snapped up. Across from him, Sora walked forward with a casual grin, golden eyes locked on Kafka like a hunter who already knew how it would end. Kafka took a slow breath and shifted his stance. His aura pulsed faintly, the air around him bending under pressure. He tightened his fists, ready for the first move. A thunderous impact cracked through the arena. Kafka blinked, confused, and turned to his left. Mineta had been sent flying backward and shielded himself from a powerful kick with his forearms. The white-haired girl landed gracefully, eyes cold and blank, her hand glowing with swirling white and violet flames. Mineta skidded across stone, boots grinding, and stopped himself with one hand as dust exploded behind him. He straightened, cracked his neck with a calm expression, the lazy chill demeanor replaced by half-lidded seriousness. Mineta deadpanned that the other had hit harder than he looked. The girl did not respond. Her empty gaze flickered faintly while the twin flames in her hand pulsed brighter. Kafka blinked, impressed by her speed. He turned his head to the right and saw Zuko standing stiff and unsure. Kafka told Zuko to go after that girl and that he would handle the other opponent. Zuko looked nervous but did not speak. He clicked his tongue, muttered under his breath, and ran forward. The ground cracked beneath his feet as he sprinted past Sora toward the red-haired girl. Sora did not glance at him. His entire focus stayed locked on Kafka. He grinned and reminded Kafka they had met at the airport. Kafka tilted his head, narrowing his eyes, then recognition hit him: the white hair, the posture, the girl behind Sora. The protagonist realized with a jolt that the trio were from No Game No Life and muttered that the world was getting weird. Sora cracked his neck and stepped forward with a grin, saying that he would like to hang out but wanted to get back to his game. He raised one hand and snapped his fingers. With a snap, a giant glowing dice appeared beside him, floating in midair. Kafka blinked in disbelief and the protagonist wondered what it was. Sora's right eye began to glow faintly gold as he explained that if his roll landed on a 6, he would become stronger than Kafka. Kafka furrowed his brow, confused but cautious. Sora chuckled and explained that his quirk, Game Master, let him make any kind of game dice, cards, coin flips, and if he won the bet his stats multiplied based on the risk. The higher the risk, the bigger the reward. Kafka's eyes narrowed. The protagonist realized that if luck favored Sora, he could outpower anyone instantly. Sora punched the dice lightly and it spun, glowing brighter with every rotation. He said he would see what Lady Luck thought of him that day. The dice rolled across the air, each face flashing numbers and golden light. It slowed, clicked once, twice, and then stopped on 6. A perfect 6 glowed bright gold. Sora grinned, feeling that Lady Luck was smiling on him. Golden light burst from his body in an instant, a tidal wave of energy that rippled through the air. Cracks spidered across the stone under his feet. His jacket whipped violently in the wind and his eyes glowed with radiant yellow fire. Kafka took a small step back, squinting through the glare as his hair ruffled in the energy wash. The protagonist thought that Sora looked impressive. Sora clenched his fists, power humming around him like thunder, and asked if Kafka was ready to play. Kafka smirked faintly and said coldly that he did not play games. Sora lunged forward like a bullet, his foot crushing the ground beneath him as dust scattered and he blurred into motion. Kafka barely tilted his head aside before a fist sliced past his cheek, the wind pressure cutting across his skin. Sora did not stop. He twisted mid-step, spun on his heel, and launched a roundhouse kick toward Kafka's ribs. Kafka blocked with his forearm, the impact rattling through him and sending him sliding across the arena floor until his boots caught and he regained balance. His breath hitched. Sora was fast. Before the thought finished, Sora was already in his face again. His movements blurred 2 punches, a low kick, then a spinning elbow. Kafka bent backward, letting the elbow whistle inches from his nose, then ducked low and swept at Sora's leg. Sora hopped the sweep effortlessly, landed with a smirk, and snapped his knee toward Kafka's jaw. Kafka raised both arms and caught it just in time, the collision cracking the air between them. Sora grinned and suggested that Kafka was holding back. Kafka gritted his teeth and returned the grin, asking if he thought so. He shoved Sora's leg aside, twisted, and countered with a sharp punch to the gut. It connected solidly, but Sora barely flinched. He caught Kafka's wrist mid-punch and drove his knee up toward Kafka's chest. Kafka crossed his arms to block, but the hit launched him backward like a cannonball. He rolled twice, hit the ground, and slid to a stop. Sora did not give him time to breathe. He blurred forward, his footfalls nearly silent, and a flurry of punches struck like a sudden storm. Left, right, each blow forced Kafka to retreat, 1 step at a time, his arms trembling from the shock. Then Kafka found an opening. He twisted his body at the last second, let Sora's fist slide past his shoulder, grabbed Sora's forearm, pulled, and spun, using Sora's momentum to flip him over the shoulder. Sora hit the ground hard, rolled, and flipped upright, landing in a crouch with the same sharp grin. He brushed dust from his arm and warned that Kafka would have to do better. Kafka exhaled, sweat dripping down his chin, and returned the taunt that he could say the same. They charged again. Fists met in the center of the ring with a violent clash, shockwaves rippling outward. Kafka ducked under a straight punch and tried a palm strike to Sora's ribs that missed. Sora vanished from view and reappeared behind him with a kick to the back. Kafka spun with the hit and used the momentum to land a backhand that barely connected. Sora's head turned with the blow, hair whipping across his face, but he only smirked, caught Kafka's arm, and yanked him forward. A knee to the stomach, a punch to the jaw, a back kick sent Kafka sprawling. Kafka coughed as air burst from his lungs. He pushed himself up despite every muscle protesting, eyes sharp with focus. He planted his foot in the dirt and launched forward with renewed fury. Sora blinked in surprise as Kafka closed the gap faster, his fist grazing Sora's cheek. Kafka followed with a barrage hooks, jabs, a rising knee movements tight and precise. For the first time, Sora found himself retreating, blocking, and reading Kafka's rhythm. Sora caught his wrist and spun with him, hooking a foot behind Kafka's ankle with a sharp twist that sent Kafka down. Before Sora could finish, Kafka twisted mid-fall, planted a hand, and flipped backward to land on his feet, crouched, one hand on the floor as dust swirled. Sora's eyes glimmered, and he praised the move. Kafka wiped a small cut from his lip and warned him not to get cocky yet. They blurred into motion again, 2 figures colliding in the center of the ring, shockwaves bursting outward with every impact. Fists met, knees clashed, bodies wove around each other in a fast, precise rhythm. Each strike carried intent, each dodge skirted disaster. Sora drove an elbow toward Kafka's temple. Kafka ducked and countered with a low kick. Sora sprang into a spinning axe kick that split the air. Kafka caught it on crossed arms, but the ground beneath them cracked from the force. They settled for a breath, eyes locked. Sora grinned and urged Kafka to show more. Kafka smirked and replied that Sora talked too much. Elsewhere, Shiro blinked once, and in that instant purple and white flames burst from her palm and solidified into a sleek dagger. She lunged forward and the blade sliced through the air. Mineta narrowed his eyes and twisted his body just enough. The blade grazed his sleeve and missed skin by a breath. He did not flinch or blink. He only watched, thinking that she was fast. Shiro landed lightly, her expression blank. Her hands flared again, manifesting two short blades that spun between her fingers like silver lightning. She rushed him. Mineta met her halfway and their movements collided, her blades slashing in arcs, his hands deflecting with sharp precision. She swung high. He ducked under and struck her side with a quick elbow. She twisted midair, flipped backward, and slid across the ground as dust cracked beneath her boots. Mineta's breathing remained steady. He wiped a small cut on his cheek and smirked, telling her she would have to do better. Shiro did not respond. Her flames flared and formed a long spear that gleamed as she dashed forward and moved with mechanical precision. Mineta sidestepped, the spear tip grazing his jaw, and caught with one hand. With a twist he snapped it in two, noting that since it had not burned him he could touch her manifestations. Shiro leapt back and reignited her flames, this time forming a pair of handguns that fired bursts of condensed energy. Mineta dashed left as one shot grazed his arm and another shattered the ground near his feet. He rolled forward, closed the gap, and slammed his knee into her abdomen. She stumbled but caught herself. White fire erupted in her hand and formed a curved blade that she slashed upward with. Mineta caught her wrist mid-swing. Their faces were inches apart. He met her blank stare with an unbothered grin and told her she relied too much on her creations. He twisted her wrist, forced her to drop the blade, and pivoted on his heel to kick her back. She slid, and her flames reignited before she hit the ground. A wall of fire exploded between them. Mineta shielded his face from the blast, and when the flames cleared she had vanished. Mineta realized in time that she was behind him. He turned just in time as her dagger whistled toward his neck. Mineta ducked under the attack and countered with a rising palm strike that sent Shiro staggering backward. Shiro steadied herself, breathing lightly, her expression still blank, but her eyes flickered with a new irritation. Purple-white light gathered around her, forming a storm of weapons, floating blades, spears, and guns circling her like a halo. Mineta exhaled slowly and cracked his knuckles. Mineta smirked and taunted that he guessed Shiro was done holding back. The weapons shot forward in a barrage, blades slicing from every direction. Mineta moved like water, ducking, weaving, and turning every dodge into a step closer. A dagger passed his cheek and a spear nearly clipped his shoulder. He caught a blade midair and used it to parry another before throwing it back toward her. Shiro raised a hand and shaped her flames into a barrier that absorbed the hit. She dashed through the smoke and struck with a clean right hook that connected with his jaw. Mineta hit the ground and slid across the dirt. His flames flickered weakly before reigniting. Shiro rose, wiping at her lip, her expression unreadable but her eyes finally alive. Mineta cracked his neck, still calm, and grinned, saying that this was getting fun. Zuko clenched his fists as dark green energy swirled around his hands like a dense, pulsing gravity field. The ground beneath him cracked from the pressure alone. He slammed his fist down with a thunderous impact as waves of gravity rippled outward and debris flew. Stephanie darted back, light on her feet. Each punch Zuko threw carried enough force to crater the ground, but she flowed around them, ducking, flipping, and sidestepping with perfect rhythm. Zuko swore at her in frustration and swung again, his arm coated in dark energy, but she spun aside and countered, her heel catching him square in the jaw. He stumbled and glared as the hit stoked his anger. Zuko forced a tight breath and warned himself that he would not be so easily beaten. He cracked his knuckles and made the gravity pulse harder and heavier. The air around him wavered like heat. He lunged with faster, bending punches, each step crushing the ground beneath him. But Stephanie slipped past every strike, her movements sharp and effortless. Zuko's teeth clenched as gravity flared so strong it distorted the space around his fists. Stephanie landed softly, smirking and remarking that he hit hard, then teasing that he could not seem to aim. Zuko's glare deepened. The fight was far from over, but Stephanie had the rhythm and he was losing his cool. Sora moved like lightning, pure golden light trailing behind every step. His aura flared brighter and thicker, radiating heat like a miniature sun. Kafka's skin shimmered faintly along his jawline as he breathed deep but steady. He dodged the first strike barely, but the pressure alone sent cracks through the ground where Sora's fist landed. The main character muttered in alarm and twisted away as another blow came flying toward him. Sora did not stop. His movements grew sharper and cleaner, speed backed by terrifying precision, offering Kafka no time to breathe. Every punch and kick came in faster succession, glowing arcs of light cutting through the smoke. Kafka countered by ducking under a glowing fist and slamming his elbow into Sora's side. The blow connected, but Sora barely flinched. He turned his head slowly, eyes blazing gold, and then vanished. A blinding flash followed and Kafka's body jerked backward as a heavy blow crashed into his ribs. Before he could recover, another hit came from behind and another to the jaw, a flurry of strikes faster than his eyes could track, each impact exploding with golden light. Kafka roared and slid backward, his shoes tearing at the ground. Anger crawled up his neck and across his shoulders and his eyes burned with fury. He leapt forward swinging, but Sora caught his punch effortlessly, grinning and noting that Kafka had been too slow. The air rippled and Sora's golden aura erupted, launching Kafka back with enough force to shake the entire floor. Kafka rolled, his body carving a shallow trench through the cracked arena tiles. Shiro stood amid the haze, eyes gleaming like molten amethyst. Her flames swirled and reshaped a dance of creation through destruction. Minetta's breathing remained steady though heavy, his stance low and his shirt torn at the shoulder. He had been holding his own, but Shiro was done playing around. Shiro smirked lightly and said she was ready to turn it up. She extended a hand and condensed her fire into a rifle, long and sharp-edged, the barrel glowing faintly with heat. She fired. A bullet of pure flame screamed past Minetta and exploded behind him. The shockwave threw him forward and into her kick. Her heel slammed into his chest with brutal precision. Minetta flew backward and his back hit the ground hard enough to kick up dust. Before he could rise, she stepped in front of him and summoned a massive hammer from her flames, a weapon twice her size and white-hot at the edges. Minetta pushed off the ground, dodging the first swing. The hammer came down again with a booming crash that smashed the floor and sent purple fire exploding outward in a wave. He rolled aside, panting and sweating, while Shiro's smirk turned wicked. Shiro told him he was tough and wanted to see how long that would last. Her flames twisted into a sleek pistol in one hand and a dagger in the other. She fired 2 quick shots and then lunged in close. Minetta weaved through the blasts, but the dagger nicked his shoulder and he staggered. Shiro teased him, urging him on and saying she hoped that was not all he had. Minetta clenched his fists and, despite the cut on his arm, maintained a calm expression. He closed the gap by grinning and acknowledging that she hit hard. Before he could say more, Shiro grabbed his face. She promised to show him how hard she could really hit and erupted her palm in purple flame, swinging violently and hurling him backward like a rag doll. Minetta's body slammed into the ground and skidded across the surface before stopping near the edge. He groaned and pushed himself up with dirt in his face until something gleamed inches from his eyes, a small metal sphere glowing white. He realized it was a flash grenade and cursed under his breath. A burst of white light engulfed him and his body reeled instinctively. Before he could recover, the hammer came down, a colossal blow that sent him flying through the air before crashing back down and shattering the arena floor beneath him with cracks radiating outward. Shiro stood tall amid the smoke as her hammer dissolved back into flames. She exhaled slowly, white fire flickering in her hair, and grinned as she asked if he was still breathing. From the crater, Minetta stirred and pushed up to one knee, wiping at his lip. His eyes sharpened with focus, no panic, no fear. Shiro's grin softened as she noted that he was really not scared. Minetta exhaled through his nose and said that it took more than light and noise to make him quit. Her smirk returned, gentler now, and she called him stubborn. Sora lunged again with golden light trailing each movement. Kafka tried to duck but was too slow. Sora grinned and pointed out that Kafka was wide open. A knee smashed into Kafka's ribs and he skidded back, breath sharp. Sparks cracked between their blows, each impact carving fissures through the ground. Kafka thought that Sora was getting really annoying. He raised his arm to block another punch, but the next hit came from above and slammed into his jaw. Sora taunted Kafka that he should not tell him he was already out of lives. Flashes of violet and white fire painted the arena as Shiro lunged, her spear blazing. Shiro taunted the tall opponent to keep up. Mineta caught the bare-handed and winced at the heat, thinking that it had suddenly become hot. Shiro spun, the weapon melting into flame and then reforming into twin pistols. Gunshots rang out. Mineta rolled under each shot, dust kicking up around him. He rose calmly, fists steady, and noted quietly that the opponent fought loud. Shiro smirked and warned that he would be quiet when he was down. She dropped low, blades flashing. Her twin strikes cut through the air and forced Mineta back, his shoes scraping against cracked stone. Zuko's fists glowed black-green and the air warped with gravity pressure. Zuko gritted his teeth and challenged his opponent to see if they could dodge. He slammed the ground and a shockwave burst outward. Stephanie leapt gracefully, her glasses flickering with lines of data. Stephanie observed calmly that his rhythm was slowing and predictable. She darted forward, striking his chin with a fist and following with a kick that spun him sideways. Zuko caught himself, rage in his breath, and snapped that this was not over. Kafka charged, swinging wide. Sora ducked low and drove an uppercut into his chin. Kafka's body shot upward and crashed back down into the floor with a thunderous impact. Sora grinned and provoked Kafka, saying that he had expected him to be faster. Kafka panted and muttered that Sora talked too much for someone who was glowing like a light bulb. He pushed off the ground, but Sora was already gone. Another strike connected, then another, each faster than before. Shiro's flames intensified and she snapped her fingers. A burst of white light erupted, and Mineta staggered, briefly blinded. Shiro grinned and acknowledged that she had him. A massive hammer formed in her hands and she swung. Mineta flew backward, rolling through the debris. He pushed up slowly, dust covering his shoulders, calm and focused. Mineta thought that Shiro was faster but not careful and that he could use that. Zuko roared and slammed his gravity-charged fists into the floor again. The ground split. Stephanie danced between the cracks like water. Zuko ordered his target to hold still. Stephanie smiled and asked why, noting that he could not hit her anyway. She spun, kicked his legs out, and slammed an elbow into his back. He hit the ground as gravity rippled uncontrolled. Zuko growled that she was reading every move. Kafka lunged again, but Sora had become pure motion, a blur of light. Every punch cracked the ground and every dodge came milliseconds too late. Sora told Kafka coldly that he was losing his spark. Kafka caught his breath and wiped at his mouth. He smirked and remarked that Sora really played rough, but another blow landed before he could finish. Weapons shifted mid-swing, swords, guns, daggers, chains, each flicker of flame reshaping the threat. Shiro smirked and urged them to try blocking this. She sent a whip of burning chains forward that caught Mineta's leg and pulled him off his feet. She leaped, a hammer forming midair. Mineta rolled aside, narrowly avoiding devastation. Stephanie's glasses blinked lines of blue data as Zuko's aura distorted gravity around them. Stephanie noted softly that patterns were clear and that the next move would be a left hook. She sidestepped before he swung. Her jab hit true and Zuko's head jerked sideways. He swung wildly, but each motion bent the air and missed by inches. Stephanie's eyes remained calm, precise, and machine-like. Sora's aura ignited like a supernova and he sprinted forward, golden trails burning through the air. Sora announced that this was it as he reappeared at Kafka's face and swung his fist. At the same moment, Mineta was about to be slashed. A ringing cut through the silence and all movement stopped. The sound did not belong here. From the stands, Izuku's phone rang. He blinked, pulled it from his pocket, smiled at how time had flown, and tapped the screen. The arena froze. The air shifted cold, still, electric. Something unseen pulsed through the floor. Stephanie's glasses flickered violently as lines of red text flashed across them. A warning and a recalculation appeared. Stephanie whispered in confusion. The numbers stopped and then one line burned bright. Winner probability 0%. Stephanie stared in shock and questioned what was happening. A crack sounded as Sora's fist stopped, caught midair by a massive clawed hand. Scales glistened and veins pulsed green. Sora reacted in shock and asked what was happening. Kafka looked up, one eye burning neon as his half-kaiju form rose and dust swirled around his monstrous arm. Kafka smirked and calmly announced that 3 minutes were up. Sora, intrigued, admitted that this was new. Kafka's claw flexed and golden light reflected off it. Across the arena, Mineta caught Shiro's next attack mid-swing, stopping the fiery blade with one glowing hand. A faint purple ball pulsed from his palm, something entirely new. Shiro was startled and asked what it was. Kafka tilted his head slightly and the faintest smirk formed. He vanished, and a shockwave ripped through the arena as Sora blinked in confusion. Kafka had been gone. Then a blow landed in Sora's ribs. Air rushed from his lungs as his body bent backward and crashed into the dirt. He rolled, eyes wide, trying to track Kafka, but Kafka was already gone again. Sora thought that Kafka was faster and like he was teleporting. Kafka appeared beside him, moving with fluid, impossible rhythm. The kaiju energy shimmered like liquid lightning across his body. He swung and missed by inches, but the air pressure from the swing tore through the ground. A strong shockwave sent Sora skidding backward, carving deep grooves in the earth and throwing up a cloud of dust. Sora steadied himself, coughing and narrowing his eyes in disbelief rather than rage. He lifted his hand and golden energy trembled around his palm. Sora thought that none of this made sense. Kafka had been slower before and now he was everywhere at once. Kafka's voice broke the silence, low and calm as he grinned and invited them to have fun. He vanished again. A strike came from above, then another from the side. Each hit sent Sora flying and each dodge came too late. Sora could not see him or read him. Kafka moved like the air itself, appearing, vanishing and reappearing, his kaiju arm shimmering with every shift. Shiro's body glowed faintly under the white and violet blaze that swirled around her. Each step she took left a ripple of fire that bent and reshaped itself into a weapon, dagger, spear, then a sniper rifle forming midair and vanishing after a clean shot. Mineta moved through the chaos like smoke, calm, focused, every motion efficient. He ducked under a bullet of flame, rolled forward, and sidestepped a spear strike. The moment Shiro reappeared right in front of him, her eyes blank and emotionless, he reacted instantly. Mineta noted calmly that there she was and raised his hand. The purple orbs from his quirk popped into existence around him, shimmering faintly with sticky surfaces pulsing with energy. Shiro's eyes flicked to them and narrowed. Shiro grinned. Shiro dismissed the toys and moved her hand forward, shaping white flames into a massive scythe. She swung. Mineta jumped back just out of range and hurled one of his sticky orbs. It struck the ground near her feet and adhered. Shiro did not notice until she stepped and her foot locked in place. Her eyes widened in surprise. Mineta dashed low, slammed his shoulder into her chest, and her scythe cracked and dissolved into mist. Shiro flipped, landing hard but steady as the flames around her pulsed violently. She glared, calling him tricky. Mineta smirked and replied that she was predictable. He tossed 3 more orbs with fast, precise angles. They bounced once, twice, then sealed the ground beneath her into a triangle of sticky zones. Shiro struggled, but her boot stuck again. She growled, gathered white-purple fire in her palm, and prepared to burn through the trap. Flames erupted and the spheres began to weaken, but Mineta was already moving. He slammed a giant purple ball into the ground beneath his feet. The surface reacted like a spring and launched him upward. He flipped in midair, eyes locked on Shiro, then kicked off another orb and used it as a springboard. His heel struck her shoulder and sent her flying across the field. She rolled, coughing, then formed chains of flame that lashed out like whips. Mineta landed, slid backward, and seized one of the chains mid-swing, gripping despite the heat. He yanked, destabilizing Shiro. He bounced off another orb and closed in with a solid punch to her face, sending her through her own flames. Her fire flickered and weakened for a moment. Mineta balanced lightly on an orb like a gymnast as the others shifted and followed his movements. Shiro rose, shook her head, and let her flames reignite stronger. Weapons manifested around her: swords, guns, hammers, daggers floating in a spiral of violet light. She smiled faintly and insisted it was not over. Mineta pressed his hands together and produced dozens of quirkball behind him, hovering and pulsing. He grinned and prepared to bounce. He ricocheted off the ball in quick succession, zigzagging through her storm of fire. Bullets and flames tore through the air, but he moved faster, each bounce sharper and each strike heavier. As he closed in again, Shiro raised her arm for a counter, only to find her wrist locked. Her own weapon had touched one of his orbs. She registered the mistake in shock. Mineta grinned and declared checkmate. Using a giant ball for momentum, he spun and slammed his fist into her cheek, sending her crashing through her flames as the light collapsed into smoke. The final echoes of the clash faded, leaving a low hum of lingering energy in the air. Stephanie watched and worried that Sora might be losing. Suddenly, a fist struck Stephanie in the stomach with enough force to crack the ground beneath her. Zuko scolded her, reminding her that their teacher had warned never to look away from an enemy. Stephanie coughed, lost her breath, and collapsed unconscious. Sora looked up at Kafka with a calm, uncertain expression. He insisted that he had won his bet and should be stronger. Kafka, still half human and half kaiju, breathed steadily, as if the fight had barely fazed him. The MC shrugged and smirked that Sora's math might be off. The MC vanished in a flash. Kafka reappeared behind Sora and threw a single punch that missed. He then grabbed Sora's band and ripped it off. Sora stared, then grinned and sighed, panting as he admitted that he was not the only one full of surprises. Kafka exhaled and the kaiju features receded, green scales faded back into skin. He turned his head as the referee's voice crackled over the speaker. Dr. Expression announced that the match was over and that the black team had won. The stadium erupted in cheers. Denki celebrated loudly, Mina grinned, and Jiro pumped her fist. Ojiro watched in awe. Aoyama praised the performance, noting its flair. Toru expressed cheerful disbelief that they had pulled it off. Katsumi crossed his arms and remarked that at least Zuko had done something. Izumi smiled quietly and brushed hair from her face. Izuku stood beside her, fists clenched in pride and a bright expression on his face as he acknowledged the team's effort. The top 10 pro heroes observed closely. Tiger Fong grinned at the style on display. Witch Flare rested her chin on her hand, impressed by Mineta's situational awareness and calm adaptability. Float Boy hovered above his seat, captivated by the kaiju form's green hands and legs. Inferno nodded once in quiet approval. Angel sat with radiant white hair framing her face and watched silently. When her gaze shifted toward Kafka, her expression changed. She looked surprised, as if recognizing something familiar. Kafka approached Sora as the haze of battle faded. Sora remained seated, catching his breath, a faint grin tugging at his lips. The MC teased that Kafka had a busted quirk. Sora, wiping his mouth, retorted that the MC had somehow bypassed his own ability. Kafka blinked in puzzlement and asked if that was the case. Before anyone could continue, the ground trembled. A subtle but heavy ripple of power spread across the arena and both fighters froze as dust hung motionless in the air. A shadow fell over them and then silence followed. Kafka frowned and the MC reacted with shock. A figure appeared between them, landing so softly it barely made a sound. Both combatants stepped back instinctively. Sora's aura flickered while Kafka's kaiju eye narrowed. The newcomer stood tall with hands folded calmly behind their back. Long purple hair floated as if caught in a breeze no one else felt, and the figure's eyes glowed faintly under the stadium lights. She smiled in a way that was sweet yet edged with mischief and announced that she had found them. Her voice carried a playful malice. She snapped her fingers and a shockwave reverberated through the arena. Lights flickered and dust and debris drifted down as the crowd's roar turned to gasps. The audience gasped and some rose to their feet in confusion. Then everything stopped and a dead silence fell over the arena. The crowd murmured nervously as Kafka turned around, eyes narrowing. Kafka, tense and confused, asked what that had been. A low gasp came from somewhere in the stands and a spectator shouted for others to look up. High above the arena, 9 figures floated silently in the air. Their silhouettes glowed with different hues: dark crimson, deep violet, shadow blue, each radiating a pressure that made even the top 10 heroes freeze in place. Kafka felt his pulse spike and clenched his fists. He whispered, asking who they were. When he looked back, the purple-haired woman was already at his side. She stood close with her hands behind her back, smiling gently with a faint blush. She announced that she had finally found him. Kafka's entire body tensed. His instincts screamed danger, but she did not move aggressively. Her presence alone felt overwhelming. Kafka thought, bewildered. The air pressure shifted again, this time heavy with fury and disbelief. Magma Shift rose abruptly, slamming a hand on the railing. His voice echoed across the stadium, a mix of rage, shock, and fear as he shouted Grace's name. The crowd fell silent. The moment the name left his mouth, the stadium froze, gasps, whispers, and disbelief spreading through the stands. Kafka's eyes widened as realization dawned on him. He stared at the woman and understood. She was Grace, the #1 villain.